Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday. And here we are with more tyranny. Penguin, hey, good to see you. Gonna jump right in. Oh, right, we were in Tunon's court. I can't help but notice that the concept art has black, ominous shadows emerging from the holes in the floor that are not there in the actual game. Well, that's already making me very concerned. So I hope you all had a great week. You see the video I sent yesterday? Wait, which one was that? Hold on. I can pull that up real fast. Oh, God. Yeah, no. The Pillars of Eternity is Vines. I completely forgot about that, Tenwin. I'm sorry. I completely forgot that I said I would check that out. My apologies. I know, but I'm trying to get better about actually checking my stuff. Okay, hold on. Bring the OBS back up. There we go. I'm sorry about that. See about checking it out towards the end of stream. What were we doing? Right. We talked to Tunon. We got all that. Yep, we're back in Dracula's court. We have the... Oh, okay. That's meant to be over her head. It just moved over to the side. We've got the representatives from the Disfavored. We've got the representatives from the Scarlet Chorus. We have our fellow Fatebinders that Tunon suggested we should be talking to. And we have... I haven't seen that icon before. Like, where's Eb? We will go and get her in a moment. We will go and get her in a moment, Lord Brown Bear. Whoa, okay. Monitor, don't fuck up on me there. Who are you? My Lord Tunon, I must plead for my innocence in this matter. That will... Sorry, hold on. Let me get a drink of game recepts. That will be for the court to decide. The Forge-bound are my subjects. I hold them to a higher standard. You are keepers of the iron secret that cannot be forgotten. Fatebinder, so kind of you to join us. I wonder if you might assist in adjudicating this case. As always, I am curious to witness your execution of Kairos law. It would be my pleasure, Your Honor. Excellent. Smith, offer up your testimony. The forge-bound artisan clears his throat. I brought a shiny bauble from a merchant passing through Lathan's crossing. A stone, great beauty and strength. Over time, I shaped it into a mallet for pounding iron. The properties of the stone were incredible. I could swing harder, faster, and without strain. It increased my production of weapons tenfold. Until your master grew suspicious and turned you over. The bauble you speak of was a touchstone. An artifact known to originate from the old walls, to which all are forbidden to go. The charge is trespass and theft of forbidden artifacts. You may proceed, Fatebinder. Smith, did you know where the touchstone came from? Not at all, my lord. The merchant would not reveal his sources, but it didn't take long to put the pieces together. You don't just encounter objects of such power anywhere else. To admit, this feels like a very easy way to sabotage someone. Yeah, just say that they broke the law. This is the problem of all authoritarian regimes, and that's when they don't actively call upon people to essentially snitch on their neighbors and constantly undermine one another. We see this a lot. We saw this a lot in the Soviet Union. We saw a lesser version of it in the US with the Red Scare. Once you create a social incentive for that kind of thing, people are going to do it just to do it. When you realized the object's source, did you stop using it? I will admit, no. Once I had it figured out, every swing of the mallet shamed me something awful. But I knew what I was doing, that I was doing right by Kairos. I was sending his army the finest weapons I crafted, and I thought that would help absolve me. Apparently, I was wrong. Did you ever lie about using the mallet? No. That is, the other smiths were curious about my work, but no one thought to inspect the tools. Since no one asked, I never told them. A lie of omission, then. That is just as nefarious in the eyes of Kairos. What if your arcane tool had harmed someone, or yourself? What would have become of iron production then? Well, it doesn't matter if you knew it was from the old walls or not. Buy such an artifact on the black market, give it to your rival in some fashion, bim bam boom, rival removed. Yep. Well, to be fair, from the sound of it, Tunon's probably going to go looking for that merchant next, so even if you're just a party to this, it could still end up backfiring on you. I do not know, Your Honor. I am ready to give a ruling. Smith never betrayed Kairos. He should go free. We gain wrath. The artifact and its use were forbidden. The Smith is guilty. Forbidden knowledge is taboo under the law, but the Smith was ignorant. He should go free. Interesting. I trust in your instincts, Fatebinder. Make sure that my confidence is not misplaced. I can't imagine that he's going to take just this option. There's got to be more to it. We're probably going to have to explain our reasoning. There was an oligarchy, but has some newer forms of political aspects rolled in. I mean, yes, it has a small element of feudalism, just given the nature of the Archon's powers and their divided up spheres of influence. Otherwise, it is largely a brutally meritocratic oligarchy, but with Kairos still at the head, forming a chief executive that does seem to... Well, actually, in a way, Kairos is more of a chief judicial than a chief executive, since Kairos lays out a law and then simply expects the Empire to follow it. Her actions as an executive seem to amount merely to pointing armies in a direction to conquer. It's a magocracy, with Kairos at the top being the most powerful mage. Given the fact that Kairos' law is starting to resemble more and more some form of magical order, you do have a point there, Brown Bear. It's as if Kairos is attempting to weave their magic into the law itself and force people to abide by it. Again, it's all about turning Kairos into a constant and turning their laws into almost as if they're attempting to transform Kairos's man-made written laws into natural laws, into laws that simply cannot be violated. To turn the law against trespassing in the old walls from something that is simply decreed to something that is as natural as gravity. And mages in universe are almost automatically made higher ranking, provided they prove loyalty to Kairos, don't forget. Even our character started as a war mage and was basically told, you will use your magic in the service of Kairos, or you're a dead man. You are given the opportunity for higher rank, precisely because you hold more power, and they at least acknowledge that as a mage you have that power. Forbidden knowledge is taboo under Kairos' law, it is true. But the Smith was completely ignorant, and indeed, one could even argue he was tricked. I believe he should go free. I can go? He looks from you to Tunon and back again with panic and uncertainty. A shrewd interpretation of Kairos' law, but I cannot deny its validity. Very well. The Forge-bound may return to his duties, but he shall continue to only use the tools of his trade. Is that understood? Yes, Your Honor. I will return to my labors right away. Okay, so basically, as long as we can give a good interpretation, Tunon doesn't care, because it shows that we're following the law. Reminds you of the Tevinter period from Dragon Age, for, well, how it used to be. No longer. Yeah, we're not even going to touch on that. Ugh. Maybe we'll play Dragon Age Origins at some point on stream. That would be kind of interesting. Don't know about the rest of them, but Origins at least is still a solid fucking game. Given how the Archons seem to work in this setting, even being good enough at a non-magic skill could turn you into a mage, going from being an interrogator to the Arcana Seekers. To be fair, we don't know the full extent of how the voices of Nerat became what they are. It could be they started without magic, or, well, my personal theory, Lord Brownbear, is that the voices of Nerat did indeed start with either no or very, very limited magic, but, most likely, the skill where he can absorb someone's thoughts was something that was unique to him. And once he figured out how to use that, he was able to drastically increase his power by killing and devouring the right people. Alright, let's talk with these Fatebinders. Ooh, Fatebinder Nunaval. Ah, Sylvani. Your return unscathed and... Oh, no, that's too thickly Dracula. Hold on. Give me a second. I'll think of something else. Different voice. Come on. Hey, Sylvani. I keep slipping into Slavic. What the fuck? Ugh. Oi. Your return unscathed and more comely than ever. Seems to be your way. The Fatebinder of War claps you good-naturedly, and with excessive strength on the back. Come, must regale me with your journey as hailed. I could use a moment of respite between friends. He regards you with a warm and boisterous smile. Word has reached me regarding your negotiation tactics at the Apex, and I must admit, I'm impressed you made headway with any of the southern wretches. If they're open to some reason, it would seem that they are not as ignorant as the Archon of War would have us believe. Come, speak freely, friend. I must wonder, Nunaval, how did you become a Fatebinder? Oh, I cannot speak for the others, but I joined the court when I was yet still a boy and impetuous beyond reason. I had been imprisoned with a death sentence for the crime of desecrating a corpse. He laughs hard and hearty. It was nothing so exciting as you're no doubt imagining. I was merely burning corpses that awaited burial. Before the local authority could see me to the gallows, the adjudicator claimed me a great talent waiting to be realized, needing only to be steered. Fatebinder of War seems to acknowledge diplomacy as being a valid part of war. Well, yeah. I mean, they wouldn't have authorized us to negotiate the original surrender of Apex if that wasn't the case. Why were you burning the bodies, Nunaval? Ah, corpses piling up in the streets spread plague faster than the filthiest of rats. I was 10, a weak fighter. I did what I could for my homeland. I was not aware. Why was it considered a crime? Well, there was a time when even the Northmen were of suspicious stock. A time before Kairos brought reason to the rest of the realm. The people of my city believed that without proper rites, I was cheating our fallen warriors from returning to the land. I suppose it's a good thing Tunon spared you. As I have said, the adjudicator saw within me something of rare value, as is true for all who bear the title of Fatebinder. You as well were chosen for our great court, of which I am grateful. As the Fatebinder of War, I rely heavily on your talents. Yeah, Tunon's country was conquered through diplomacy. I'd argue Tunon's country was conquered culturally, essentially, before it even came into contact with Kairos. Because as Tunon said when we were last playing, he literally read over Kairos' laws and was like, yeah, this is good. We're going to stick with this. I was wondering, you know anything about Tunon's masks? They can be rather unsettling, can't they? Even to one such as me, who's been here a while. But I can assure you, the innocent need not fear their judgment or their emotionless gaze. Of the adjudicator's masks, which would you like to know? The silent face. Ah, the silent face is the face that Tunon shows to us now. And for what we are fortunate beyond belief. The silent face is the patient fate. A face for listening as Tunon presides over all matters brought to the court, taking great pains to ensure all sides of an issue are heard. Face of Resolve. Not sure I've seen that one. Aye, the last known Tunon in the Face of Resolve was the moment he judged and called ruin to half the districts in the damn bastard city. Since then, he's ruled the northern tier justly, calmly, and with very efficient diplomacy. Your Fatebinder is special, but you rub shoulders with other talented folk. Yep. That seems, as I said, that seems to be the case. The other Archons seem to have various armies or specialized forces. Tunon's Fatebinders seem to be a combination, about the closest you can get to, say, a 40k Inquisitor or Rogue Trader. Someone who has a very particular set of skills that the state finds useful and thus employs in a highly official role. Yeah. But the way they are used can be completely different depending on the individual. And what is the face that is no more? Aye, Tunon said to have worn a third mask in aeons past during the early days of the conquest. I've heard rumor that the face displeased Kairos, and thus was destroyed, as happens of course to all persons and objects that displease the Overlord. Have you ever seen Tunon change his mask? In the way that you or I would change our raiment? I know, not as much. And yet, I've seen the masks shift. They switch without the adjudicator or anyone else so much as laying a hand upon them. It's not something you can watch unfold. After a time, you merely realize that, well, it's already happened. There's a work enough for the court that we shouldn't occupy ourselves wondering over such mysteries. I'll talk about something else. I wish to know more of the history and origin of the Fatebinders. Well, the seasoned warrior rubs a finger against the line of stubble along his cheek. All things told, we're a relatively young order, as we have spanned only the last 2 centuries. While the voices of Narat and Graven Ash need armies to execute their will, along with other Archons, Tunon wields but a modest court of vassal. We exist as an extension of his law. There is no place in all of Taratus beyond the judgment of the Fatebinder court. Legally can only be held in judgment by Fatebinders or Tunon. The Archons can't judge a Fatebinder, but it of course doesn't stop the Archons from killing you. Yes, and given Kairos' law and Kairos' things, it wouldn't surprise me if an Archon has more than once simply swatted a Fatebinder for being too annoying, and then just paid a fine or something to Tunon for the murder of a subject. I wish to know more of Kairos' armies. As the Fatebinder of War, I'm sure you have some additional insight into such things. Ah, yes, with friends like these, our work here is often self-explanatory. Were you asking about the chorus or the disfavored? The chorus. Aye, the Scarlet Chorus soldiers hail from every corner of the realm. As the chorus marches, it conscripts indiscriminately from those that it conquers in order to replenish its ranks. There is no continuity of command in the chorus. The not allows, hell, even encourages the strong to challenge their leaders. But the chorus has its numbers, and brute force is almost always a viable solution with enough of it. Much as Regalus insists otherwise. Besides, the Scarlet Chorus draws strength from the multitudes it swallows. Its blood chanters have taken knowledge from many of the tier's mystical cultures, and many of the chorus's best soldiers grew up here in the south. Now tell me what you know of the disfavored. The disfavored are the iron tip of the great phalanx of Kairos. They are armed with our best weapons, the most comprehensive training, and led by one of the best generals in the world, Graven Ash. The disfavored have no equal in the battles of the open field. The Legion does have a saying, Graven Ash protects, and that is no empty boast. The Archon of War is able to lend his will and strength to his men, to give them endurance beyond even human limits. I have great respect for the disfavored, but I know where I stand with them. They are a close-knit kin, all of them from Northern Empire families, and many of them even related to one another. Nunaval sighs, his smile wistful. But considering our role in the Great Hierarchy, I can't fault General Ash for being selective. Huge elitist? Yep. It's actually kind of interesting that an army that is so elitist, so borderline nepotistic, but still brutally meritocratic within their own set of people, was able to survive being conquered by a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-everything empire that is Kairos, save for the law, of course. But that too might have just been seen by Kairos as another challenge to their system, which is if they can absorb something like this, they can absorb anybody. Oh, wait, what? I'm about to say, I knew we had more stuff to talk to. I assume that you've heard of the... Yeah, I assume you've heard that I've claimed the Spire at Vendrian's Well. Ah, so the court's whispers are true. The Fatebinder rubs his fingers along the underside of his chin, pondering his thoughts with great weight. For a moment, he offers you a wistful sort of smile. Someday I'd like to witness for myself this tower that has risen above the realms like a blade thrust to the sky. I would hear of your past victories in the war, or of more recent events from your side of the conflict. Ah, have you not tired of my tales, Savani? I do admit I never get tired of telling them. He laughs heartily and deep. Very well then, let me champion the feats of the conquest, but the glory of Kairos' reign fall on any ears that would hear it. Aye, the highest honor bestowed upon me was the right of proclamation. When Kairos decided to punish the disfavored for their refusal to sally forth and finish off the Unbroken stalwart, 'twas I who was chosen to read the Edict of Storms. Aye, those killing winds of dust and grit and sword will rage across fallen stalwart until the ruling regions are broken, for they call the realm the Blade Grave these days. If you ever visit, you'll no doubt realize why. Nunaval lets out a hearty chuckle. Evidently, one or more of the regions somehow persists in living. Interesting. So he was the one who issued the Edict of Storms. Next, we have Kalia. What do I want to give her for an accent? Running out of voices I can do. We've encountered so many people already. Savani. No. Trying to come up with something. This game is very dialogue heavy. Yes, and worse, we're in an area that I imagine if we play our cards right, we will never see combat in Tunon's courtroom. It will just be talk battle. Give her a Mexican accent, Latina code her. I mean, I don't know. Hold on. Hola, señor. I can do male Mexican. I don't know if I can do female Latina accent. I'm probably gonna fuck this up. Hold on. Epic rap battles of the court. Not wrong, 10-1. Not wrong. Ugh. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. Just don't tell her to calm down. I mean, we all know that. We've dealt with people of the feminine persuasion before. You never lead off with that as an argument. I see you've returned to the full... Yeah. No, that's coming out wrong, too. God. My accents are slipping into one another, and that's a real problem if I'm trying to diversify the range of voices I'm giving these people. Hola, ¿cómo estás? See, I can kind of do male voice for Spanish. I don't know if I can do female without the accent just slipping away from me the second I start. See, you've returned to the fold. Your exploits in Vendrian's Well are... Oh, no, that's slipping back into the, like, Celtic. Ah, damn it. I just might not be able to do it. Hold on. One second. Hold the phone. Let me mute my mic here for a second. So Vanny, as you've returned to the fold. Now, I'm still, it's not coming out Latin. I can't do it. I can't do like horrible, deep Mexican accent in feminine voice, so we're just gonna go with it. So Vanny, I see you've returned to the fold. Your exploits in Vendrian's Well are the matter of some discussion. The Fatebinder of Balance regards you with a discerning eye, and for a moment you feel as if she is trying to peer into the very depths of your mind. What can I do for you? As much happened while I was away, Kalia. Where is that noise coming from? Somebody's doing something outside my apartment. It doesn't look like my mic's picking it up. Okay. Nineveh was dispatched to Stalwart to break the stalemate between the locals and the disfavored. He proclaimed Kairos' edict of storms and shattered the country with the winds unending. You seem to know much of my actions, Kalia. Have you been spying on me? Do not act surprised. It is my duty to ensure that those who operate under the Adjudicator's name adhere to the spirit of the law, if not the very letter. Of course, I have nothing to hide. So you say, but I must weigh all evidence presented before me with an objective eye. Just assume that you're being watched, Fatebinder, but don't concern yourself. There's no more. That's no more than any citizen of the Empire can expect. Have you occupied your time in the bastard city? Tunon sends me on assignment across it. I settle disputes between the locals when the Adjudicator is otherwise occupied. Everything from a few trade disagreements to pushing coarse squatters out of basements. Real rewarding work. And then waves it off. The glory of war is not an honor reserved for the likes of us. We are the fish swimming in Tunon's wake, picking up the scraps along the way. We're rather large and imposing compared to the bottom feeders of the tiers, but we are small fish, all the same. I'd like to know more about Tunon. He is our overlord's fair and exacting adjudicator. He speaks with the voice of Kairos' law, and his word is judgment. All of this and more you can learn by asking him yourself. Go on. Or does he intimidate you still? He chuckles softly. I jest, of course. I do have some concerns about the war, and you are free to share them in my confidence. She leans closer. Yeah, and by in her confidence, she means literally anything you say to me will be reported to Tunon if I find an issue with it. Like, she's not hiding that, at least. She's not saying, like, oh, it's definitely going to be kept secret. It's like, no, if you talk to me, be aware that you're talking to a Fatebinder first and a person second. Our armies continue to squabble at each other's throats. Divided, we cannot win this war, not easily at least. I am less concerned about the armies than the Archons themselves. There can be no order when mountains collide. Who would you see as champion? Cowardice seems to be a trait that Tunon values. Yes, despite being a lawyer himself, he does not seem to value obfuscation. Even if you're trying to disagree with him, he wants you to be straightforward, to the point, and present evidence. If you try to play word games with him, you might win the argument, but you will piss him off. Quite frankly, though I favored the disfavored in Vendrian's Well, I was working with both sides up until the moment that the Archons began their battles against one another. Quite frankly, they're both at fault, and equally inept. Her mood darkens. Then who would lead our advances, or be left to deliver Kairos' peace? Would you bear this responsibility as a crown upon your head? You may find it a heavy burden to bear, Fatebinder. You misunderstand my intent, Kalia. Do I? You do, for I serve the Overlord. Farewell. Ah, Fatebinder. Now, do we want to go heavy Slavic with him? We're probably not going to see the Smith again, so yeah. Fatebinder, you return. Rogalis looks you up and down with an inscrutable expression. You look as though you have questions for me to untangle. Ask. I'm feeling generous. I wish to know more of the past Archons. Aye, there is Rin, second Archon of Lightning, often struggled to control the power that roiled within him, as he suffered but a single slip of concentration. He risked an instant electrocution to his touch, or so he claimed after killing the first Archon of Water during a diplomatic embrace. You return, you have vodka and salted fish, that? Oh, just you wait, Tenwin. I want to do the entire Metro series on this channel at some point. We'll be getting plenty of Slavic and Slavic-themed accents when we get around to doing those 3 games. Because God, do I love them. They're some of my favorite first-person shooters of all time. I really want to replay them, especially because I haven't played them since I upgraded my computer. And I have a fucking beefy 4090 in this machine right now, and I cannot wait to see how it looks with that. Cyberpunk also needs to happen? Maybe. I'm not as big of a fan of Cyberpunk after everything I saw. I know it got the massive update. I know it got a whole lot of work put into it. I just was never very impressed with what I saw. Maybe it's something we'll do later down the line. Maybe it's something we'll do later down the line. I must ask, where did you study when you were younger, Regalos? Well, you've been I've been a ward of the court for as long as I've been aware. As a child, I demonstrated wholly perfect recall and absorbed all that Tunon and my tutors had to offer. I remember hating all of the lectures and wishing I could learn at my own pace. Funny how I envied the sages of the Tears, how they could spend their whole lives reading and never exhausting their library. Of course, Bellum Citadel is nothing more than a burning wasteland. What do you think of the other Fatebinders of the court? You'll need to be more specific than that, I'm afraid. There is, on last account, slightly more than a handful of us. What of thou art Fatebinder of war? Ugh, Nunaval's keen, brash, and a hearty braggart with a fondness for bloodshed. He can be utterly unbearable at things. His justice is fair, even if he skews toward rather exacting and uncompromising punishment at times. The storytelling is stellar in your opinion, but that's me. As I said, Tenwin, I'm open to the idea. It's just not high on my list of priorities, is all. If we get around to it, we get around to it. That might be something we save as I build up a little more momentum as far as people watching, because it's a more recent title. What's your opinion on the Fatebinder of Balance, our dear Kaleo? Kaleo is finest among us. Her discernment is beyond reproach. It's slipping into Scottish again. God damn it. Duh. Welcome to the motherland. Duh. She has a mind for... it's still slipping into Scottish. God damn it. She has a mind for a suspicion and operation that makes others uneasy. We who operate within the confines of the law have nothing to fear, of course. And what do you think of me? You follow an orderly path, regimented and organized. Perhaps too orderly for our station, but that is neither here nor there if you execute your job with wisdom. Be sure you don't stray to the path of chaos, for down that way lies rebellion. Can you tell me of the old walls and the Bane? Oh, where should I start? Tell me what we know of the old walls first. We know little enough about these ancient structures, save that they predate all known historical records. The forbidding ruins crisscrossed the Tiers and North alike centuries before we raised any of our cities. The only one old enough to guess is likely Kairos. Here be food? No problem, Tenwin. Get something good. And then you can tell me about it. And then I'll be like, I want good food. I want better food. Well, today is Sunday, so I might actually get something nice after stream. That would be good. I'm thinking pizza. What can you tell me of the Bane? The Bane are found in the old walls, but much of their defining qualities still escape me. They are creatures of smoke, claw, and fang. If you find yourself unfortunate enough to fight one, remember that spells are effective against them, but grab the attention of others lurking near. I'd like to know more about the Tiers. The political entities of the Tiers are essentially split between the Bastard Tier, the Younger Realms, and the Free Cities. Which would you like to know? Tell me more of the Bastard Tier. The Bastard Tier is the most northern of them, and was the first to bow to the reign of Kairos. Though the knee they bent, well, unwillingly, as you well know. Kairos had his eye on this place for many years before he marched on her capital city. This is the hub of trade and commerce here. Claim the markets, and the people will follow. And what of the Younger Realms? The Younger Realms sprawl the middle and most of the south of the Tiers, and can be catalogued among the four of the largest: Apex, Azure, Haven, and Stalwart. Azure was renowned for its exceptional fertile fields that fed the whole of the Tiers, before Kairos' Edict of Stone blighted the land. Stalwart is also worth mention, for it comprises the southernmost tier, and proves the toughest and most defensible of the realms. It is often said that the other realms will not fall while Stalwart stands. The local army wages bitter war against the disfavored, though the Edict of Storms has cut off the best of their defenses. One way or the other, it's only a matter of time before it falls. And what of the free cities? There are 3 free cities remain: Last Harbor, Spiral's Maw, and Barrison Chains. The first and strongest was the Setting Sun, which Kairos crushed in 429 with the Edict of Tumult. After that, the remaining 3 cities were quick to surrender. Interesting. The Edict of Tumult, that's the only one we haven't really heard about. And there's no description here either, so I wonder if we're even going to see it in game. I want to talk about the sages. What does tumult mean? Chaos, confusion. Tumult is like to throw something into disorder. So I would imagine then it was considering the Edict of Storms caused a literal, essentially, tornado that also tore up the land. The Edict of Stone cracked the very earth. And the Edict of Fire summoned a volcano. My guess is the Edict of Tumult has some kind of mind-altering effect or confusion effect that causes people to fight one another or to go to conflict with one another. Or maybe to throw off their perceptions of things. That would be my guess. We should talk more of the sages. No. I will not speak of the sages. They are no better than charlatans and pawns, wholly selfish in their ill pursuit to hoard all knowledge from others. They are half self-blinded by their own deceptions and manipulations. They alone cause their own undoing and are solely to blame for the library, one of the most grievous of wrongs in the known history, of which they can never be forgiven. Interesting. Given what he was talking earlier, I thought Rogalis would be more in favor, but apparently he blames the burning library solely on the sages being stubborn and not bending the knee. Sounds like he's very annoyed that a lot of that knowledge was lost and destroyed. Wonder what the clause to end it would be? I don't know. They won't tell us any more than what we already see. It just says this is just the thing for edicts. It doesn't give the specifics for the Edict of Tumult. Minus mentioning past, you won't see because you made a different choice. So long as we are past the decision point and the results of that do not bleed over into other choices. So it needs to be a clear, like, you didn't take this decision, this thing you will not see, and by telling you about it, it won't inform you indirectly about things that are happening on the path you're on. So again, just be very careful. That's all I'm asking, Lord Brad. If you have doubts about it, 1, ask first. 2, again, if it would have an implication for a path that we are actually on, I would say just to be safe, don't do it until we get further in. Like, once we get past where that path is relevant. Because especially with games like this, I do not want to see spoilers. I just do not. Also, speed us back up, please. Let's see if the Scarlet Chorus are willing to talk. I emulate you right where you stand. We're not Tunon. He ignores you. Oh. Blood Mulch. Okay, that's a good name. It's about how Conquest Mode affects something you just saw, so nothing in the future. Except I think it does, because pretty much all of the stuff in Conquest where the other areas are going to be areas that we're going to anyways. Like, we're going to Lethian's Crossing, and we could have chosen to go there, but instead we chose to go to Apex. So maybe wait until we are actually at that area, and we can confirm that it's not going to affect anything. Again, Lord Brownbear, I err on the side of caution. I know people want to talk about it. I know, and especially because it brings up a lot of good discussion. But I really do not want to be spoiled, okay? I'm just... This is like the one thing I'm putting my foot down hard on. I don't mind suggestions. I don't mind a little bit of backseating when I get lost and confused. But I really do not want story spoilers if we can avoid it. If you're sure, if you're absolutely sure it doesn't affect anything and there's no implications elsewhere, then you can go ahead and drop it. We did that with Pillars of Eternity when Tenwin started talking about what happens with Radric once we were done with the entirety of Act 1. He waited until we were well clear of that and done with all the side quests before we talked about that. So again, just keep that in mind. Fatebinder. You're no stranger to Tunon's court, but I prefer to spend as little time here as possible. In spite of these closed walls, I feel exposed. He glances up at Tunon. Fair warning. When you backed General Ash, you were as good as signing your own death warrant to the chorus. But we shouldn't discuss such matters in the court of law. We'll take our time in the tears, an interesting one, won't you? He smiles for an uncomfortably long time. Of course you will. I was expecting a little bit more. Shame. Fatebinder. The lieutenant gives you a curt nod. I'm at ill-eased in this polished hall, but I'll admit that it's a reprieve from the battlefield and the training grounds. Should Ash need me to stay here and represent his interests through the occupation, I will be up to the task. All of the Scarlet Chorus come off as very insane. The mages especially. You would think you would encounter a few that are... Well, to be fair, we found the 2 recruits who were in the camp that were the parallels to, I think, Marcus and Lucia, who were the disfavored ones who were assigned to give us a place to sleep in the disfavored camp. They were fairly normal, all things considered. We had the new recruit we ran into. To be fair, Tenwen, I think part of this also is that the Scarlet Chorus's way of fighting heavily encourages its members to sort of let go of their inhibitions should they survive more than a few battles. I don't think it's necessarily that all of them are unhinged, or that all of them start unhinged. It's that in order to progress in the ranks, you kind of have to be unhinged. It wouldn't surprise me if there are some mid-level gang leaders who are stable, but I think gang leader's probably about as high as you can rise as a stable individual in the Scarlet Chorus. Because Lord knows you're not becoming one of their high-ranking mages or one of the Scarlet Furies by being a well-adjusted individual. Oh, really? I was kind of hoping for more from them. All right, so that's all the Fatebinders talk to, the representatives talk to, Tunon talk to. Lady Lucretia already did.
Sorry, I can't.
We will run up and talk to Tunon one more time just to see if anything updated after we talk to the Fatebinders. Games like to do that. The games like this like to do that sometimes, and it pisses me off. Fatebinder, you look as if you require my counsel. Nope, we're good. Nothing new there. Apparently we have new spells. Actually, yeah. We need to learn the Sigil of Life at some point. It's kind of annoying that Lantry knows it, but we can't. It just occurred to me, maybe I should talk to him and actually see if he'll be willing.
One moment, my friend. Just let me finish this thought.
Ending his note with a flourish, Lantry licks the tip of his quill, pausing to taste it a second and a third time before tucking the pen in a holster in his sleeve. Lantry, are you putting narcotic substances in your inkwell? Don't do that. So, what's on your mind? Do you want to discuss matters of the present, or would you prefer a more scholarly rant? I have some, well, I have some questions for you.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
Well, firstly, I'd like to know more about you. Oh, me? Well, fine, I'm not a very fascinating subject. I study interesting people. Enough to know that I am not one of them. Well, what is your story? Tell me the origins of Scholar Lantry. Someday, someone half your age will ask to sum up your life, and you'll realize what an odious request that is. Oh, where to start? I grew up in Sunder. I was born right after the independence from the realm of Stalwart, so do the math and realize that I am old. My parents were harbor hands. My mother never returned from a voyage, and my father lost his hand to infection and decided to sell me to the School of Ink and Quills. In a treaty that ended with the firm stipulation that Sunder chose to leave and that Stalwart did not lose the Civil War, the free city of Sunder marks 347 TR as its year of independence. He is pretty spry for an 84-year-old. I guess that's what happens when you learn magic related to vigor and life, is you're able to keep yourself relatively physically fit despite being 80-plus years old. Fucking hell. Fucking what? Yeah, exactly, Lord. Jesus Christ. Okay. Lantry, I'm never going to complain about your physical capabilities ever again. Holy shit. In the Bronze Age, yeah. Well, to be fair, Tenwen, don't forget, for most of human history, life expectancy was kept low because of infant mortality, not because of dying in old age. As long as you made it past about the age of 10 to 15, you were probably slated to live at least 50 to 60 years. It's just getting through those first 15 years or so was absolutely brutal. It's why most families had tended to have lots and lots and lots of kids. Infant mortality was a bitch throughout most of human history. 84 in the Bronze Age is near here. Oh, absolutely. No doubts about that. I'm just saying people sometimes forget because you hear like, oh, the average life expectancy in the medieval period was like 30 years old. It's like, again, that's not because people were all dying before 30. It's because so many children were being born and dying before the age of like 5 and 10. Fatebinder, who doesn't like the Vellum Citadel, is the one to read the Edict of Fire. You go somewhere else during conquest mode, so he's doubly pissed, feeling like he was forced to wreck the place. Ah, interesting. I would like to know. That would be interesting. It was like 70-ish. It depended on the era, Muatra. It depended on the era. I was just ballparking things in general. Like, I don't know about the Bronze Age specifically, but I know we do have records from the early Roman Republic that had a fairly large population of 60 and 70-year-olds that were living. But again, that was provided you got through the narrowing trial that was living through basically the first 10 to 15 years of life. If you got through that, you had a pretty good chance of making it as long as you didn't get wrapped up in a big war or something. Interesting. On second thought, I don't much care, and that gains loyalty? As long as you didn't drink too much. Yeah, well, also don't forget, most alcohol was watered down back then because it was mainly a source of hydration and calories. Whereas drinking to actually get drunk was very much something that was socially stigmatized, even in places that were quote-unquote barbarous, like Gaul and Germania. You drank in order to feed yourself because it was a good source of carbohydrates, or you drank in order to basically low-level social functions, but most of the wine there would have been watered down. Wasn't easy or cheap? Exactly, exactly. Do you have any other family? Irrelevant. If they exist, they're as strangers. Family ties are severed when joining with the sages, at least in principle. The school had its share of favoritism for certain blood relatives. He likes it when you respect his privacy. It's pretty rare he's not asking... that not asking question proves relation. Yeah. As a novice, I was assigned to the dovecotes, where I learned how to raise and groom our birds to carry missives. Most of my early tomes are on that subject. 10 years and several tomes later, someone decided that I was ready to be welcomed into the inner circle and shown the ways of magic. And since then, I've spent a great deal of time in field study. I suppose readied me for the life after the fall of the Citadel. Well, as much as anything could ready one for the strangeness of these past few years. Were you born Lantry, or did you take that name upon joining the school? Most sages take a new name when they join the school. For me, the transition was difficult at first. I stuck to my cold commoner name and then just never got around to picking some highfalutin name like Sage Apophysis or Sage Dangling Participle. Is this your true sky? Did you always want to be a sage? Well, I certainly cannot imagine doing anything different after nearly 80 years. I suppose that in my youngest days I yearned for battle and glory like most boys of my age. Having now seen how short a soldier's life can be, I look back at that old calling, that old mindset, and laugh. Sage what? Apophysis? Apophysis? I don't know. And dangling participle. Find it amusing, the source of surnames? Yeah. So, what is your story? What do you mean by that? Lantry, quite frankly, sometimes I know that you're smarter than you act. Please, extend me the same courtesy. Lantry strokes his beard, leaving a few flecks of sepia among his white whiskers. I was on the take from the voices of Narat. Again? Do I have anyone in my party who isn't a spy for somebody else? For fuck's sake. Oh. Or at least an agent of his sent me to the school of Inca Quill 30 years back. Oh, so if we had not... Oh, interesting. Shit, were you one of the guys that we put in irons when you came out of the Citadel? Because Siren drew them out? Oh, sorry for that. Also, what would have happened to you if we hadn't given the scholars time to escape? Oh dear. That might be the only reason he's being friendly with us. It'd be years later until I made the connection to the Archon. Most people think the war began 3 years ago, but the voices of Narat had his hands in things far sooner than that. I was part of what might be called the early invasion, an eager kid happy to accept a 30-year assignment that comes with an education. So, that whole story about being from the Tears was a lie. Oh, Lantry. My dear boy. Interesting. Eager kid at the age of 8. Well, I mean, no, he's, say, an eager kid happy to accept a 30-year assignment that comes with an education. That means he was in his 50s. Or, yeah, early 50s, maybe late 40s, since there might have been some travel time and all that stuff involved. When he came in. Yeah. Thank you for telling me, Lantry. But I would appreciate no more secrets so long as you are under my employ and my protection. Is that understood? I will endeavor to earn your trust as best I can. I am sorry to have given you any reason for doubt. It is very easy to maintain these people's loyalties, which has me worried that I should also be building up their fear, because I have a very distinct worry that if I build up only loyalty, that's going to affect things negatively down the line. Why he was tied up, or why the voices didn't just eat him. As for the latter, it seems he was separated from the rest of the chorus. As for the former, from the sound of it, nobody knew he was a spy except the voices of Narat. Also, don't forget that one of the voices of Narat's lieutenants, Five Eyes, did advocate just killing him. It might be that was an attempt to silence him as well. It's just a shame that we came along when we did. I must ask, Lantry, what else aren't you telling me? You read the Edict of Fire. You were the messenger of Kairos' judgment upon all my works. It was about then that I decided I needed to take an interest in your scheme. In truth, I am deeply curious about any who have lived as vessels to Kairos' most supreme magic. When I heard that you had proclaimed a second edict, well, I had to find a way for us to meet, and being tied up in a prisoner camp was not the intended plan. So you advocate surrender to Kairos. So you advocating surrender to Kairos was the end of your long plan. Yes and no? When I first left, I was just happy to be getting educated by the sages on someone else's rings, and my orders were simply to listen and report. As the invasion drew near, my commands were to win them over, a little at a time, to the notion of simply surrendering. With the effects on show, it is a bit more tricky if you don't know what the effect of your words would be. True, but I really did not want to deal with... I can take some obfuscation, and I don't mind long-term effects. Like, if I make a decision early in the game and that has repercussions way later, that's one thing. What I don't like is obfuscating game mechanics that are core to the fucking function of the game. Do not do that with me. I am not here for it. I get it. I just say, no, I know. And there's some people who would not have that on, but I am not one of those people. But I'm afraid I failed. The elders of the school grew more defiant, and the more militant side won out. These are the tears, after all. I didn't deliver the surrender, and it took the Overlord's edict to end what I was sent to do. Fair enough. Let's speak of something else. Oh, me. I'm a very fascinating subject. How do you feel about Kairos themselves? How can I not help but find him to be one of the most captivating persons alive? The man has bent entire empires, claimed continents. Where he goes, history follows. Oh, I won't deny he has killed probably millions at the bare least, but I contend more would have died in the petty wars across Taratus in the void of Kairos. Being liked and being not liked both have benefits and drawbacks, no wrong answers. Yeah. I just feel like maybe I should be being a bit more Machiavellian and having both his love and his fear. Like, I feel like that would be in the spirit of this game. I have seen what tiny despots and merchant cabals and mages guilds can inflict in the name of all sorts of so-called righteous causes. I'll take the rule of Kairos over the tyranny of every idiot on the block on Taratus.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
So yeah, Lantry's basically making the argument of freedom would be nice and all, but most of you can't stop being assholes to each other, so fuck it, I'll take the tyranny. Going full Goblin King from Labyrinth, submit to me and I'll be your slave. Funnily enough, I don't get the joke, Tenwin, because I've never seen Labyrinth. I know it's David Bowie, and I know it's a pretty memey movie, but I have never actually seen it. I'd like to discuss more arcane matters.
And I'd be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel, it is hard to find someone with whom I can discuss such things.
More meant I want both your love and your fear. Ah, okay. That makes sense. But yes, given the themes of the game, I have a feeling that being very Machiavellian might benefit us. We want him to be both loyal to us and to fear what will happen should he ever fail in that loyalty. What do you know of the edicts? Well, Kairos has cast many over the ages. To my knowledge, has never worded any two edicts exactly the same. Edicts defy our traditional understanding of magic. Kairos' magic works over vast distances, near indefinite duration, and no archon or mere mage can simply counter the force of an edict. What can you tell me of them in general? Well, I explain it to my students as thus. A spell is to an edict, as a drop of rain is to a hurricane. Edicts and spells are both magical cantrips, but differ in intensity by a true order of magnitude. Did you see the animated fan-made music video for Shadow of the Erdtree of Mikola singing about them being the mastermind? No, I have not. I'll have to check that one out. Edicts are almost commands to Taratus that must be carried out until the instructions allow for the magic to end. If Kairos wants a plague until next Judge's Day, well, expect copious buboes until next Judgment Day. Nothing has ever dispelled an edict. Nothing outside of an edict's own sunset clause is as I like to think of them. I'm curious about a specific edict. Of course, ask away. Do you have any thoughts on the Edict of Execution that we cast on Vendrian's Valley? It seems like the Archons were about to kill each other, and the threat of mutual destruction was about all Kairos had left. I imagine fear is the only way to get someone like the Voices of Narat to follow bloody orders, and the Edict certainly did whip them into action. Of course. What else? What of the Edict of Stone? Aye, the Edict of Stone ravaged the entire realm of Azure. The upheaval of earth and rock turned the rolling plains into a craggy steppe now known as the Stone Sea. Since the edict was directed at the traitorous Archon of Stone, it would seem that the upheaval of Azure was a secondary consequence, though I imagine little of what Kairos ever does with them is unintentional. What of the Edict of Fire? Well, I know that you warned us, and I am alive today because of you, as are so many of my brothers and sisters. I am most certain you were not ordered to warn us, all the more reason to honor your decision. I say, we're almost to max with him. I'd like to gain a little fear. I was not instructed to warn you, Lantry, and I did so at my own peril. Never forget that. Thank you. I am in your debt. What can you tell me of the Edict of Storms? Oh, slipped into Fear Me, Servant. Mastermind laugh. But also, I'd like to know how you feel about this subject. Please, regale me with everything you know. I'm very interested. Well, the Edict of Storms turned the once forested lands of Stalwart into a wind-swept wasteland. It is known as the Blade Grave now, since only the iron and bronze armaments remained. Hurricane breeze, rust winds, relentless lightning have destroyed nearly all the housing and farmlands. Let's speak of something else. Do edicts work on the same arcane principles as spellcraft and other magic through the use of sigils and accents?
Edicts are the strongest manifestation of magic we know, and they seem to violate all other lesser phenomena. No dispel cantrip has ever dented or abated an edict. Even Archons with powers of great durability cannot shrug off their effects. Just look at Cairn. Now, what I find curious, edicts can flex a little. Or so my studies suggest this is the case. Take the Edict of Storms. While the day it was proclaimed was the most violent, the actual radius of the storm has changed over time. But most will have none of my hypotheses on this matter.
Oh no, I'll take your bait. What is your conjecture about edicts?
So, in my studies, some edicts resolve some problem of the overlords and then vanish into history. But the edicts that linger around, almost all of them begin to widen. Their effects become more intense. Here's the intriguing part. The older the edict, and the more that's written about it, the more the reports of that edict get more dire over time.
Interesting. That would imply that the edicts are not fully controlled by Kairos, and that whatever magical effects that could end them are not dispelling the magic fast enough. So I'd imagine that because the ending clause for this Edict of Storms was that until the last blade is broken or until the Regent's line is ended. It means that, one, the last blade has not been broken, and two, the Regent's line is still alive. Which means, until those things happen, the storm is going to continue growing in an attempt to kill the last Regent. Which does not bode well for a lot of people in the surrounding area if the storm keeps getting bigger. That also would imply that the Edict of Fire we casted, that grew the volcano underneath the Vellum Citadel, is still pumping out fire, because again, there is still forbidden knowledge that has not been fully destroyed within the remnants of the Vellum Citadel. And until that knowledge is removed or destroyed from there, the volcano will continue to cause problems. Meaning that in theory, if a regent had sent their child to hide somewhere, the storm would go on for eternity. Yes, and worse, while its effects might be less pronounced around its edges, it will get bigger. And that is very bad for everybody who's near that area. Perhaps the edicts have a life of their own once set in motion.
Something to that effect, at least. I contend that edicts are powered by fear. Fear of Kairos helps fuel the casting, and fear of the edict feeds the magic, sustaining it. And if enough people fear it, even growing it a bit.
That could be possible. We could be dealing with a power of belief kind of situation in which that actually would kind of fit with Kairos' goals with Tunon, with the idea of turning Kairos into a universal constant. By being afraid of Kairos' magic, it in turn feeds Kairos' magic. It could be that the edicts also feed off the landscape once set in motion. Look at what has become of Azure and Stalwart.
I thought just that. But wherever an edict is cast or has been cast, the land will always hum with a little background noise, if your ear's trained to listen. If anything, it seems edicts add more magic into the world, not the other way around.
Could be the case. That could be the case. I'm adjusting my mic slightly. There we go. That should be good.
Intellectual honesty demands that I study the matter more. If I'm correct, the more people fear and obsess over an edict, the stronger it becomes. Anyway, another study for another time.
Let's speak of something
I'd
else.
be happy to oblige. Ever since the fall of the Vellum Citadel, it is hard to find someone with whom I can discuss such things.
15 years later, random teenager. Yeah, that would be interesting. But it wouldn't surprise me. What do you know of the magic of the Archons? I've studied many of the Archons for these years. Compared to the other sages, I'm practically an expert on the subject, which is sad because I feel like I have so much still to learn. How does the magic from an Archon work? Well, the Archons all have magical powers that are intuitive. When the voices of Narat pulls out someone's mind, or when Graven Ash protects his soldiers, that magic isn't a signed spell or ritual. It's more like them flexing their hand. Archons are... what's the word for it? Axiom of magic? Root of magic? Spell pioneers? I'm sure this analogy is off in multiple ways, but I see the Archons as the mothers of original magic, and everyone else is just imitating them. While every guild or school of magic will ascribe a different name to the theory, all mages inevitably stumble upon an inescapable fact. Only the Archons can will magic into being. Everyone else can only cast magic by invoking the sigil of an Archon that has come before. None know how the Archons do their magic. It seems to be different with each one. But theory suggests that once an Archon starts to invoke their powers, anyone else who comes after that Archon could, and with proper knowledge, tap into that power with the proper sigil and know-how. This observed law has given rise to a common question from among young students. Could one guess at a sigil of an Archon not yet born, or not remembered by history, or simply unknown to the caster, and successfully cast a spell? Experienced mystics would tell you this is not possible, but they know that it's not enough to just mimic the gestures of a spell. One must have willful conscious knowledge of the Archon and the intended power being channeled. So essentially, magic exists in this universe. The Archons are natural conduits of that magic. And because they can naturally tap into it, once you learn their symbol, you are then able to create a simulacrum of that power in a more limited capacity. Interesting. So magic is a definitive, essentially, wellspring of power. It exists no matter what anyone else is doing, but the Archons, through either a fate of nature or sheer random happenstance, or perhaps some divine / semi-divine plan, are able to tap into that energy to an extent that no one else can. To confuse things a bit, some Archons learn to cast other spells in the same fashion as us lesser mages. You're as important as an Archon, you learn quick that all knowledge is power. I've studied many of the Archons over the years, and compared to the other sages... oh, we've already read that. Are all the Archons loyal to Kairos? Officially? Yes. In actuality, no. Those with the true gift for magic always come to the attention of Kairos. A few have managed to evade his attention for a bit. The School of Tides was founded by one such uncontrollable, but these are exceptions in history, not the rule. The Archon of Lightning, I gave birth to the Sigil of Lightning. The Archon of Tides, gave birth to the Sigil of Tides. Gave birth to the Sigil of Scats. No. No such sigil exists. Don't even joke about that, Tenwin. We do not broker in fucking magic of that kind. But there is no sigil of Kairos. Well, technically, there is, Lord Brown Bear. The symbol on the flag. Oh. What if Kairos originally wasn't able to do magic until they basically convinced... It may not be a magical sigil as we think of it, but everything about this is turning Kairos into a constant. How else would you make them a constant than to make their symbol itself evoke emotion and evoke something into the world. If that's the case, it may not start as a magical sigil, but it certainly could become a magical sigil. And only he uses. That's also the possibility, Tenwin. That is very much the possibility with Kairos. Mentioned before about turning Kairos' law from being simple legal authority into natural laws. Edicts sort of follow that reasoning. Yep. He, she, it. I'm just using whatever the person I'm talking to's choice of gender, really. Mostly because I'm just reading them. When we write biographies of the Archons, we often refer to them as exarchs in their formative years before stepping into their prime. Officially, Kairos is supposed to grant all titles of Archons, as it's quite the faux pas to self-appellate. How was an Archon born, or bred, or created? Well, I think we all dream of one day waking up and being an Archon. Given some of the madmen and loons that have exhibited the mystical greatness over the millennia, it can seem a bit unfair that the rest of us can't ever do it. I can say with confidence that Archons are not born, they become. Graven Ash is perhaps the best study of this. Before he was the Archon of War, he was a successful commander of the Northern Empire, each victory more daring and glorious than the next. Somewhere along the line, his leadership took on a mystical quality. The Graven Ash we know of today can reach out and literally protect his soldiers from harm. But maybe at first he could only protect those near him. I wouldn't know for certain. But all will attest that he didn't have this power his whole life. Kairos is so powerful he cannot be... Kairos is so powerful he cannot be misgendered. That's kind of funny. But that is pretty much it. Commander commanded so hard he became the Archon of War. That's why I think we're dealing with the power of belief to a certain extent here. I do think that most of the Archons are, to use the D&D equivalent, Archons are born as sorcerers. They have some kind of innate magical connection at a very, very low rank. Most mages in this universe are wizards. They have to learn the sigils. They have to learn the magical properties. There was the Archon of Blood, who was the previous Archon of War. Yeah. So, to get back to my point. So, Archons are more like Dungeons & Dragons sorcerers. They have a natural connection to magic. But there's something to it where belief and understanding, it's not just that their magical connection is a muscle that they have to train. It also seems to come up with their belief. Graven Ash's soldiers believe that he protects them, and so his power allows him to protect them. The Voices of Narat is a spy master who consumes other people's secrets. Eventually, he's able to consume the person themselves. I've studied many of the Archons for many years. Compared to the other sages... Oh, every time Graven Ash, the Voices of Narat, proclivities were very real before becoming Archons. Could someone become an Archon through belief occur before relevant proficiency? What is Narat's sigil then? Funnily enough, I think it's actually implied to be the sigil of fire, because all of his mages are trained in fire. But it could be that his sigil is more clandestine and he doesn't teach it to his mages. He could also be the originator of the sigil of illusion, since we've also picked up that.
And I'd be happy to oblige.
What do you know of spellcraft?
I've forgotten more than most blood chanters have ever learned. What do you want to know?
I was wondering if you could teach me anything.
Most certainly. I probably should have shown you how to mend wounds sooner. If you have a moment, I can show you the healing sigil I was trained to use.
Yes, please. Rummaging through his satchel, the sage produces a long quill and a crumpled piece of parchment. With 7 quick strokes of the quill, he inks a pattern onto the page. We will start with the first principles. When mending wounds and easing pain, we invoke the magic of the orphan midwife, the Archon of Rebirth. By invoking her sigil, we channel her mastery, however briefly, through our hands. Now, trace the sigil, following the lines in order I sketched them. Ooh, good. Gain minor loyalty and gain minor fear. I like this. Ooh, what can you tell me first about this Archon of Rebirth? Ah, didn't realize you gave a care about your history. The orphan midwife was born in 160, bowed to Kairos in 201. They say that where she walked, plants would sprout. The sick grew vigorous. She'd also send most folks into fits of rage and animals into heat. She sounds like quite a riot. We know her magic by way of one of her first disciples, who migrated to the Tiers in 222 to spread her wisdom, an act that was illegal under Kairos' law. For that and a host of other transgressions, the orphan midwife has been imprisoned for near over a century, or so the story goes. Trust me, I'm a natural with these sort of things, Lantry. Youth and confidence. Where you find one, you often find the other. Let me tell you one thing I know for sure. Hubris and magic do not mix. Still, You're eager to learn. That is music to my ears. Since this isn't your first cantrip, we'll move quickly, but I think you can keep up. Lantry then begins to walk you through countless repetitions of the signing of the magic sigil. For hours, you wave your hand in the air to no effect until at last, you sign the pattern in the air perfectly and feel a rush of power through your veins. Ah, there we go. 5 control life skill ranks. Very nice. And so, if you need to heal pain as opposed to purge an infection, you would move your hand like so. But, that's enough for now. I think the rest you can figure out on your own. What sort of magic did the sages teach you? Oh, Sage Sinden suited me in the traditional sigils, those of preservation, concealment, and healing, as derived by the bygone archons of Theravius, Fading Wrath, and the Orphan Midwife. Interesting. The Archon of Theravius. That's the only one that isn't named after, like, a natural occurrence. Like, Orphan Midwife, I can at least kind of understand how that relates to healing. Fading Wrath relating to concealment. Okay, that makes sense. But preservation relating to Theravis. That must be a place or something. The preservation magic is largely functional. Sealing parchments, binding books, that sort of thing. All of the chroniclers learned concealment magic, as our ideal method would be to study events without contaminating the decisions being made. And as for healing magic, well, many of us modern sages study this one a great deal. The school has a shoddy reputation among common folk. I figure if they knew us as healers and caregivers, maybe we'd start to change people's opinions. Healing. That is a noble craft to study. True, but given how accident-prone one can be, I think the person that benefits most from that magic is myself. Certainly, the most gratifying spells I know are the ones that ease pain and suffering. They at least make me feel slightly useful. And it would explain how an 84-year-old is able to keep up with us. What can you tell me about signing magic? Scholars don't have a good word for what the Archons do when they cast spells. Can't tell you how Graven Ash casts his protection over his soldiers, nor would I know how Blood and Mark consciously decides to move through shadows. But when us mere mages wish to cast, we do so by signing the sigil of an Archon that previously discovered the magical phenomenon in question. It is debated whether Archons create new magic, or merely discover magic that was waiting for us. But such questions seem impossible to answer while sober. Was there anything else?
One moment, my friend. Just let me...
Oh, yes, we do have more. Let us discuss the current matters.
Of course. How can I help?
What are your thoughts on our traveling associates?
Are you asking for an objective assessment? Or is this your way of saying you want to gossip?
It's a bit of column A, a bit of column B, Lantry. What do you make of Baron?
He is a proper Northman, with duty in his blood, which makes me suspect his loyalty to Ash is stronger than his loyalty to you. As long as your interests remain aligned to Graven Ash, this shouldn't be an issue. I must admit, I am completely fascinated by his predicament. Ever tried diagramming the articulations of his armor? Don't. It'll only lead to madness and ruination.
What are your thoughts on verse?
I know little of swordplay, and couldn't work a curve and arrow to save my life. I can't really comment on the lady.
Lady? You're just afraid to talk in front of me, clear as day. Your sweat is easier to read than your ink scribbles.
To be fair, Verse, I'm pretty sure that's the effect you're going for, so I don't think you're necessarily disproving of Lantry being scared shitless of you.
No, not at all. I just don't know how to comment on a warrior's worth, that's all.
Lantry, are you staring at Verse's ass?
Spare me your blather.
Verse pauses to read Lantry's body language.
Think that, do you? Didn't know you had such swollen hope for me.
Verse. Explain.
Just calling it as I see it. And I see he's holding back. Nothing serious, just a bit insulting.
No need to keep secrets, Len.
A most fascinating specimen. I think she has great potential. A dangerous amount of potential, to be blunt. The Scarlet Furies are the fighting elite of the Scarlet Chorus, and that means floating to the top of a sea of blood and chum.
Lantry, never use the word chum ever again. Understood?
We should consider ourselves lucky to have her on our side, with her weapons usually pointed away from us.
Yeah, get the spray bottle. And what do you make of Ebb?
Good tidecasters stay underwater. Kairos did the Tears a favor by erasing those moon howlers from history. A shame one of them escaped justice.
Wow. Okay. Lantry, swinging for the fucking fences with the first sentence. Jesus.
She has her uses, as does any thug or brigand. I just hope you have some means of keeping her in control the day she thinks herself strong enough to take us.
See how Ed reacts to that comment? Yeah, I would too. Holy shit. I wasn't expecting Lantry to go for the jugular like that. All right, that's all for them. We should catch up with Verse as well.
The Scarlet Chorus and Disfavored are at each other's throats. Can't say I didn't see that coming, but the Archons might have waited until one war was over before they started another.
What do you think of my decision to back the Disfavored, Verse?
Fighting with the Disfavored. Oh, not the call I would have made, but I'm sure you have your reasons. If you like iron weapons or something about that purple uniform excites you, then be my guest. Who can say? War is all about compromising your morals, deciding who lives and dies. What seems like a mistake turns into your greatest call down the road.
You're being strangely pragmatic about this, and I'm honestly kind of concerned.
Let me make one thing clear, just so that there aren't any misunderstandings. You support Graven Ash, and I couldn't care less. I'm here because you've done what none of the Archons could. Not even the voices of Nerat would fault me that.
In other words, we've proven our strength, and as per the rules of the chorus, she's following us because we've proven our strength. Right. And if we ever fail in that, we'll probably find her daggers in our back.
He's also a complete bastard, and I wouldn't want to miss an opportunity to stab him in the gut and take control of his army. So, there's that.
Ah, and there's how we also see it. I did almost forget that she is terrified of him.
I'll say this much. Our time together is anything but dull. My blades are yours for as long as you'll have me.
Not mention the signal source Archons in most cases. Some do, but not for all of them. Interesting. Noted. I have some questions for you. Interesting. I would like to bring up something. Barrick, as well. It is strange. Have either of you noticed that the two of you fight particularly well together?
The thought has crossed my mind from time to time. During the many battles of the Conquest, we found ourselves standing back to back with enemies on all sides on more than one occasion.
The big guy here is as useless as an empty scabbard without his phalanx to keep him alive, but I move fast enough to compensate for it. And it's nice having a living wall of rusted iron I can use for cover.
I want you two to continue to train together.
Absolutely not. Our fighting styles are incompatible, and any disfavored lieutenant will tell you not to join at the hip soldiers who can't stomach each other.
I'm inclined to agree. If you want to pair up fighters, there has to be some great passion or magnetism between them. We don't have it.
Well, if neither of you is up to the challenge, then I won't force the matter.
Now see here, Verse's temperament and unpredictable ways are an annoyance, but no challenge is beyond my skill. Verse, we should take some time to face off in the sparring fields. It might even improve our disposition towards one another.
Being a manipulative bastard is nice sometimes. Reverse psychology, the most basic of fucking subtlety subterfuge when it comes to these kind of games.
I'd rather watch you devour your armor one shaved off spoonful at a time. But since that isn't going to happen anytime soon, I suppose I'll make an effort.
There we go. We're all just friends here, right, everybody?
So, civil war divides the armies of mighty Kairos. The reckoning that comes of this failure will be great indeed. We find ourselves in the darkest times. Brothers and sisters who fought for a similar cause now skewer each other over blighted lands in the favor of distant powers.
The rivalry seems like pretty clear vulnerability and otherwise solid companions. I mean, that's the perspective in-game, but I am very interested to see how they write this as well. I hope it gets brought up at a later date, too. What would you have done at Vendrian's Well?
Backing the disfavored was the only logical choice. Graven Ash is the only Archon worthy of your confidence, and you were wise to recognize as much. Naturally, I would have done the same. Whatever others might say about what happened in Vendrian's Well, you acted from instinct. I can't help but respect that.
I have some questions for you before we move on.
What can I do for you?
What? Wait. Can I get the exact same result by talking to him now?
The thought has...
The big guy here is as useless.
I would suggest that our fighting styles complement each other, but they do not. I would suggest that we get along, but we do not. We don't even finish each other's
Sentences. Okay, that was strange. Did you hear that? The next time I catch a whiff of Barrick's meaning, I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Okay, so we didn't see that one before. Or did you just think things through? Rivalry... Wheel of Ages ability? Wait, what? Ooh. Fatebinder and Lantry work together to create a slowing aura. Ah, this is from his loyalty mark. Once per rest. Bases off of our combined lore skills. Target an ally, which causes an AoE effect of minus 20 dodge, minus 20 parry, minus 40% action speed, minus 40% move speed at a 3-meter radius. And suspends hostile effects on friendlies within a 3-meter radius as well. Okay. Interesting. Yes, heal spell. We did want to... Not that one. Where is it? There we go. The Sigil of Life. Oh. Oh, I haven't read these. Oh. Long a closely held secret of the School of Boreal Frost, the mages surrendered their knowledge to Kairos after the Northern General Graven Ash was defeated by the Overlord's forces. First used centuries ago by the Sun Queen, Archon of Fire, this sigil unleashes devastating power in a skilled mage's hands. Few are able to unlock the full potential of the sigil, as the summoned lightning is hard to control. Personal sigil of the Archon of Storms, Governor of the Blasted Reach District in Kairos' Empire. Interesting. Sigil of Vigor... seem to say the name. Can be highly addictive to weaker minds. Ambitious mages in Kairos' court have been known to use doses of vigor to enthrall courtiers, building networks of power and influence based on their target's desperate need for one more spell. Interesting. I didn't realize that it functioned essentially as a magical narcotic. Master the Sigil of Illusion are skilled in the arts of deceit and trickery, using its powers to misdirect and confuse their targets. Often derided by combat mages for its inability to kill outright, those who specialize in illusion know its power can turn the tide of any battle. It merely requires someone smart enough to know how to use it. Sigil of Force. Many mages guilds throughout the centuries discovered the Sigil of Force, and many held it as a jealously guarded secret. As each was conquered and absorbed into the Empire, they were chagrined to discover that their secret was the most commonly known piece of arcane lore on Taratus. Sigil of Life. Target with the energy of the Orphan Midwife, the Archon of Rebirth. All but the most serious wounds can be healed by this arcane energy. Although the Orphan Midwife was powerful, her gifts were not suited to resisting the armies of Kairos. She was captured and chained, and her powers harnessed to serve the army. Many chroniclers of Kairos' empire believe her powers are the driving force behind the empire's quick expansion. That would make sense. If you have access to some of the best medical abilities outside of everybody else, you're going to have an easier time keeping soldiers and people alive. Sun Queen and Archon of Storms, yet we hear about an Archon of Light. You're right. Because originally when Lantry was talking about his story about the Ark, he said there was an Archon of Lightning. He said it was the second Archon of Lightning, but this is the Archon of Storms. It could be the Archon of Storms replaced the Archon of Lightning, especially since in Lantry's story, the Archon of Lightning apparently caused a massive faux pas by accidentally killing the Archon of one of the earlier Archons of Water. So, could be one of those things where Kairos had to step in and say, fuck you. Okay, Intensity Sigil. Oh, fuck, yes. That's an additional 7 percentage points of health. The range isn't really that valuable on them. Accuracy doesn't seem useful for that, so we're going to go ahead and keep Flash Fire, Fireball. I haven't used Charged Fist very often. No, shit. Intensity. Assign to here. Also going to assign to here. So that way we've got the better version. We also, if we remove that, Verse can now learn it. So that way she will have her own healing spell as well. Now, what if we... Healing Wisps. Allied target plus 5% health. 3 projectile, so it's a total of 15. While also giving a AoE of 1 meter around them an additional 2% health. Maybe Archons reappear if killed. That would seem to be the case, though we don't know how long it takes them to do so. Release tiny bolts of light energy that restore a large amount of health to the target. So if it's 3 bolts, that's 15% plus 246, so that would be a total of 21%. Doesn't seem as useful, though it does have range, I suppose. We increase the intensity. That does take the lore requirements up to 70 from this. Range single, area of effect. That could be useful, but that takes it up to 75. We've got to get Lantry's lore skill up higher if we're going to be doing that. So no, that's not really of any use to us right now. What a force. What can we do with force? Concussive bolt. 8. Oh, it doesn't have a melee. It doesn't have a touch version. That's interesting. Deals crush damage, 8-meter range, causes the dazed affliction, which does increase recovery time. Yeah, no cast fist, unfortunately. Increase the range. But that's the thing as well. It doesn't have a touch version, but its ranged version uses less lore than a lot of the other ranged versions do. That's interesting. Dazed affliction, accuracy. We shouldn't need accuracy for healing spells, not for casting on ourselves, I don't think. Searing palm, strength, reaching grasp, timeless form. We can update that and give it additional accuracy. Very nice. Rhyme spike. Nope, that takes the lore requirements up to 100. Area of effect we can't do. Intensity we can't do yet. We're getting there, though. We might be able to start assigning more of these as we get our lore skill higher. That would get us up to 90. The accuracy sigil can be taken up to 75, so we're going to update Fireball. Flash Fire already has that. That takes it up to 85. That takes it up to 90. That takes it to 80. That doesn't really help. We're going to leave that off. And then False Pit knocks them prone. Damn, that's with the duration, so it's only 2.7 seconds, even with the duration. Still, I like having that. That's our one, like, low damage, but actually, like, affliction spell. We'll keep that for now. We still got a good selection of spells. We're mostly fire. We've got a little bit of ice for some additional... Actually, would I prefer the ranged lightning bolt? Stunned for 2 seconds. I actually like that better. Starts with a 30 lore requirement. Let's go ahead and boost its accuracy. We can increase its duration up to 2.7 seconds for stunned, which is good. Parry and dodge reduced by 30. Cannot move or attack. Yes. Area of effect. That only causes the damage to... Or the foe area of effect is half the duration for the stunned. And we can up the radius by 1. Or we can improve the range, or we can improve the intensity. It increases the damage. Well, we'll go with that. We're going to assign that there in place of the ice spell. Did he ever explain where the expressions come from? No, it was mainly just focusing on the sigils. So I have to imagine that expressions and accents came later, probably from mages studying the sigils themselves and having to come up with ways of expressing them in a way that they were able to function properly. Also, wait a second. I thought... No, it's 35 for that. So Barrack needs a little bit more lore skill before we're able to get that far. But that's fine. So we've got lightning. We've got a melee fire ability. We've got restoring touch on 3 of our characters now, updated to the 30... Well, for me and Lantry, it's the 36%. For Verse, it's just the 21%. But that's still good. Self-heal is good. We've got a lightning bolt. We've got a fireball. We've got our flash fire for AoE. And we've got a false pit for knocking enemies prone. Lantry, meanwhile, has Restoring Touch. He's got Titan's Touch for buffs. He's got Surge of Glory for damage buffs. He's got Dazed and Stun Affliction for AoE stuff. And he's got Spectral Blur for tanking. Very nice. Don't need to learn the expressions directly. They just slowly learn more and do them seemingly all at once, like Raven Ash. That would make sense. Something tells me it's the accents that might be something that sages come up with later, especially because the core and the expression actually affect the magical sigil, whereas the accents don't. Lantry. We've almost got him maxed out. You need a reputation change of very major to unlock this tier. Interesting. Yeah, elated by your intellectual ways, dismayed by your rude or blustering ways. Ah. Interesting that hers maxes out at 4 until we get a very major change. Same with Barrack. But Lantry and Ebb can both get through 4 and are only blocked off from 5 at the end. Interesting. Okay, I think that's it. We need to find evidence of both Graven Ash and the Voices of Narat. Maybe due to their semi-loyalties. Yeah, it could be the case. Meet Graven Ash at the Iron Hearth. Enlist the age of the Fourbound, not subject to Pyros' law. And investigate the spires, starting with the one in Lethian's Crossing. Oh. Oh. Leaden Mark. Welcome back, kid. Assuming as it would have been the edict, as amusing as it would have been to watch the edict drop, I guess I'm glad you lived. Leaden Mark, the Archon of Shadow, rouses from a faraway stare, turning to face you with a wry smile. Though he stands still, he seems to sift in and out of the shadows that surround him. Where's the Sigil of Shadows? To be fair, that might be the Sigil of Illusion. It's just that Leaden Mark has never bothered to really teach anybody it, so he has full mastery over it, whereas others do not. Hear you threw your rings on Graven Ash's side. Not a bad bet to pick the Archon of War. But tell me the truth. Did you go with Ash because it seemed like the right thing to do, or because supporting the Voices was a worse option? Neither Archon was at their best, but Graven Ash is the more capable warlord. Our lives depend on military success. I was not about to hand control to the Archon of Secrets. What sane creature would trust the Voices of Narat? Glare silently. What is it to you, Archon of the Elderly? Oh, I like this. Leaden Mark, gain major favor, gain average favor. So he likes you standing your ground, essentially. He likes... Oh, I like that he doesn't have a sigil, too. His sigil is literally a blank black field. Give him sass. He likes you more. I like this one, though. We also get some fear from Verse, but it's also in line with what Verse thinks. Verse doesn't trust the Voices of Narat. She doesn't like him by any particular level anyways. What would you actually say? I like this one. I like this one. Please, Lord Leaden Mark, what sane creature would trust the Voices of Narat? One does like to win a battle every once in a while. At least the Voices of Narat isn't consumed by grief or hesitation like some Archons I know. Don't mistake him. The Archon of Secrets thrives on mistrust. When everyone believes you're lying, speaking the truth is a fine blade with which to cut your enemy. All that matters is that the Edict of Execution was stayed. Those stationed in the well should be thanking you for their lives. Now I assume you're off to meet with Ash, but first, you and I need to have a quick chat. Ooh, he really likes it when we're sassy with him. Gain average favor, gain average wrath. That's actually kind of fucking hilarious. But that's not what my character would say. I'm listening. Everyone's keeping an eye on you because you did something nobody has done before. Got a guess as to what that might be? I'm the first Fatebinder to engage in a war against allied soldiers. No. First Fatebinder to proclaim 2 edicts. Could be. I'm the first to resolve an edict before its consequences came to pass. Could be. To awaken a spire of the old walls. Also good. I'm the first person to take an evasive stance against your rhetorical questions. I'm the first Fatebinder Kairos has decided to promote to some position of authority. Yeah, no, he doesn't care about that. And can't you just tell me, average rat? So he likes you standing your ground. He does not like you being, like, playing the idiot. The favor sort of gives away the answer. Well, to be fair, all of these give average. Like, all of these do. So I like more that it's helping me lean a little on my decisions without outright telling me what I would need to do. Like, I didn't choose the one that gave me both favor and wrath above either, because that doesn't fit the character. Near as I can tell, I'm the first Fatebinder to proclaim 2 edicts. Would change based on how right you are. I mean, some do. Some are obviously more, like some have said like major or minor. All of these, though, are average. See, average, average favor, average favor, average favor. They're all the same. I believe that I'm the first Fatebinder to proclaim 2 edicts. Smart guess, but there's been a few others over the centuries to have outlived the honor of proclamation twice. But sure, it's true that most don't survive. Proclaiming an edict isn't new. Neither is surviving or resolving the commandments of an edict. But you're the first to proclaim and resolve the same edict, and it didn't kill you. In one fell swoop, you survived your second edict, resolved the very one you had proclaimed, and woke an arcane structure that had been sleeping for centuries. Was that a reference to Aloth? It took me a second when I was reading it, because unfortunately I gave a thick Scottish accent to the red-headed Fatebinder over there, so it was throwing me off of it. Yeah, Isilmir. There we go, there we go. Is this your way of saying that I am now on a very short list of people who stand out as potential problems? More or less. Mostly more. He offers you a dangerous grin. I don't care what you do with the information, but you should know the danger you're in now that you've put yourself on the map, so to speak. Sticking with the disfavored, it's a smart idea. At least smarter than getting mixed up with the Archon of Secrets. After all, you can never be really sure. You will never be really one of them. If you value Ash's warriors, they'll serve you best they can. I thank you for the advice, Archon of Shadow. The Archon of Shadow shrugs to you in farewell, but his golden eyes are alight with interest as he watches you. Oh, we can still talk to him. I assumed he was going to run away. Oh, new ability for Verse. We have unlocked Fury's Raid. Once per rest, Savanian Verse deals fire damage per 3 seconds for 15 seconds. That's a lot of fire damage then. Holy shit. And causes mage fire. And has a plus 100 accuracy. Ooh. Project intense flames towards Verse, which she catches on her blades and spins into an aura of wreathing flames around her. Nearby foes take burn damage from the flames. So you would want to use her ability that taunts enemies into attacking her in melee, and then throw this on her, because that would deal a lot of damage. Oh yeah, we do already have his favor up to 3. Is there a reason you're gaping at me like I gutted you, kid? Or do you just like to stand around and stare? I can't help but notice the bracers you're wearing. Strangely eye-catching. I bet you're thinking something like it look even better on you. Is that what you're saying, kid? This? He waves his left hand in the air, examining the blacker than black bracer, the strapping armlet that appears simultaneously solid as obsidian and diaphanous as a sigh, almost a living, pulsing thing. These be my bindings of shadow. You want it? You would just give it to me. Why? Try it on. Find out. He grins, teeth stark, flat, and wide. I like it. I wouldn't steer you wrong. Yeah, I have a feeling. No, I couldn't. Really. But you must take. I insist. If only so I can see the expression on your face when you slip it on. His eyes gleam with a sudden, dark interest, a sly amusement as he watches you, his expression a mask of shifting shadows to hide true intent. With a gruff grunt and some difficulty, he ratchets the bracer off, as it becomes solid after all, and tosses it to you one-handed. Careful with it, he warns as you accept the gift. Not only weapons can be double-edged swords. I am now very concerned. Heavy armor, iron, superior quality, 2.5 points of armor, increases unarmed. Oh. Shade skin, minus 10% of all damage taken. Shift into a shadow version of yourself. While in this form, deal bonus arcane damage with each attack and gain bonus damage reduction. These effects scale with the Binding of Shadow's renown. This bracer, once worn by Blood and Mark, is made of an unfamiliar substance, part velvet, soft darkness, and part hardened insect chitin. It is said that the darkness is more oppressive when an Archon of Shadow walks the face of Taratus. The magic stemming from his power draws on the substance of shadows with an air of welcome and invitation, treating the dark less as something more than an arcane force. As such, a bracer that allows the wearer to embody their darker self has overtones of danger and risk. Just looking at it too closely causes your vision to swim and sends a wave of nausea rolling through your gut. That confirms multiple Archons. Over history, yeah. Minus 10% to all damage taken. An additional arcane damage with every attack. We gain armor, gain unarmed DPS, which doesn't matter. We lose deflection, and we lose precision, and we gain recovery, which is unfortunately not that good for us. We could give it to Lantry. Would also help make him even harder to kill. Oh, wait, what? This seal was made with care and attention to detail. You recognize its sigil from the merchant house hand over quill. Where did I get this from? Whatever. Nothing else I need to worry about? Okay. I am very concerned about this. Oh, okay, so hold on. Shadow's Embrace doesn't go off until we hit 1 renown, and that's when we get the ability. For right now, all it does is minus 10% to all damage taken. But we're using light armor almost exclusively, and this is both heavy armor, and it would increase our recovery time, which is kind of aggravating. Power? What the fuck is that stat? Is that related to our Spire? Is that... Yeah, that was only on our character portrait. Maybe no one uses the Shadow Archon Sigil because the sigil is literally nothing. Ooh, that would be an interesting thing. How do you draw a sigil that doesn't technically exist? Oh. Or maybe because they are the executioner of Kairos, essentially. Kairos has made it so that he's not allowed to teach anyone his sigil.
Will do.
Well, we'll hold on to that for right now, but I do believe we're done with Tunon's court. You don't have anything else to say to me, do you, Lady Lucretia? Nope. All right. Nothing else we can do. Wow, he literally sank portions of the city. Holy fuck. No, we need to go to the world map right now. You know what? For now, we're going to go grab Ebb. At the very least, we need to get her spell book up to date and everything and see what she can learn. Oh. Clouds hang low over the tiers, disgorging a deluge of rain. Thunder shaking your bones and lightning arcs across the sky. You press on with your journey with the awareness that weather like this often complicates travel. You crest a hill to find the road before you entirely flooded by deep, churning water. One of the nearby rivers has jumped its banks. Peering at the churning water, your disfavored companion rubs the back of his head. I would suggest that I walk along the bottom, were it not for the damnable need to breathe. Apologies, Fatebite. My presence here may hinder your options. Attempt to freeze the water. The droplets on your hands harden into tiny crystals as your fingers twist into the mystic gestures of the frost sigil. The bluish glow of arcane energy builds around you. You weave it with sweeping motions into the sigil of the long-dead Archon. With an open palm, you channel the magic before you and into the flood. The magic the water immediately rewards you by slowing and solidifying into a span of solid ice that arches to the far shore. Though the path is slick, you take it carefully and cross without difficulty, the mystic forces you called upon easing the way and clinging to your being. Ooh. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, it's so nice to actually see magic you're playing a spellcaster and the magic's actually being used for shit. It's so nice.
What is it you need?
We should discuss matters at hand, Ebb.
Now we're working with the disfavored. You want my advice? My advice would be to get close to Graven Ash and plunge a poisoned shiv in his ear.
I mean, she's not being subtle about I serve you and nobody else. She's really not being subtle about it. For the love of God, Ebb, you're going to get us all killed if you say that in public. God damn. Graven Ash is my ally, at least for now, and I won't entertain such treachery.
I will never understand why deceit is the first instinct of all Tearsmen. You are right to take offense.
Yeah, right. I'm speaking out of line. But I don't really know what to say here. I hate the disfavored, but I'm sworn to your cause, so my honest opinion won't do anyone any good.
Now, I didn't say for you not to give me your honest opinion. I just said, 1, don't give it out in public where you might get stabbed for it, and 2, I'm not going to follow that particular advice. I didn't say anything about you not telling me more. Just try to be smart about it. You're supposed to be a mage, for God's sakes. I have some questions for you. I wish to speak to you of magic.
You know, I normally charge for this, but for you...
Ebb smiles, awaiting your equery. What can you tell me about the magical traditions of the School of Tides?
Now, you know that's a very personal question. The knowledge I have is a centuries-old gift from the Archon of Tides. I would sooner discard my life than the sanctity of that gift. I will speak in generalities only.
Would suggest bringing Ebb around just for the fun interactions. Might be something we do. She does seem to be an interesting character, and I do appreciate that she speaks her mind. I think there's ways she could go about it without basically insulting everyone around us and wanting everyone to kill us. Wait, what? Tell me how you influenced Taradas Grave. I don't even know what that is. I know, Brown Bear. I'm well aware of why you'd want to bring Ebb around. Trade secret. Not one I'm going to talk about. The School of Tides dies with me, and so too will this. Don't bother trying to change my mind on this matter. It'll get ugly quick. I wish I knew what Taradas Grave was then, because I don't. Tell me how you influence ice, mist, and other forms of water. Years of training. Now look, most of those secrets have already been stolen ages ago by the sages. Doesn't mean I'm going to tell you just because the secret's already out. But it means you can go ask someone else if you really feel entitled to know. And before you ask, I learned plenty from knowledge stolen by the sages, but no, I don't know how to do what Ebb does, magically or otherwise. The moon, I think. That would make sense. Oh, that's what you... for some reason, I was thinking about her magic. I didn't put it together. Taradas Grave is the name of the moon. Okay, that makes sense. Can you teach me what you know? I suppose I'm capable of it. But no, the secrets of the Archon of Tides dies with me. We'll hold off on that for right now. Maybe we can get her... If we get her loyalty a bit higher, we might be able to get around that. What are the philosophical teachings of the School of Tide? That is a question I can answer. It would surprise you little to learn that we see all things, people, war, seasons, to be cyclical, waxing and waning through the various forms, like the tides and the light of Taradas Grave. There we go. Now we have the fucking lore entry. Taradas the planet has 2 satellites visible by the naked eye. The tide-locked Taradas Grave and the rapidly orbiting Interloper. Interesting. Scholars have long studied the effect of these 2 moons on the ocean currents, and a great deal of folklore concerns the origins of the moons. A common belief within the Empire is that the Taradas Grave will finally set on the horizon when Kairos' rule ends, whereas those of the Tears insist the moons are older than the old walls and will outlive even Kairos. Obsidian really seems to like the trope of having 2 moons. Like, shows up in Pillars of Eternity, shows up here. We're already 2 for 2 for it. If it shows up in another setting of theirs, I'm going to start questioning somebody having a major astronomy fetish. The mind is limited. We are born and spend our lives dodging death. We expect all stories to have a beginning and an end. We assume all things start and stop like us. In truth, all things are cycles, some by matters of minutes, others by the matters of years or lifetimes. It is cool. I mean, it's a cool trope. This is the second time it's popped up. And the smaller moon is even called the Interloper, which seems to imply that it interferes with magic or it interferes with the tides in much the same way that the smaller moon in Pillars of Eternity also impacts and influences their tidal structure to a greater degree. In the School of Tides, we appreciate patterns of all sorts. Most are called to the depths. Others find their interest skybound. Many still find the tides of human emotion and political fortunes far more intriguing than inanimate tides that are found in the orbits in the oceans. From what archon do the Tidecasters draw upon for their magic? The first Tidecasters were given the gift of magic by our school's founder, Occulted Jade, the Archon of Tides. She was not of Kairos' ilk, but she was as powerful as any Archon, and from her name and legacy, we can mimic the moon's pull upon the seas and the change of currents. See that? Here we go. Occulted Jade, Archon of Tides, founder of the School of Tides, and its only ruler. Though she wore the title of Archon, occulted Jade never bowed to Kairos, though many have tried to compel her to do so. Having arrived with the settlers that first made landfall at the Five Wives, she is perhaps the oldest known living Tearsman, capable of manipulating the oceans, the moons, and all transitory forms of water. Occulted Jade used her magic to form a cabal of seafaring traders, musicians, and academics. I'm not going to academics. And it was the dedication to the arts that helped the school endure, for by teaching these trades to the children of noble families, the school remained in the good graces of the realms. Being able to control almost anything cyclical and fluid, Occulted Jade has lived for centuries and could still be alive today, but none know with certainty. In the years before the conquest of the Tears, the School of Tides discovered the Overlord's plan to invade. Despite all assumptions that the Tears' resident Archon would defend her school and her home to the death, to the surprise of all, the Archon simply vanished across the seas, taking nearly the entire School of Tides with her into exile across uncharted waters. That is interesting. To have arrived here in the first place, most likely having come from a land that Kairos either conquered or was in the process of conquering, and then to just run away again the second Kairos showed up. It is from her that we have spells to turn the moon's pleasant hues into a baleful ray of searing gravelight. In all these years, I have not grown tired of the thrill of power. It's a rush of carnal humors every time. Okay, so I assumed Ebb was chaotic good. I'm getting much more of a chaotic neutral vibe from her now. She's advocating betrayal. She's advocating fighting. She's talking about how great it is to just wield power for the sake of power. Yeah. She swore to you after all. I mean, yeah. Gravelight is the magical term for the light of the moon Taratus Grave, specifically when harnessed and manipulated for nefarious purposes. While the moon's rays are normally incapable of causing so much as mild sunburn, the Tidecasters have long studied magic that could concentrate these rays into bolts and beams of searing doom. The Tidecasters have spent centuries trying to mimic and control the moon's tidal pull on the oceans, and will often mention that diverting moonlight is the easy stuff compared to pulling and pushing the tides. But modern time has forced the School of Tides to concentrate on the more martial applications of their magic. Carnal humors. Yeah, it's basically saying she gets off to killing people with magic, or at least harming, using magic in such a powerful way. I'm guessing you could tell me more than I ever wanted to know about the moons. And you'd be right. My magic is generally associated with the moon Taratus Grave, but you have to know where Interloper is in the sky when mucking about with such mystic forces. Do you control the water itself, or do you merely mimic the tidal effects the moons have upon the water? Both, actually, and I'm amused that you're keen on the difference. Our spells of ice and mist affect water directly, but are of limited volume. Displacing your own body weight in water is no mean feat. But if I were to move an ocean current, I'd drive myself nuts moving water in front of a boat a little at a time. That's where I'd use a cantrip to simulate a tidal pull. Taratus Grave is the large one. Tell me what you can of it. Taratus Grave is fixed in the sky, always overhead, day and night. It was first named by folks living far in the east. They'd look to the west and see the moon like a permanent hill on the horizon, a grave where the sun dies each evening. That's how the older folks saw it. If you live in the western part of the world, Taratus Grave is overhead at all times. It means that day and night it's reflecting the sun's rays, and if you know what you're doing, it doesn't just reflect, it magnifies. Geolock, I believe the phrase is tidally locked. It's a tidally locked body. The moon is constantly fixed over a singular point and is orbiting the planet at the same rate that the planet is rotating. Which is interesting, because yes, it would mean that certain portions of the world, it would also mean that portions of the world never see the moon. They would have no knowledge of it. How would that affect the School of Tides? Because they said they escaped over the ocean. It does mean that if they go far enough, they'll be in an area where the moon is not visible. Ever. How would that affect their powers? Would it affect their powers? Interesting implications here. The interloper is the one that moves, if I remember the lessons correctly. Exactly. The interloper orbits Taratus at a steady clip, and its orbit sometimes crosses in front of Taratus Grave, leading to mystical calamity. You don't know what you're doing. Have you heard anything from the Tidecasters that left before the war? No, and I don't like entertaining the hope. Those cowards are gone. They didn't die at sea, they're dead to me. I reserve the right to be pleasantly surprised if they come back, eager to fight the good fight, but I am not holding my breath. All of the brave Tidecasters died, present company excepted. We'll talk about other
I
arcane
normally
magic.
charge for this, but for you...
Do you know anything of the magic of the Archons? Enough to know that I'm out of my element. That is to say, I've studied the many Archons a great deal and have a great number of hypotheses and conjectures, but, well, I'm no expert yet. And like most who have invoked the Archons of times past to work magic, I do wonder what difference of birth or experience gave one magical potential to be an Archon. Most of my studies have been to the question of the origins of form. It's known that we can emulate the magic of the Archons that came before us, but is it possible to tap into the magic of Archons yet to be? So far, the answer appears to be no. He looks at the ground with a rumpled smirk. Do you know anything about the old walls and the spires? Not enough. Never enough. Ebb smiles, twirling her staff in her hands. As a child, I was terrified of the old walls. I think that's true of most, but now that I can arc gravelight with a wiggle of my fingers, well, I think when I'm a shriveled old hag, dying in the old walls would be one hell of a way to go. And what can you tell me of the Bane? What I know is largely taken from Master Cambril's work, and some near-fatal experience venturing close to the old walls myself. As best I understand it, the Banes are bits of magical will that have an extended life of their own. I'm of the belief that they nest or reproduce within the old walls, the only place that you regularly find them. Hag she may be, shriveled and old she is not yet. Our magic attracts the Bane. That much I know to be true firsthand. Again, personal theory, but I'm guessing that they eat or drink magic, so to speak. Our spells are invitations to die.
Ask away.
I wish to know more of yourself. What would you like to know? Tell me of your name. I was born Hazen Lavenga, but for most of my life, and I suppose for all the days after, I've known and will be known as Ebb. Typecaster Ebb for those trying to be obsequious. I've also probably used a bunch of aliases that are going to haunt me at some point. Hazen? I didn't realize you were nobility. I know, I dress myself and cook my own food, so misleading. Mother was a magistrate of Ardent, and father was admiralty. It's mostly meaningless, though. Our lands are now within the hands of the Overlord. And how'd you get the nickname? It's one of those not especially funny jokes that stuck long past its season. I wrote the word ebb with 2 B's incorrectly on a written examination, and Master Fulvac started calling me Ebb from then on. He claimed it fit me, since I was a cynical little shit that always sees the ebb and never the flow. Oh. Okay, that's pretty funny, I'll admit. Did you always wish to be a tidecaster? When I was a little girl, what I really wanted to be was a marine, burly bitch at the prow of a trireme, first to crack some skulls when the ships rammed. You know, an honest living. Fortunately, the school sought me out before I got myself killed. Bit of a dick, that's putting it mildly. The School of Tides was looking for new blood, and my father was an Admiral of Haven. The school wanted me for political connections. I got to spend my first couple of years proving I actually belonged with them, and that was fun. What did you do before the conquest? My husband was born in Apex. He left his prosperous lands to be with me. So when the nest was empty, it seemed right we leave my homeland and see his side of the tears. We had a year and a bit to ourselves before the war began. We saw all of Apex. I took him along to all the old sailing routes along the Five Wives and Sunder. Those were good times. Then came the war, and I learned I would be one of the last Tearsmen to live free of Kairos. Ever since then, I think Oathbreaker has technically been my chosen profession. Seems that Ebb was always something of a hotspur, but with enough of a head on her to be a spellcaster. Yeah, she strikes me as being startlingly similar to Verse, actually. Just with a slightly... Verse is more obvious on the sadism, but Ebb is very clearly someone who revels in the power that she has. She doesn't use it for ill, at least not majorly, but I wouldn't necessarily trust her with authority over other people. I have a feeling she would be a little too enthusiastic in some cases, and potentially a little abusive of her power. Though, too, from the sound of it, the Tidecasters as a whole were more than willing to abuse their powers for their own personal gain, at least for the gain of their operation as a whole. She likes fighting and winning, but takes no particular pressure to decide. Yes. Again, surprisingly similar to Verse, just lacking in the sadism angle. Tell me of your family. Oh, trying to salt old wounds now. They're all gone, but if you really care to know, I had a husband, 3 children, siblings that I didn't hate. Every family has its troubles, and I was lucky that awkward and stilted dinner banter was the worst of it. What of your husband? Pelox Aldenos and I were married in 410. Aldenos was a Falksman of the Vendrian Guard back before they were starving partisans, but I saw him more as a carpenter. Woodworking was just a hobby of his, but my fondest memories were of him trying to shape something, and me making stupid joke about the firmness of his materials. Oh shit, that was one of the ones we fought, wasn't it? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, oh, no, someone else was named Pelox or Pollux or something. He perished at the gates of judgment. I saw him die, and I don't want to talk about it. Just know that I've made my peace with it, and I'm glad I was with him on the field of battle when the time came. I miss him, but it might have been for the best. He was only a few years older than me. My studies let me always a bit younger than him, and that difference grew with time. Aldenos was slowing down and half figured the Gates of Judgment would be his last battle anyways. If anything, he got exactly the death he wanted. In that sense, I will always be very happy for him. Brown Bear, calm down. Don't make me tell Tenwin to get the bat. AKA magic slows aging. In general, yes, and it seems that if you study life and vigor magic in particular, as we see with Lantry, it seems to have an even more enhanced effect. It wouldn't surprise me if studying other magic sigils might create other effects, such as if you practice more destructive magic, you might be more you might have more powerful muscles or more capable at picking out details or things like that. Things that would enhance those particular aspects. Unless the bat has 9-inch nails, it's not slowing me down. All right, break out the Negan special, everybody. I don't even watch Walking Dead. I just know that character exists because everybody was screaming about him. Tell me of your children. There was the twins, Drevenor and Lorma, the youngest son, Akamas. Aldenos wanted more, but I was nearing the end of my trials at the School of Tides, and dueling with lethal magics is a terrible idea with child. He was in Dead or Alive. Really? Huh. Didn't know that. I don't even pay attention to the Dead or Alive series. Sorry. Drevenor and Lorma followed my husband's trade and took to the Falks. Akamas preferred the harp more than people. Can't blame him one bit. I made sure all of my children could read, and I'm damn proud of that fact. Probably the only thing I did do right. What became of the twins? They also died at the Gates of Judgment. Drevenor died, at least, run through by a disfavored spear from their phalanx. Lorma was also at the battle, but I don't know what became of her. My fear was that she was recruited by the chorus, perhaps a new name, if he's still alive. What became of your youngest? Without Drevenor and Lorma, Akamas, well, he never quite... He took his own life in 430. Ebb shrugs, her eyes glancing far away from you. I should have put him on a trireme and shoved him out to the seas. He did not ask for birth, nor did I prepare him for the bitterness that life would offer. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for your loss. Spare me your sorrow, Fatebinder. I have lost family to Kairos, 2 in one battle. But even then, I'm hardly unique. What of the rest of your family? More on topics, all magic slows it. I think, given the way it's described, all magic slows aging and improves certain physical attributes, but life and vigor magic in particular probably have the strongest effect on life expectancy and physical fitness overall. Atrophy, though. Yeah, I have to wonder what happens when you study atrophy. If you're familiar with Skullgirls, the lore, and so on, no. I know of the game's existence. I know there was some controversy with some censorship issues because they were changing outfit designs and stuff like that and got rid of art designs and stuff after the fact that people had already downloaded and people were not happy with that. I know nothing about the lore or anything regarding that at all. My family's Hazen folk through and through. Mother prided herself on being descended from a Hazen Rabban, one of the founding magistracies of the city of Arden. He looks to the side, mouth twisting in thought. Sad thing is, they all died during the conquest, but that's not how I lost contact. I lost contact because magic and travel became my life. Had plenty of time to get to know them as an adult, but I simply didn't. Skullgirls lore is surprisingly interesting, still sad that they'll probably never see a proper expansion. Yeah, another game studio that ripped itself apart and was bought out at the same time. Not what you want to hear about it. Especially not if you're a fan of the game. I can only imagine they must have been pissed. But that one's my fault. Can't even blame Kairos for that. I have a hard time believing all of this. You don't even seem particularly troubled by any
Well,
of it.
I'm an accomplished liar, but I've no need to spin a tale about any of this. My husband, most of my kids, my parents. Kairos' thugs took them all. If I don't seem broken up, it's because I'm not. I don't feel such things anymore.
Interesting. You sound a bit heartless, gain average fear. Save your tears for peacetime. Gain loyalty. Lose fear. Interesting. I've noticed that you sign your magic with a great deal of anger.
I like to think of it more as well-refined rage. But amusing you noticed it all the same. Hate is akin to an acid, a poison of the heart that consumes most from within. And like any fluid, if you know how to hold it, you can apply it. It's a trick of the trade, I suppose. One's surges and dry spells of emotion are no different than the rhythms of the waves. There's a shared logic to taming both. Sadness, mania, rage. I suppose I have these things, but they're just humors in the blood to be pushed, needed, and restrained as the situation demands.
It's a literal dark side rhetoric. In some ways, but given that this universe doesn't really have that, Lord Brownbear, I'm leaning more towards... She knows, despite her brusque wording and appearance, she knows almost intuitively, based on what I'm reading here, she knows exactly the line she can push things to. She knows exactly how far she can push without actually pissing someone off. She knows exactly how far she can push without causing someone to break. And so she rides that line in order to allow her own emotions to be as expressed as fully as she can without causing an issue, essentially. I think she's actually a lot better at reading people than she lets on. Like, she lets on that she's tactless and she just throws around these things. I think it's almost fourth wall leaning, in a way. She knows exactly what to say that'll rile people up, but not enough to get them to act out. And she reflects that on herself as well. She pushes her own emotions to the edge where they might lead her to make a stupid mistake, but not quite far enough to actually cause a problem for her. And again, she's treating it like the tide. She's able to manage these emotional states. She's riding the wave rather than just letting herself be pushed along by the current. How did you fall in with the guard during the rebellion? What does it matter now that they're gone? I thought they were the last hope of the Tears. A ninny shitting fuck of a chance is still more than no chance at all.
Ask away.
Fair enough. I have questions about the people of the
We all know
Tears.
how to swim, and we all know how to fight. Most Northmen are lucky to make half that boast. What would you like to know?
I'm curious about the people. I think you'll find each of us thinks of themselves a child of Haven, as in my case, or a child of Azure, child of Apex, or what have you. But I suppose we Tearsmen have our shared customs. The most treasured of those customs used to be the pride of being free of Kairos' rule. Why were the Tears settled so far on the edge of the world? Human settlers arrived just over 400 years ago, displaced from a war between what is now Kairos' realm of Treven and the Fertile Sands. A flotilla of barely seaworthy rigs just went west across the high seas. Tearsmen will sometimes speak of the 5 waves. We use it to refer to the first 5 settlements where the colonists made landfall, as well as to the first 5 matriarchs that went on to form the ruling dynasties of the Tears. Of course, I'm leaving out the matter of the builders of the old walls, who knows when they lived here and why they're gone, but those old walls, sir, didn't just fall out of the sky. Why is it among the Tears that men cannot own land or women ships? For centuries, it's been our way that the men own the ships, but the women own the harbors. Our customs don't truly prevent ownership, they merely limit inheritance. Land passed to daughters, then sisters, then mothers, then aunts. Ships passed to sons, then brothers, then fathers and uncles. It seems strange to outsiders, but it always made sense to me. The men are blessed with wanderlust, and women with a sense of permanency. Likewise, the captain of a ship can't pause to carry a child, and the men grow restless if left in one place. In truth, the custom varies from location to location. You'll find men with enough wealth to own land, and women with enough sway to own their own ships. As is often the case, the nobles pick and choose their traditions. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that in the slightest. Still, it's an interesting cultural interpretation of that. The men are more likely to wander, more likely to go out afield. They're not the ones carrying children, so it makes sense for them to do the dangerous exploration and travel. Meanwhile, the women are settled more permanently, so the land is owned in their name. Plus, it does resolve some of the issues with inheritance, since you never have to question where the daughter came from. Like, you know the daughter is descended from the mother. It's not about power, it's about embracing difference. To some extent. I mean, nobles will be nobles. I have no doubt that the Tears had their own spats of dynastic feuds over sisters and daughters fighting over various aspects of the inheritance from powerful matriarchs of the family, but it probably did help to at least alleviate some of their differences. It's also probably the first thing Kairos set about destroying, since Kairos seems to favor a very sex-neutral approach to their laws. It probably instituted either a divisional system similar to Gavelkind, or some form of primogenitor inheritance in which the first child gets everything and can then choose to dole out aspects of that inheritance to their younger siblings, if they so choose. Actually, Gavelkind strikes me as more something Kairos would do to also prevent the accumulation of power. So it would basically lead to any property being divided perfectly, or at least as close to perfectly, in half as possible every time someone dies. Kairos also probably has an inheritance tax so that they get a cut every time a powerful noble dies as well, since that would make sense for an authoritarian government. But enough about that. Why didn't the younger realms stand united against Kairos? This I want to know, because you guys had a great defensive position at the Bastard City, and you completely fucking flubbed it. Are you trying to rub it in? Yes, the younger realms were defeated one at a time by the invaders. Maybe if I was the Queen of the Tears, that wouldn't have happened. Well then, what would Queen Ebb have done? I would have taken the threat seriously the moment troops stopped marching to the gates of judgment. Am I the only person whose mother mentioned that Kairos was a real threat? Opportunity. That's what killed us. Haven wanted to watch the Bastard Teal fall. Apex was hoping Haven would fall, and Azure wanted Stalwart to be attacked first. Every realm in the tiers had some interest in watching their neighbors fail. So we all held back our support until a year or so into the war, and it was too fucking late by then. Squabbling idiots. I've noticed that the Tiersmen also live with a great number of Beastmen on their borders. What has that been like? The Beastmen of the Tiers are hardier and smarter than their kin elsewhere, and fortunately we've lived together in relative harmony for most time. Make no mistake, life is difficult for the Beastmen in the Tiers, but compared to, say, how they're treated in the Empire, I'd like to think we Tiersmen were a bit more modern and forward-thinking, even if just by a little bit. But I suppose I also take an overly optimistic view of our beastly cousins. I find their clumsy honesty endearing, and while no human will say nice things about my cooking, no Beastman has ever said anything mean about my worsted. Progressive spits. I mean, as far as Beastmen go, one could argue some of their other traditions weren't nearly as much. Kairos does enforce a fairly brutal but very straightforward meritocracy, regardless of any pre-existing stuff, especially since they seem to obliterate the noble class in most of the Empire. The only real nobility in the Empire are the Archons, and whoever the Archons choose to trust. Didn't the Tiers have Beastmen slaves? That seems to be the implication in Azure, but remember, the Tiers are very heavily divided between the different realms. It could be that in other realms they were far better treated. Azure, though, as a largely agrarian society, seemed to favor using the Beastmen as slavery for the purposes of running their agricultural centers. They lack mental merit. But is the discrimination over lack of mental merit a form of discrimination? Like, we're probably going to have to talk to more Beastmen to get more perspective, and we're probably not going to get that until we go to Azure proper, since that seems to be where the majority of them were located. But yes, in regards to the conversation on the younger realms, yes, they had a great defensive position in the Bastard Tier. If they had thrown their full united forces into the Bastard Tier, they might have been able to delay Kairos for a lot longer. Given Kairos' willingness to throw around edicts, it probably wouldn't have lasted very much longer, but it would have bought them time, and it would have created a sense of unity amongst the tiers that would have served them better, either continuing to resist Kairos or as a united province under Kairos. It still would have served them better. What of the major resistors to Kairos'
Aside
rule?
from the ones you slew? The Vendrian Guard were the most staunch opponents of Kairos. With their passing, the Overlord's rule is absolute. Well, aside from the local Archons being in a state of civil war. Was there a particular group you wish to discuss?
Tell me about the Unbroken of Stalwart.
The Unbroken is the name of the military of the now fallen realm of Stalwart. Every citizen of Stalwart was trained to fight, and all were expected to answer the rallying cry of the Regents, the ruling small council of the realm.
Oh, so the Regents are not a singular person or a singular family. It's a small group of nobles. Interesting.
A decade ago, Stalwart was the ass end of jokes Tiersmen would tell each other. The people of Stalwart are obnoxiously proud of a long history of being invaded, but never losing. The disfavored put an end to their vaunted record of victory.
Interesting. So despite this world being set in the late Bronze Age, the Disfavored are clearly a Roman legion, kind of. Early Roman Republic, I should say. Not Imperial Rome Legion, but very much Roman Republic Legion. They don't recruit from outsiders. They're purely drawn from the citizenry of the Northern Empire and from its most noble families. They're heavy infantry discipline, fighting in a quasi-phalanx formation. Stalwart is sounding more like Sparta in this kind of analogy. Older phalanx style, kind of a militarized society to an insane degree, and a bit of a joke to anybody who isn't having to actually fight a war with them.
The Unbroken still persist, albeit marginally so. The Disfavored withdrew after the Edict of Storms began shredding the landscape. Their holdfast of Sentinel Stand Keep was never taken, and the citizen army, though scattered, could still be rallied.
Tell me of the Stone Stalkers of Azure.
Kairos' war was disastrous to the human realm of Azure, but a stroke of good luck for the numerous beastmen that toiled in Azure's endless wheat fields. With the Masters all dead, the serfs have been set free. The Stonestalkers are a tribe born from these newly freed beasts. I imagine they would never bow to Kairos or the Archons. Too many generations have been enslaved. I'd wager anything they'll die before they ever bow.
So it definitely sounds like when we get to Azure, part of that is going to be resolving the Stonestalkers and either bringing them under Kairos' banner by diplomacy or forcing them to bend the knee.
Beastmen understand strength and leadership, but it's always in the concrete sense. I can't pretend to know how they think, but I could never imagine them accepting an absent Prima. A distant ruler they can't see or smell seems a bit too abstract.
Which would make conquering them and bringing them into the fold quite a bit harder, since they would probably demand that Kairos themselves come and present themselves to rule over the tribe, and, well, Kairos isn't going to fucking do that. Tell me of the Bronze Brotherhood.
The Bronze Brotherhood is one of the most feared and famous of the Free City mercenary companies. They serve the highest bidder, and during the war, that was Kairos. Most of the Brotherhood perished in the war, but a handful, the crew hired to work at Lethian's Crossing. They got to babysit the Forge-bound and survived the last few years with minor losses. The band is too small to be a serious threat to the Disfavored or the Chorus, but they are scourge-worshipping berserks that will adopt any enemy for the right price. Maybe even Kairos.
Are there any other remnants of the Younger Realms that could attempt to rise against the Overlord?
Several sages came to our aid during the Second Battle of Vendrian's Well. I at first thought they meant to kill me, but instead they put their lives on the line for us. They spoke of others in their guild braving the Edict of Fire to salvage lore from the burning library. Though I may find them untrustworthy, it must be said that the sages have a certain fearlessness toward the Overlord. Perhaps that could be kindled further.
I have to imagine, given Lantry's description of what he was doing in the burning library, that most of the moderate scholars were either dead or missing by the end. From the sound of it, the radicals on both sides were the only survivors. You had those that Lantry managed to convince to run away and surrender, and you had the hardcore anti-Kairos group that also seems to have managed to escape and is now trying to stage some level of resistance. I have a feeling, as I said, all the moderate voices amongst them were still in the Citadel when everything went to hell, and we literally conjured up a fucking volcano under their feet.
Historically speaking, an alliance with the School of Ink and Quill is just asking to have your efforts stolen and your goals undermined. Mark my words, some things never change.
Interesting. Your concern is noted, but relevant. If the sages will obey me, I will work with them. Gain average fear. Would you rather they be our enemies? Think of the sages as a resource. In a sense, we are fools not to use them. Gain average loyalty from her, but gain average fear from Lantry. I'm actually in favor of this. We're thinking of this in a very pragmatic way. You must think of the sages as a resource when it comes to war. In such a sense, we would be fools not to take advantage of it.
Well, perhaps we can shove them in front of the enemy. And the ones that volunteered at Vendrian's Well weren't all bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad blood between the school and between the schools of Scribe and Quill and the schools of the Tide. Like, they just fucking hate each other. What can you tell me of the different nations of the tiers? Before Kairos came, the tiers were the Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, and the Free Cities. In about that order of prominence. We all trace our roots back to the 5 waves, though. Sometimes a bit of ancestral shoreline seems to be all we have in common. Tell me of the Younger Realms first. Haven, Azure, Apex, and Stalwart were the 4 major forces of the tiers for nearly 4 centuries. A few other dynasties have tried their hand, but all eventually were defeated or absorbed into those 4. Not sure when the term younger came into fashion, but it's always been a term of humble contrast. Just look at the old walls.
Someone was here before us and built them. Don't know really anything about them, but it stands to reason there used to be an older realm that did all the construction. Before Kairos came, the Tears were the... Oh, that's the same line. I hate it when it does that. Keep reading shit that I've already read. Tell me of the Bastard Tier. The northernmost of the tiers, the choke point leading into the Empire. It's been a hub of trade for centuries, and a long line of merchant families and private armies have kept the realm largely lawless. Though many of us used to joke about the Bastard City being sacked by rabid dogs, Tunon's capture of the city was a terrible blow to the morale of the Tiersmen. We knew that day that Kairos was more than just a fun story to scare your kids. Before Kairos came, the Tiers were... God damn it, I did it again. Can you tell me of the free cities? There's little free about the free cities save for their independence from the other realms. They're not physically adjacent, but rather politically allied by their shared hatred of the other realms of the Tiers. Most all of the free cities were defeated with little effort by Kairos' forces. The way I heard it, Nerat just had to have agents hire up their mercenaries and order them to simply be elsewhere when the armies of the Overlord arrive.
Ask away.
Let's see what else. What can you tell me of the Archons that have lived in the Tiers?
Not entirely sure. Which is to say, there was a time I studied my enemy in great detail, but I've recently come to learn that much of my information was little more than lies and misdirection.
Interesting. But I would like to know those lies and misdirection. It'd be interesting to know what the Archons, probably the voices of Nerat especially, have been spreading as lies to cover their actual abilities. Knowing what they're lying about can be just as useful as knowing what the truth is, as long as you know what is and isn't a lie. Let's start with the obvious. What do you know of the voices of Nerat? The Archon of Secrets lives up to his name. If he weren't so loathsome a beast, I'd half admire his mastery of the magical arts. They say he knows all the sigils lost to history, but I've also heard it said all that stolen knowledge is why he speaks in different voices. In truth, I'm learning that most of what I know is just Did it again. I did it again. Ah! Or no, that is a new line. God damn it! It's just lies and misdirection, though I guess he'd be a poor Archon of Secrets if I had my facts right. Okay, let's keep moving. What do you know of Graven Ash? Before the conquest, I had assumed Graven Ash a harmless old man, an Archon in name only past his prime. We couldn't have been more wrong. Many have underestimated the great general by his age. Few have made the mistake twice. Ash is a remarkable general. He's led his relatively tiny army of disfavored in a nearly unstoppable rampage across the tiers. He does not seem to win his wars with obvious displays of mystic power, but with good old-fashioned leadership and solid soldiers. A year or so back, under the blue flag talk with a commander, I was told that the Archon knows the name of every soldier under his command, living and dead. The way the disfavored speak of Ash, you'd think that he'd raised each of them from the cradle. What do you know of Cairn? Enough. She inhales sharply, folding her arms with a scowl. Why the hostility suddenly? The Archon of Stone destroyed much that I hold dear, and I'm glad he's dead. What more need I say? Oh, shit. All right.
Not entirely sure. Which is to say, there was a time...
What do you know of Siren? I'm sure there may be younger Archons in the historical records, but Siren is certainly an unusually powerful child. It's said that half the chorus was recruited by her persuasive song, and I'd not doubt it. I also know the voices of Nerat put a shackle on her power, probably feared she'd become the favorite of the rabble.
Ask away.
What do you know of arcane society?
I know a great deal of the mages of the tiers, or at least their history. Most are dead now. I know a little less about the guilds sworn to Kairos' Archons, but I try to make an effort to know my opposition.
Tell me what you know of the Earthshakers. The Earthshakers are the are the disciplines of Cairn? It should be disciples. It should be disciplines is a thing, not a person. A disciple of Cairn. Yeah. The Earthshakers are the disciples of Cairn, Archon of Stone. They share their master's command of tremors and soil. They also share his aloof and brooding temperament. From what I gather, the Earthshakers serve the disfavored, but the relationship has been deeply strained by Cairn's fall from grace. I could imagine there's the fear that Cairn shared with them something subversive or treasonous. What do you know of the Blood Chanters? The Blood Chanters are the voices of Nerat's personal cabal. Their magic is taken from the sigil of Siren and from techniques stolen from the schools of Wild Wrath, namely their magic of fire, as learned from Thousand Embers, Archon of Fire. They barely qualify as a school or guild. Most of them are barely literate, and I bet most of them didn't learn a damn thing. They just had their knowledge shoved into their heads by Nerat. Oh, now that's interesting. That would explain why so many of them are crazy. Nerat's essentially using them as a heat sink for some of his excess personalities and magical abilities. They're all the brutal buffoonery of the chorus with the magic to make the blood less contagious. Their only redeeming feature, I guess they make the sages seem not half bad. What can you tell me of the Forgebound? The Forgebound have an unusual magic. They specialize in the slow, painstaking rituals that do not produce the dazzling blast of energy and shards of flying ice like our magic. Instead, their spells render them immune to the fires of the forge and at one with their tools of the trade. I admit, I have a bit of a fascination with them. I much prefer the power and brutality of my own magic, but if I lived in a calmer, wiser time, I think there'd be great satisfaction in using magic to become the master of one's craft. Do you think Lantry is just jealous you have another mage in your retinue? The spite between the two of them seems very cultural, not personal. Like, it's not that Lantry hates Ebb, it's that he hates the tide caller that is Ebb. And it's not that Ebb hates Lantry, it's that Ebb hates anyone related to the school. And if she finds out that he was one of the ones who was trying to convince the school to surrender, she'll probably want to kill him right out. What can you tell me of the School of Ink and Quill? Behind the Tidecasters, the School of Ink and Quill are the second oldest arcane institution in the tiers. We go back a ways, and there's a lot of bad blood. If I'm being objective, the sages claim to be scholars interested in collecting, archiving, and preserving lore from all of humanity. They're quite keen to gather that lore, but in no sense do they seek to share their knowledge with any of the rest of the tiers. Many of our secrets were pilfered by sage spies over the centuries, and we're not alone. The sages have the secrets of many guilds in their employ. Their generations of theft have made them versatile and dangerous. And that's the other side of the coin. The problem isn't that the sages want to seek out knowledge. The problem is that the sages have a by any means necessary attitude towards acquiring that knowledge, including straight up spying on people. And what can you tell me of your own guild, the School of Tides? Our patron is Occulted Jade, Archon of Tides, as old as the first settlers of the Five Wives, and for nearly 5 centuries we were masters of the coasts and rivers. These days, it's a school of one. You're looking at it. He thumps her chest with a bemused smirk. I've always wondered, why didn't your Archon fight in the war? About a year or so before the first of your troops arrived in the Bastard Tier, Occulted Jade proclaimed that the age of the tiers was over, and she said she'd depart southwest into the unknown and unending ocean, rather than face Kairos. A few of my guildmates went with her, choosing to risk the endless high seas rather than risk battle. A few of us, the militants, as our peaceful brethren dubbed us, chose to stood and fight. To my knowledge, I'm the last of those. What of other magical schools and guilds of the tiers? Well, there have been several to crop up and wither over the century. The Cutters Guild took their healing magic north centuries ago. The School of Flowering Winter limped along as an inconsequential group of gardeners. Most other schools in the tiers fizzled out early, slain by suspicious neighbors, subverted and destroyed by one of the big 3.
Ask away.
I'd like to ask you about our traveling companions. What do you make of Barrick?
My one concern with Barrick is that he's still loyal to Graven Ash and not to you. Barrick seems steadfast, faithful, and dependable. But if it comes down to you versus Graven Ash, therein lies the test.
I mean, I agree, which is why I've been trying to raise his loyalty this whole time. If it weren't a tactical asset, it'd be fun to try and pry him out of that suit. Curious to see if his midsection is as strong, firm, and taut as I've imagined it to be. Oh god, Ebb is just as thirsty as Brownbear is. God damn it. I mean, she's not married anymore, and it's obviously been a few years, so... She nods, silently awaiting your follow-up. Yeah, fucking Lantry glancing at Verse and being like, hot damn, that is the definition of I shouldn't stick my dick in crazy, but... Meanwhile, Ebb over here just being like, god damn, if Barrick's walking around with that kind of armor, what does he look like under it? Well, firstly, if we ever get him out of the armor, the first thing we're gonna do is give him a fucking bath. What are your thoughts on Verse?
We should consider ourselves fortunate that one of the most deadly members of the Scarlet Furies considers you a suitable gang leader. That said, I think her involvement with you is entirely suspect. I would wager good money the voices of Neratis listening through her, or perhaps seeing what she sees.
Like Lantry to teach you the preservation signal just to survive the night with Ebb. You assume that would be enough, Lord Brownbear. And what is your take on Lantry?
Probably the only word thief I haven't wanted to dismember. Him? I'd merely play with an ice knife.
The wandering scholar thing seems an act. It's always an act with the sages, always pretending to know less than they actually do. I'm sure he's got 1,000 reasons for why he's not like them or more trustworthy than the rest, and I know his type, so I don't trust him. Aw, that's high praise coming from you. I'm going to take this staff and repeatedly jam it into your backside until you prolapse. Okay, we will be stepping in between this. Ah, just like that, balance is restored to all known existence. You had me worried there.
Ask away.
Let's talk of
What is
something
it you
else.
need?
Grab your things. I have
course.
need of your seal. We
I
are
will
going to
return
leave
our
Blanchard,
holdfast at once.
and we will grab Ebb. She is... Ooh, 4 attribute points. Okay, we're just going to improve her spellcasting right away. She has Tidecast. Interesting. All the other types are control. That one specifically is called Tidecasting. Because all the other magical abilities are control lightning, control fire, control ice. This one is their own... Can we please pull this up so I can read it? In terms of character's ability to manipulate the waves, Tidecasters, through their strong leap with Tyrannis Grave, can use their own energy to influence the movement of water. Higher skill values, yada, yada, yada. They control Grave Light. Okay. She has Phantom Bolt. You cannot view or modify Phantom Bolt until you learn the Sigil of Tyrannis. So we can learn it later. Interesting. First things first, though, let's go ahead and give her the healing ability. She has a lore skill of 58, which is unfortunate. We're going to need to get that higher. We're definitely going to need to get that higher. Go ahead and assign that to her. Also going to go ahead. I think it said she was still decent with... Yes, Control Lightning is her other one. Doesn't appear that we can use Grave Light with her yet. We could order her to teach it to you. I'm seriously considering that, but I'm hoping that if we get her loyalty a bit higher, she will then be willing to do so without doing that. Even after swearing loyalty, Ebb doesn't take orders well. Yeah, she is, as I said, she very much leans chaotic neutral from what we've seen. We have plenty of elemental damage, but she is better with lightning, so we'll go ahead and give her the AoE. Ooh, faux AoE, 50% shock damage. Take it. Okay, so we want to double up on lightning abilities for her. Nice. Radius of 7.2. That increases that. She can't use that yet. We can use the range sigil or the duration sigil, or the accuracy is the most important starting off. I'm going to go ahead and assign that to her. Then we're also going to go ahead and give her the melee lightning as well. Boost the intensity, boost the accuracy. Go ahead and give that. Let me see what this does. Phantom Bolt, control Grave Light, faux AoE versus magic, health drained. Oh, now that's interesting. Drains health from the target, converts it to health for the caster. Oh. So yeah, deals 24.3 damage and gives you 12.15 health. Moon Vampire. I like this. She has 4. She can learn... Okay, so hold on. What does Tidal do? It's a powerful jet of water. Summon a globe of water surround the target's head, leaving them to slowly drown. Causes raw damage over time and prevents spellcasting. Ooh, so she gets anti... She's an anti-caster with that ability. Interesting. Afflictions have the duration reduced. Gives a bonus to all frost damage. Or send a charged bolt of arcane energy at a foe that bounces to hit nearby enemies. Lift a target into the air, dealing crush damage. Wearing light armor. Okay. Causes each enemy in a cone to trigger an explosion of gray light energy. Foes take arcane damage and a portion of their lost health is returned to Ebb. Ooh. She can frighten Bane. Interesting. Makes sense considering her feeling on sages. Yeah, that would absolutely make sense. Let's go down to what is the final one. Faux AoE versus magic. Drains health. Ebb uses Grave Light to teleport across the battlefield. Enemies near her cast and destination are hit with a Grave Light attack that drains their health. Ooh, grants a significant bonus to control Grave Light skill and to its damage at night. This is the first time where I've been really conflicted as to which direction I want to take her. Grants a bonus to all shock and frost damage. Spells and abilities gain a larger area of effect. Gains a large bonus to all shock and frost damage. Ooh, bonus to movement speed. It's a powerful nova of water that repels all nearby enemies, pushing them back a fair distance. Oh, this is interesting. Gains a damage bonus to magic staves, so she definitely wants a staff at all times. I definitely want that. I want the... Let me see here. Bounces 4 times, dealing 12 arcane damage. versus magic. Doesn't have much recovery. And that will also allow her to use her control grave light more. That does give us another AoE, which would be good. Interrupt strong. We will go ahead and grab her interrupt because I feel like that's good. Go ahead and grab bonus to frost damage. Save that. Nothing for anybody else? No. Okay. We will. I think it's status. Rain. Ooh. She doesn't get a backlog of skills, unfortunately. That is unfortunate. She is going to be ranged for the most part, so we're going to go ahead and train up her dodge by 5. There we go. Get her a little better skilled there. It'd be neat to have a fantasy game with a fire mage using the equivalent of hydrogen fire, because that shit is neat. I'm not sure. I don't know what the difference is, I'm afraid, Tenwin. It has been a long time since I've taken a chemistry class. Can't do anything with that. Do we want to... Okay, there we go. That gets us a bit of a better look at her. And yes, her portrait very obviously shows that she is a bit of an older woman. She obviously still looks pretty good, though. Ooh, what does this say? Traditional uniform of the School of Tides involves little clothing, but rather a long, singular length of rope tied about the body in a harness. For these pragmatic casters, fashion that cannot double as a tool is dead weight. To conform to social standards of modesty, most tide casters prefer simple, loose-fitting affair. So you're telling me that tide casters, if they had their way, would just walk around in basically a shibari getup? Jesus Christ. Simple, loose-fitting affairs with much of their time spent in travel or on deck. Weighty armor and flowing garments that could snag oars are out of the question. As a sartorial minimalist, Ebb wears a snug vest underneath the traditional rope harness, but leaves most of her skin exposed, showcasing her body paintings. Down, boy. Down. Ebb's gloves are a simple affair. Fingerless, breathable cotton sleeve fastened with a single length of rope or nakedly tied along the lower arm. Most casters find clothes a needless bit of encumbrance, a liability that takes on water and gives one's enemy something to grab. Spending much of their life on docks and boats means often needing a bit of rope to fix or secure something. And rather than carry cumbersome bundles of line, most tide casters prefer to wear their rope as fashion so as to never be without their tool. Lightweight sandals wrapped high along the legs with a series of ornate rope ties. The open foot is designed to intended for nautical work, where closed boots would quickly become waterlogged and rank. Properly tying these sandals is a labor-intensive ordeal, but is an intentional feature of the fashion, a daily chance to practice one's speed and finesse when tying knots. And she has Sigazi. Only Ebb can equip this. Uses Control Grave Light as the skill. Fearsome specimen of the modern tiecaster staff, a bladed polearm with a much more martial, intimidating construction than the humble and hand-carved wooden staves that the first tidecasters repurposed from sailing oars. Festooned about the haft are etchings of the celestial dance between the sun, Paratus, and the moons. On weapon crit, frozen for 6.4 seconds. Has a moderate recovery speed, decent arcane damage, and has 8 meters range. Very interesting. That's the same. That would increase her recovery speed too much. We want light armor for her. If she's actually going to get a bonus from light armor, then we actually will want to stick her in light armor. So we can sell this off then. It's fine by me. Go ahead. Pop that in there so we don't carry it anymore. Still don't know what this is. Where did it come from? Corpse Eye, or no. We were using Revos to sell all of our junk. Right. Venturing Guard Rack. Interesting. Oh, right. He does qualify as that, doesn't he? Yes. You want something from me? Folds his arms impatiently. Show me what you have for sale. Yes, he has the rest of our Fate Binder equipment that I do want to pick up at some point because it does look pretty fucking cool. Hydrogen fire is unique in the sense that it burns extremely pale, combined with essentially no smoke and low heat radiation. This makes it essentially invisible in daylight until something starts to turn black. Oh, I think I've heard about this then. So I think I've heard about that because it's an almost invisible fire. You can be on fire and not even know it aside from the burning sensation. Oh, sorry, Brown Bear. I didn't notice you had also said something. Erotic is I wasn't all that into Ebb when I played this at first. It's only being reminded that my, as Ebb would put it, carnal humors have been roused. Just calm yourself, my dude. Calm yourself. What was I doing? Right. Selling off excess shit. think that's the quest item tab, so we're not going to sell that. I was going to consider giving this to her as an alternative weapon. Maybe I should give it to Lantry instead, but the rest of these can get sold off. We want to keep those, so that's 9 bronze rings. We want to grab another piece of the good armor. One armor that is... I like the look of that one. It looks a little more ornate. It only cost us about 20 of those, which I think is fine. If that's the case, I may as well go for +1 deflection, +1 accuracy. That reduces my recovery. That also reduces my recovery. So yes, we just want the hood. There we go. And we're going to equip that. And we're going to equip... And we're going to equip that. There we go. Proper Fatebinder soldier of Fatebinder mage soldier. I like it. I like it a lot. We can even see parts of our tattoos, even though most of it's covered by the hands. Nah, I want to keep the hood. I like the hood. It actually gives... I love the gold with the black accents. That's perfect. It even makes perfect sense for this. We can go ahead and give her this. Oh, and it changes color to match hers. Oh, that's actually kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. I will hide the helmet. The white hair actually really brings together the wild woman kind of look that she's got going. That is quite a bit better. That's a lot of extra deflection that she could be putting on. Yep. We'll let her keep that armor in case we could upgrade it later, but sorry, Eb, but this is really better stat-wise. And, I mean, she doesn't look bad. Actually, the purple kind of looks good on her. All right, let's get moving. We have quite literally spent almost half of this fucking stream just talking to people because holy fuck. Yep, we have +5, all skills until rest. We've got our resolve bonus. I don't think there's anything else. Actually, yeah, that wasn't there before. Why are the fires now on? Well, I mean, I guess I know why they're on. Fire pit burns with embers that give off an ethereal glow. Looking into the flame, you feel you can glimpses of distorted faces. Ugh. You asked Lantry about Eb again so she could hear. Oh, yes, that was a good idea.
One moment, my friend.
I have questions for you.
Not a semi-reliable
Oh.
font of knowledge.
Shit, there's more
What
stuff.
did you want to discuss?
Fuck. Shit. Oh, I guess we're talking more, then. I have questions about our allies and enemies.
Well, you might want to ask a more soldierly type about the armies, but do you want to talk about the Archons or other mages?
I wanted to talk about the Archons. Oh, dear God, I didn't realize he had an entire thing on this, too. Here we go again. Tell me of Graven Ash.
Ash has served with Kairos for a mere century, but he has been a reliable general and level-headed warlord. Certainly when compared to some of the more bloodthirsty Archons to serve under Kairos. I'm not saying the disfavored are merciful. I'm just saying I've read the stories of the Archon of Blood and know it could be worse. I know Graven Ash can defend his soldiers from far away. Ash's Aegis is the term us Arcanophiles have taken to calling it. Not surprisingly, Graven Ash is beloved by his troops. I mean, if Tunon could mystically protect you from cudgels and sharp sticks from leagues away, you'd like him more.
It's not wrong. What do you know of the Voices of Narat? Well, the Voices of Narat is one of Kairos' most dangerous and unpredictable of servants. He can pull memories and indeed whole personalities, if you believe some reports, from his victims, and over time this has created a single Archon with the knowledge of countless lifetimes. He and I were in written contact as part of the taking of the Vellum Citadel, though I exchanged very few words with him directly. It was readily apparent that the Voices of Narat doesn't see people, he sees uses. I know... what do you know of Tunon, Archon of Justice? First, I suppose I should ask what you know of him. He is true to his core mission, fair and just, though that can have him seeming a bit cruel to outsiders. Fair and just by your measure, as you say. Tunon, the Archon of Justice, exists in text spanning back hundreds of years. I can't say I know how he quite came to be the Overlord's adjudicator. Maybe you know that one. But he oversaw the conquest of the Tundra Sovereigns, and they bowed to Kairos in the year 83. What do you know of Blood and Mark? Arcanophiles? I'm sorry, that is not what I think. I mean, arcane, arcano. I mean, that sounds similar enough to me. Very little. His name is not printed in many texts. I know that he is sworn to Tunon and acts as his assassin. I know that he goes back a long ways as well. I've long assumed that he served Kairos about as long as Tunon, give or take. What do you know of Siren?
Not the youngest Archon in history, but certainly one of the younger, and history has yet to write much about her. And if I happen to be the first to write about her, well, that will look nice for my legacy.
And what do you know of Cairn, Archon of Stone? Of him, I know very little. I believe he was a wild man of the hills that Graven Ash subdued in 402, but only one source suggests that link. He was famous for being, well, a big sour jerk. Seems he let his mouth run off about Kairos, and that was the end of his story.
I am nothing if not a semi-reliable font of knowledge. What did you want to discuss?
What can you tell me of the School of Ink and
You mean
Quill?
what's left of them? What would you like to know?
What was the core philosophy of your school?
The sages are archivists, academicians, and arcanists. Our mission is to preserve the knowledge of today for the good of tomorrow. Though we are known for our magic, few realize that most sages concern themselves with scribal work. Only a select few have the talent or focus to work the sigils. Each sage benefited from the scrolls of learning that came before him, and so each sage must repay this boon by gathering, authoring, or translating new texts to the stacks. But all that's a bit generous. It's no secret that the sages were far more happy to add knowledge than to share it.
Oh, at least he's acknowledging that. Why did the sages resist Kairos so forcefully?
Why, indeed. As historians, it is our place to document, not direct. Let others rage and resist. Ours is the duty to record. The decision to defy Kairos was not unanimous, nor one decided upon lightly. The laws of Kairos would forbid much of the knowledge contained in the Vellum Citadel. The elder sages feared, rightly perhaps, that the Overlord would put an end to our tradition of stockpiling knowledge. The Battle of the Vellum Citadel was a battle to preserve knowledge, but our actions will be remembered as treason against the will of Kairos.
It's very interesting, because Kairos more than likely would have preferred to keep most of that stuff intact and take it, but you guys actually put up enough of a fight that he was decided to forge an edict for it. What can you tell me about the school's history?
The sages trace their days to a generation after Five Wives, when the first settlers moved west. The Vellum Citadel began as a scholastic retreat, slowly blossoming into the finest library in the continent across the generations.
Interesting, we didn't see this one before with Ebb. The Five Wives is the name for both the historic landfall of seafaring human settlers upon the Tiers, as well as the name for the archipelago where the first, now largely abandoned settlements were founded. That's interesting. I wonder why they were abandoned. In centuries past, the historic event was known more properly as the Five Wives and the Seven Husbands, for as the story goes, 7 ships made landfall, and after 2 seasons of difficult living, the 7 husbands got back on their boats to see what else was nearby, and all perished. Many suggest that this is just a parable used to explain the gender roles of land ownership and admiralty in the Tiers, but the nobility take the origin story quite seriously, and nearly every noble house in the Tiers has a family mythology linking them back to these 5 fabled matriarchs. Okay.
The centuries fly by, and suddenly, the Vellum Citadel is the definitive archive in the Tiers. The sages branched out into carrying missives for wealthy clients, training noble children to read. The peasants may have feared us, but we remained useful enough to the kings and queens of the Tiers to avoid war.
Given the widespread adoption of the Sigil of Life, I'm surprised that the sages didn't have a better reputation among the peasants, but even Lantry's pointed out that that's also been a case for them.
When Kairos came to the Tiers, that's when our hubris came back to haunt us. The elder sages, the other elder sages, not I, believed our spellcraft was enough to ward off any siege. Well, we know how that turned out.
What sort of sigils do the sages practice?
Traditionally, we use magic only so that we may observe and archive. So that means magic of concealment and protection. But, in truth, we have amassed a great wealth of knowledge. Before the Vellum Citadel fell, any given subject of magic had at least one sage practicing it.
I have to wonder if that's also part of the reason Kairos did not want them spreading more knowledge. Because aside from ourselves and those under our employ, The knowledge of intermingling sigils does not seem to be very common. Most guilds and schools of mages practice a singular or at most maybe 2 sigils to complement themselves, but do not branch out further than that. Though that might also be a gameplay restriction, gameplay and lore segregation.
So you're admitting you had at least one agent of yours studying the magic of the Tidecasters?
Oh, here we go.
Well, I mean, if such information had fallen into our hands generations ago, we'd be fools not to...
Not to suckle off that ill-gotten teat of knowledge? Filthy word whores of the worst degree. The Edict of Fire wasn't half of what you deserved.
Whores. That's a new one. Ill-gotten teat of knowledge. I will give Obsidian credit. The writing for insults in this game is quite good. So we can lose minor loyalty, gain average fear, gain average loyalty, or we can gain average fear, lose minor loyalty. This conversation is not going to be very constructive for either of you. Drop it. Now.
What would you like to know?
Let us speak of something else. Like to discuss current
How can I help?
matters. Do you know anything about the region
The
we're in?
spires predate us all. As far as I know, we're the only ones who've been up here since... ever? I think this might be a first. Perhaps the real Trailblazer had trouble getting down and was lost to history. Of course. How can I help?
Wait, why does it still highlighted?
The spires, of course.
Yes, we've already
How
seen
can
that.
I help?
Oh, it must be remaining highlighted because you can take them to other regions and then get... You're taking a lot of notes. What about?
All kinds of things. My mind is old. Memory's a sieve. Keeping track of you, noting what I hear of the war, scribbling down reminders to myself, that sort of thing.
The abundance of lore in this game is, I think, why I couldn't replay it. I could see that. I think that this game does a good job through the conquest system of setting up very distinct playthroughs, but there's so much dense reading, especially here in the first portion of the game, that it really discourages repeat playthroughs repeat playthroughs for certain people. Like, for example, I can already tell I would never play this on stream again without just rushing through most of the dialogue, especially in the early game. But on my own time, where I'm not having to worry about reading everything out loud, I might be willing to play this off stream just for myself with a different style of playthrough. But definitely not where I'm having to read everything again, because God, this is some dense writing. Good world building. Don't get me wrong, I always love me some good world building. But this is dense. Pillars of Eternity did a pretty good job of spreading this out a bit better over more conversations, more books, more stuff like that. They're really trying to dive in like, okay, this is a shorter RPG. We got to front load some of this exposition and we're going to give it to mostly your companions, which, to be fair, if you are going to do it, I would rather hear it from the companions because at least then you're getting more of their insights from an in-universe perspective and from people who you actually give a damn about compared to random NPC number 15. So you're admitting to spying on me?
Well, yes. If I'm worth my weight in tin as a craftsman of record, future generations will know of you. So yes, the Archon of Posterity sent me. You seem troubled by something that ought to be an honor.
Archon of Posterity. You say that as a joke, but for all we know, something like that actually exists. Is it safe to be riding on your own arms that much?
Oh, certainly not. But it depends on the ink I'm using. Too much cerulean and I can't sleep. But just the right amount, and I can write all night. The red ink will give you swamp bottom if you drink it, but absorbed through the skin, it'll make you taste colors and smell music. Speaking of which, I should change out my tip.
Okay, so I wasn't wrong. He is just high on his own fucking supply.
I use 3 kinds, sepia, cerulean, and a red that's never the same shade. My recipe needs work. I like having 3 colors, but they also provide different states of mind for writing.
I mean, swamp bottom is a pretty self-explanatory description. I think we're well aware of what he's referring to. Your ink's actually... No, my character actually would not say that. I'm more concerned that Lantry's going to cause himself to shit himself to death if he does this wrong. But I suppose he wouldn't have lived to the age of 84 if he didn't know what he was doing. Let's speak of something else. Oh,
Of
right.
course.
Current
How can I
matters,
help?
traveling
Are you
associates.
asking for an Good tidecasters stay underwater. Kairos did the Tears a favor by erasing those moon howlers from history. A shame one of them escaped justice.
What is it with Obsidian Games and Grandpa being high out of their mind?
I like that I make you this agitated. Considering all the things that don't seem to bother you in the slightest. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of getting off on how much power you're giving me here.
Ugh. And then there's your coquettish act whenever someone calls you on your teeth. I'll be the one ready to tangle when, not if, you decide to pounce.
I could almost imagine Barrick and Verse watching these two just go at it and just being like, is that what people think of us? Where we're constantly at each other's throats and ready to kill each other. Gods, it's weird seeing this from the outside. Okay, finally, we're done talking and we can actually go do stuff. You know these two hate fucking the nursing home. No, Brown Bear, I'm actually going to say no. This seems like genuine hatred. If either of them did that, it would end up like the Fallout New Vegas conversation option, where if you're playing a female courier, you can sleep with Benny and kill him in his sleep to get revenge on him. It would be like that. If there was any kind of hate fucking, it would be a one-time thing and it would end with one of them dead. And quite frankly, my money would be on Landry being the one dead. I have no doubt that he's skilled, but I have a feeling Ebb would tie him like a pretzel and throw him off a cliff. That's assuming she doesn't just use her grave light to quite literally suck the life from him. Alright, we're done talking. So let's go talk. We have more shit to do. We have to go talk with, Graven Ash. We think he's dead, but then we see him limp into camp the next day. Oh dear, everything is... Oh dear. Oh, these guys actually are... Ash might seem severe, but he's more forgiving than the other Archons. Would that this war were over and the Legion restored to the north. I mean, to be fair, Graven Ash is more forgiving than other Archons for his own troops, certainly not for the locals. Oh dear, it looks like they've already captured some of the Scarlet Chorus.
Found something.
Stall contains spoils acquired on the battlefield, all of it neatly labeled and organized. This is a uniquely named staff. Ooh, uses control life. Gives plus 10 to control life and plus 1 health every 6 seconds. We're giving that to Landry. Holy shit. The staff of a tree branch oozes rejuvenating sap. Elogia's calling was held by the hierarch of the short-lived School of Mottled Bark, a collection of mages who turned their backs on civilization and studied in the isolation of remote forests. It's suspected that disease or misfortune ended their legacy, since all that remains of them are abandoned items or scraps of indecipherable lore. I mean, that or somebody killed them all. It's entirely possible. We'll keep that on ourself until we get a figure out what we're going to do this. What's going on over here? Guiding you to stop and chat. I'm in a bit of a sticky situation and no one in my gang's alive or around to help me out. Stop wasting the Fatebinder's time. He's got better things to do than listen to some criminals mewling. As a Fatebinder of the court, I alone am the judge of that. Speak, soldier. Thanks for hearing me out. This favorite ain't keen on conversation. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be here. It's impossible to get a word in edgewise. Oh, she glares at her cat. I didn't even realize that was a woman. Soldiers caught me outside of breaching the old walls, that's all. I wasn't inside. I hadn't stuck my toe through the threshold. I wasn't dancing with any bane. I have a healthy relationship with self-preservation, thank you very much. Then why were you arrested? You're only hearing one side of the story, Fatebinder. Our scouts observed this wretch trying to enter the old walls. Her account is flawed, her guilt witnessed by multiple trustworthy northerners. The soldier makes a point of standing extra straight when he addresses you. I'm sorry, is readying to enter the best you have? Because I could just as easily argue that you're readying to get knifed in your shoulder blades, but it doesn't count for shit till I see blood and bronze. I didn't go into the old walls. Case closed. Before I adjudicate on this matter, I need mutual cooperation from both of you. You ask me, the prisoner's already been tried and sentenced, but this little game will silence her caterwauling. Be my guest, sir. I'll stand by your decision. Couldn't land me anywhere worse than this. What were you doing outside the old walls? My gang went inside, so I tried to sell this favorite clods 100 times over. I shouted myself raw, telling them to get the hell out, but the gang was having none of it. Our leader discovered a breach and got himself excited over the chance of finding treasure. Try as I might, I couldn't talk him out of it. Soldier, your account? I wasn't there, but I'm familiar with the arrest record. There was no gang, just a lone opportunist out to make her fortune breaking the laws of Kairos. The scouts could tell just by looking at her she was headed for the breach. And she's a fiery one. Put up quite a fight when they took her into custody, so I have no reason to doubt the charges. So you had no interest in entering the old walls? Never. Grew up in the tiers. Even we knew better than to go inside the old walls. Not because of Kairos' law, then because of the things lurking inside that would like to eat us. Wherever you can find in the shadows of those ruins, it ain't worth the risk. And what was your gang doing in the old walls? Causing trouble and looting, no more or less than what gangs do. Our boss was obsessed with holding this position, which is healthy when you're in the Scarlet Chorus. When he came to the conclusion that the old walls might have powerful artifacts, well, he resolved himself to find one. Funny to see a guy so wrapped up in survival, so eager to get himself killed. Now, typical behavior from someone who isn't confident in their leadership makes for a nice self-fulfilling prophecy when their own gang kills them. See? She gets it. Foxtrick bows to Verse. And there's no idea where your gang is now. None of them made it out of the old wall, so either they did or they didn't. My money's on the latter. They made it out. They're wasting their breath trying to... They aren't wasting their breath trying to find me, so fuck them. And I like the attitude. If I had a mind to recruit, she'd be my second or third. I mean, I wouldn't mind a gang of Scarlet Chorus who is loyal to me, Verse, but I don't know if that's going to be capable of happening right now. So you are understanding that your gang caused the breach in the old walls. I doubt that's the case, but we'll ask. You kidding? It would take either incredible force or one hell of a mage to bash through that ancient barrier. We didn't have either. Either one of Kairos' edicts or a local mage caused the breach. Whatever ruling you make, don't pin that shit on me. I'm inclined to agree. Don't make the mistake of giving her too much credit. I'm ready to make my judgment. Let's have it. I hope you got everything you need. We can find her guilty and gain wrath with the chorus and favor with the disfavored. If you weren't in the old walls, you weren't in the old walls. I rule in your favor. Evidence is insufficient to prove charges. You're free to go. No. I like that lore is really, it's not just magic, it's being an actual advocate of the law. Yeah, nobody saw her entering, then she didn't break the law. At the very least, the evidence is completely insufficient to prove the charges. Disfavored. Let her go. She's free. Shrewd Fatebinder, very shrewd. I think you'll do just fine. Legal technicalities are my favorite. Go rejoin the war effort and find a new gang recruit. Start your own if you have a mind to. That's an order. Yes, ma'am. And if you're gathering a force, I'll kill my way to your good graces. Pity I'll have to settle for less, most likely. It goes against my orders and my reason, but I can't argue with the ruling of one of Tunon's. Fine. She's free to go, but stay out of trouble and away from our camp. I'll stay out of the old walls, but that's all I'll promise. There we go. That's taken care of. Let's get the subterfuge opened up. Lesser healing potion. Blood beast pollen, elixir of resolve. Those can all go in the stash. That's a sleeping tent. Don't have to worry about there. Okay, hold on. That looks to be the entrance. Oh, okay. Yeah, we can see the... Okay, so let's check out this side then. We have another member of the Scarlet Chorus. What's going on over here? Disfavored soldier chuckles with disdain at the Scarlet Chorus fighter. Alfonsa, so I'm assuming it's a woman. Consider it. Not for a second. We pick our soldiers from the elite and the northern families. We don't recruit from flies buzzing over a mass grave. Oh, come on. Are the dishonored so narrow-minded? My gang's strength delivered us a success across a dozen battles with a line of fallen enemies in our way. Not many conscripts can say the same. The question is not a matter of skill, but of breeding, training, and pedigree. Noticing you, the Iron Guard salutes. Hail, Graven Ash, Fatebinder. If I may take a moment of your time. What do you need, soldier? This person comes representing a Scarlet Chorus gang. What did you call yourselves again? We're the Grinning Bleeders. We got a long and storied reputation within the chorus. Killers of the highest order. He puffs up his chest with pride. Before I was a boss here, I ran with the Broken Shits, the Salty Nightmares, and the Trap Gang. Every one of them made a name for themselves during the war. You made up at least 2 of those gangs, and don't even bother trying to deny it. Just be careful what names you toss about when you have a former boss standing within earshot, you little pissant. One of his eyebrows snaps to attention. Lady Verse, so kind of you to chime in with your corrections. Right, not only the disfavored elitists, they are technically for eugenics, as they only accept soldiers from certain families and bloodlines. From the sound of it, they're willing to accept just about any northerner if they have the right training, but they prefer certain bloodlines. I have to imagine that when Graven Ash is physically there, he's probably a little more lenient on the blood aspect, but when his lieutenants are in charge of recruiting, they probably double down hard on the eugenic side of things, on the having to have the proper pedigree. Graven Ash doesn't strike me as a man who follows that too closely, but he also can't be present back at their recruiting grounds all the time because he needs to be on the front. Like, from the sound of it, Barrick's family is fairly low ranking, if not even not nobility at all, but he still managed to get in precisely because Graven Ash was there during his recruit. So again, I imagine it's something that plays into their effects more when Graven Ash isn't back home doing the recruiting himself. In any case, he's asking to join the disfavored, which is simply out of the question. I've explained numerous times why we can't allow it, but the wretch won't listen. Is that accurate? It is. We're not looking for special treatment, just a new beginning. We're healthy, we're fit, we're combat ready. The Ironclads have no reason to refuse us. He sniffs, especially since they're so low in number. Improve their distant relative to Graven Ash is carried in on a palanquin. Not a palanquin, but they might be given a suit of armor and immediately told to prove themselves. That may be true, but it's no excuse to pollute our respectable ranks with your company. We're more than capable. Put any weapon in our hand, or send us on a goddamn suicide mission. It'll be mercy compared to what we face under the voices of Narat. That much is true. There's something to be said for a general who isn't going to gut you in your sleep because it suits his flair for the artistic. Those are the first fair words I've heard you spoke about General Ash. Perhaps you are coming around. Then you can count on them being the last, you overfull midden pile. Look, if we join up, the disfavored wouldn't have to compromise their staunch northern morals. We would just take the bloody work off their hands. See, this is the interesting part. And it's very much in fitting with the disfavored sort of being a proxy for the early Roman Republic's legions. They need auxiliaries to form a solid core of reserves and other units that can fight in ways that they can't. But the disfavored seem completely unwilling to even embrace the idea of having auxiliary forces. Like, not even members of the disfavored, just groups that fall under their command. The closest they have are the Earthshakers, and they view them with extreme distrust. I take it you wish for a ruling on the matter. As I noted before, one of the less insane and more begrudging Scarlet Chorus. Yeah. You must know Kairos' laws front to back, sir, and I trust you know our traditions as well. If it peels this lamprey off my backside, I'm more than willing. Speaking for my gang, we'll accept your judgment. We're just eager to crack some Tearsman's skulls with Kairos' army again, no matter what color we wear. We'll take a full testimony first. Alfonso, give me the full breakdown on why recruits are not allowed to join the disfavored. Most of us would rather swallow our tongues than take orders from some rigid officer who walked his way through leadership, but to each their own. Where do I even start, sir? Not only does Graven Ash handpick his disfavored from the decorated northern stock, he takes a personal interest in our training and education. We are all his sons and daughters. To accept anything less into our ranks would hold the very process of his service in contempt. The only capacity they could serve would be manual labor, hauling wagons, digging latrines. But that is the work of slaves, and that is not what they've come requesting. Why is this of interest? Why this interest in the disfavored? It's better training, better quarters, iron weapons. The disfavored have everything we want out of joining the military. We want to serve Kairos to the best of our abilities. Is that wrong? Old Ironclad here seems to think so. Well, their respect for command leaves something to be desired. Why did you leave the chorus? Our old gang boss fell at the last battle in Vendrian's Well. We saw how the disfavored operated, how they fought. We realized it was a better chance, and a longer one too. Desertion happens every day in the chorus. I can tell you we won't be missed. He says that like he's boasting, but only shitheel recruits who never make a name for themselves are overlooked at muster. I'm ready to make my ruling. We can consign them to hard labor. We can discharge them from the military. Interesting. That doesn't gain us any advantage with the chorus. Or we can execute them. Oh, okay, so we can't force the disfavored to accept, which is unsurprising, because the disfavored, I mean, I'm not surprised. More than likely, if we tried to pull that, the disfavored would probably pull something like, oh yes, we'll definitely train them, and then kill them all the second we have our back turned. We can gain average wrath with the Scarlet Chorus and gain average favor. Given the fact that the Voices of Narat is an open rebellion, we can somewhat justify this as them no longer being in the military and no longer wishing to serve a rebellious lord. That's honestly the best choice I'm probably going to get. Honestly unsure if the Fatebinder can actually order them to recruit this one. It definitely seems like that's not the case. And as I said, even if we somehow could, the most likely outcome would be this guy would be dead within the day. The fucking disfavored would be like, oh yes, Lord Fatebinder, we'll definitely do that. And then the second we're out of earshot, they fucking throw him off a cliff or just straight up eviscerate him with spears. There is no way in hell he'd get out of there. The Voices of Narat is in near open rebellion over Kairos, due to the battles between him and Graven Ash. Consider this a formal discharge. You are no longer in the military. Go and live your civilian lives. Keep Kairos' peace as best you can. Mercy and compassion, more than they deserve, but at least the issue is resolved all the same. We've seen too much in Scarlet Chorus to return to a normal life. I won't deny that putting down roots is a tempting idea. But in time, the chorus might just conscript us all over again. Interesting. Bledden didn't like that. I guess maybe because he feels it was wishy-washy. We're just kind of washing our hands of the issue rather than giving a definitive ruling. That's the only thing I can think of. And he seems very keen on a person staking their claim and actually being forceful with their ideals. As long as it gets them out of our fort, it suffices for my needs. Thank you, Fatebinder. Interesting. Oh, we have some more stuff. Wait, is that the same one? Yeah, that's the same one. We have some bronze throwing dagger and cheese. We have some grain. Thank you very much. Greetings, Fatebinder. Alkalos, 32nd Legion. The soldier salutes. Glad to see Tunon's agent Grace Ironhearth. Ash's troop has no lack of order, but a servant of the court is always welcome. Has a reputation effect earlier, but I don't remember. Yeah, I'm not recalling one either, Lord Brownbear, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Between our missing commanders and the Scarlet Chorus lieutenants pinned down, I'm afraid we have our hands full. I suppose I could spare a moment for conversation. Do you need something? What is that you were saying about a Scarlet Chorus lieutenant? Well, it seems our troops have this little maggot of a Chaos Chorus lieutenant cornered over at the Kaido village. From what I'm hearing, it's the same guy who was ransacking our caravans these past few weeks. If I wasn't already handling something for Ash, I'd go and skin the filth myself. You being here simplifies things. I'd ask that you make sure this lieutenant doesn't leave the village with his life. I will look into it, but I promise nothing, Akalos. Nonetheless, good of you to pitch in. No one will mourn the loss of one more chorus rat. I do have more questions. What do you need? What has been your service during the conquest? You could say I've seen the tiers top to bottom. I dug latrines at the encampment at the Gates of Judgment. Then I got a promotion that sent me to Lathan's Crossing. Got into a few rows with the Bronze Brotherhood. Not a pretty sight. Then I had a brief deployment in Apex, with the fighting winding down even when I arrived. After that I did a tour in Stalwart, but I was transferred out before the edict tore everything apart. What can you tell me of the North? I hail from Balmywell. Balmywell, okay. I hail from Balmywell, small hamlet far west of the capital of Kairos. It's nothing glorious, but I can trace 6 generations there, so it's home. I hope to return there someday with a heap of tales, rings, and renown. Once Graven Ash gave me his favor and recruited me into the army, my family went from respectable farmers to elite folk. Better regarded or respected than damn near anyone. They must be doing well for themselves. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. When Graven Ash is doing the recruiting, he just wants northerners that are solid and dependable. But I imagine when he's not there, they probably recruit more from the actual noble bloodlines. How did you join the Disfavored? Ahead of the conquest, Graven Ash sent recruiters to all the outlying towns, looking for worthy talent. The village held a tourney and a melee to demonstrate our local muscle. Nothing fancy, mind you, it was mostly just fighting on hay bales with wooden spears, but I had the distinction of toppling even our largest contender. A familiar tale, and one after my own heart, Barrack nods with respect. It's a good thing I succeeded. I'm more useful to Kairos on the field of battle than in a field of wheat.
On it.
It does seem that the Northern Empire was a force before Kairos, but was also where Kairos spent the majority of their time in their conquest. If these people have... If Graven Ash is one of the youngest in service of Kairos, and yet the Northern Empire is such a constant within the Empire itself. Baron's Leaf, 20% endurance defense, and +4 armor. Go ahead and give that to her in case we need to give her some more drugs. Let's be fair, Graven Ash is there. He's probably some serious recruitment times. Otherwise, he wouldn't handle that. Exactly, exactly. That's why he even said it was in the lead up to the invasion. Production of new potions isn't keeping up with demand. Many of these bottles remain empty. You must be the Fatebinder of Tunon. The favored Iron Walker bows. Welcome to the Iron Hearth. I'm sure that Graven Ash appreciates any help you can offer. Circumstances have a way of coming together so that the disfavored are always stretched thinner than we would like. What can I do for you? Why are the disfavored so overworked here? She rubs her palms together and frowns. We're trying to shoulder the brunt of this civil war without the strength of numbers. The Scarlet Chorus can throw 1,000 disposable bodies at us at an issue without a second thought. We're forced to be a bit more discriminating. We might be trained to deal with the stress of combat and all-night drills, but we're fatigued even by the high standard we set for ourselves. She studies you in a cautious manner. Not that I need to burden an agent of the court with my misgivings. Once the war is over and the tears are properly subdued, my hope is that Kairos dispatches some relief troops to support the occupation. We deserve a season of rest after that. The court is receptive to the needs of its soldiers. Your point is noted and will be kept in mind. That's generous of you, Fatebinder. I'm grateful to know that someone is listening. A nervous smile brightens her expression. I don't know how we'd see that, considering she's wearing a full mask. Scarlet Chorus using Krieg tactics. A bit, yeah. They're using human wave tactics, but the voice of Narat does have enough special forces in the form of his lieutenants, his blood mages, and his Scarlet Furies that he can take advantage of any opening the conscripts make. How has been your service during the conquest? After the Edict of Storms hit, I spent much time amongst the ruins of Stalwart, digging out survivors from the Legion. Didn't find much. She glances up at Barrett. You must have moved on by then, or else we would have assembled a team to excavate you. My prison moved with me. There was no reason to tarry. He bows his head respectfully. I still think about the many brothers and sisters we left behind. Sometimes I can imagine that I can hear their voices carrying on the wind. Given the nature of magic in this world, that might not be impossible. Dog. They have a dog. Good dog. That one. Let's go ahead with that. That is Bloodstone and Staggering Burn. 40 armor corrosion stolen after 30 seconds. Searing substantial damage over time. On weapon crit. Interesting. Built this poison specifically targeting enemy soldiers who abandon combat to tend to their wounds. Over time, any flesh exposed to the poison necrotizes. An affliction that spreads and may require invasive removal. The only caveat is that the poison doesn't easily take to the victim's blood. It requires a particularly vicious injury to deliver with any success. Ah. Interesting. Well, we'll give that to her. We'll store that. Wow. Blood Chanter magic took my eyes, so don't fight as well as I need to. That guy fights while being nearly blind? Holy shit. Even though you're not a fully fledged disfavored recruit, I've been authorized to grant you purchasing rights from the store, within certain limits, sir. Would you like to see what we have to offer? What limits are those? It's nothing personal, I assure you. Raven Ash wants us to control our supplies without restricting access to his army supporters, like yourself. Finest arms and the finest provisions are reserved for our soldiers under his direct command. I'm sure you understand, sir. The Archon takes our protection very seriously. Understood. Let me see what you can offer. Yep, we got the disfavored shield, based more on dodge than anything else. Then we got the stone shield, javelin, binding oath. What is that? One-handed and thrown. That is 8 range. So is that it's a throwing knife. Interesting. Heals nearby allies when defeated. 32% health on self. Formerly attributed to the decorated veteran Lothus Amberdin of Evocatus, who died with no living heirs. His armor and weapons were restored to the Legion, given out as rewards for showing distinction and protection of one's cohort. Interesting. Getting their new models announced. It's funny people react to the Krieg amounts. Oh yeah, I saw that. Oh look, it's a cute horse. Oh my god, what are those legs? Yeah, people forget the Death Striders of Krieg they may have started as horses thousands of years ago, but they are certainly not horses as we think of them now. If I remember correctly, they have to wear those masks not just to protect themselves from chemical attack, but because if they don't, those things will just straight up bite people and kill them. Ooh. Ooh. Shit. I am low on money right now. I need to get that. Yeah, the magical core, which is used in spells that manipulate stone. Shit. We need to get that. We don't really have anything to sell, unfortunately. No, we don't have anything is the problem. Well, we have a little. Maybe. Don't want to sell any of that. Don't want to sell that. We have just barely enough. Sweet. There we go. And that gives us access to the Sigil of Stone. The newest magical sigil on Taratus. The Sigil of Stone was developed by disciples of the Archon Cairn. Since the Archon of Stone's destruction by Kairos' edict in the year 430, The Earthshaker mages have devoted themselves to preserving his legacy and learning to harness the power of this obdurate sigil. So we can either flesh to stone, petrified affliction. Ooh, that's good. Parry and dodge reduced by 50. All animations stopped for 8 seconds. Oh, but the accuracy is minus 20. So you pretty much have to have this just to even have a chance. Death Riders can run straight into machine gun fire and almost be torn to shreds with that stop. Yes, I remember that lore particularly from, I think, the Siege of Vrax. They can straight up right into enemy fire and keep going. Combined with both their armor and their natural toughness. Alright, that... I need more spell slots. Holy shit, I need more spell slots. I'm actually... Ooh. Fire is good, but this is basically, you have 8.5 seconds to just utterly wreck a fucking dude. Spell is very inaccurate. Select range sigil, that's really not needed. The duration sigil, though. I'm actually going to replace my Searing Palm with this, I think. Because we have Fireball and Flash Fire for our fire damage. This is too good to pass up, and I'm the only one who's going to be able to cast this effectively. Since I'm the only one who's got a wide variety of magic. I want to keep her focused on lightning and her ghost light shit. I don't want to spread her too thin, but I want to get as much of this as possible. So we're going to actually swap out my fire spell here. There we go. You have the most amount of spell slots, and you need more. Yes, we need more. We need more. We need more. What is the ranged version? The ranged version is a decent interrupt by drawing a jagged spike of hardstone from the earth and sending it flying towards a foe. The spike interrupts the target, deals pierce or crush damage, whichever is greater. Nice. So it actively looks at the armor of the enemy, and whichever one would do more is what it does. Very cool. And then as usual, we can intensify the damage, we can increase the range, we can increase the radius of effect, and we can increase the accuracy. But I'd rather have lightning and fire for my long-range spells, so that's fine by me. Interesting that there's no AoE, that there's no fan ability. You'd think you'd be able to make like a spike wall or something. Alright. That's enough from that. Alright, we need to go fight shit. We need more money. We need loot to make money, please. I have spent everything I've got with this. Alright, what else have we got? There's Graven Ash himself. This report lists all known Scarlet Course outposts and strongholds as well as troop compositions. It's safe to assume that Graven Ash has his own eyes and ears within the ranks of his enemies. There's some more grain. Oh yeah, look at them all. That's pretty fucking cool. Great General's like a father. None of you have anything to say. That's fine.
You didn't see nothing.
Doesn't look like there's...
Time to lighten my step.
Doesn't appear that there's anything hidden around here.
On the lookout.
And that is everything. Alright. Fatebinder, it's good to report in. These days it's difficult enough to judge friend from foe. I'm pleased to recognize you as the former of the two. Ash favors you with a curt nod. I see you brought the voices of Narat's spying whore to my doorstep. Lest you think me amused by your irresponsible conduct, know that I am not. Verse is a useful ally, and she serves me well. I will have her by my side. Well, at least until we get tired of each other. Don't worry, old man, I'm not going to drive a blade into your spine. Not while you're wearing a breastplate as thick as the old walls, anyway. Raven Ash glares at Verse and returns his severe expression back to you. His mouth is set in a disapproving line, and he seems on the brink of saying more, but waves off the matter. Just a gentle reminder, General. I may work with you against the enemies of Kairos, but I am a servant and vassal of Tunon first, and by extension, so is Verse. Do not think that I am one of your soldiers who you can order about as you see fit. After what transpired at Vendrian's Well, the disfavored must hold fast to our allies. You are here because of your support at the siege, but I don't mistake your confidence for devotion. The Scarlet Chorus would not have you. He goes from supported uncle to crotchety old man real quick, and back again. That's the really weird part. He just keeps bouncing around. Gain average wrath with both him and the disfavored. Oh, look, I can say exactly what I just said.
I am a vassal of Tunon first, and through him I serve the Overlord. This all stands above your petty squabbles. I am here to see Kairos' will done. Nothing more, and nothing less. If he stood above them, then he could see well how the voices of Narat have conspired against our forces since the beginning. For all his claims of objectivity, I have my suspicions that your adjudicator is as compromised by this war as any of us. What is it you require, Fate Viper? Firstly, General, I'd like to know more about the disfavored. We are more than a mere army. I ensure that the disfavored legion represent everything we hold dear in the North. Discipline, training to perfection, respect for Kairos' law, the importance of family. As conquerors, it is our duty to teach the savages not just how to live up to the values the Empire sets, but how to live for them. What is the Legion's history? As Kairos conquered the North under a single banner, there were those who resisted it. I was a young warlord at the time, petulant and inflated by pride. I rallied the sons and daughters of the North to stand against Kairos. Our offense was valiant. We planted our shield wall between the armies of Kairos and our homeland, declaring that no tyrants would dare cross us. Continue. We held our ground for a time, drawing the attention of others who would add their strength to ours. Every victory discussed and celebrated by other warring factions that refused to submit. But let me guess, much like the Tears, none of them sent any actual aid. But as you have witnessed, none can stand against Kairos. Eventually, my legion is shattered under the relentless onslaught of the Archons and their soldiers. They brought me in chains before Tunon and told me that enemies of Kairos would all be put to the sword unless I took that one opportunity to surrender and bend the knee. And did you do so? I made the most difficult choice of my career. A defiant heart still beat in my breastplate. The blood of the North coursed through my veins. But we were beaten all the same. Out of loyalty and love for my country, I swallowed my pride and bent the knee, offering my sword and life to the Empire. My army was granted the rights of Kairos' peace, and we lived on as servants of the Overlord. Since we transgressed and rebelled against the offerings of Kairos' protection, my elite legion was stripped of their decorated name and dubbed the Disfavored, a mocking reminder of our past resistance. Even as we stand above all others in the ways of war, we struggle to earn back Kairos' favor. Every soldier in my legion is descended from those who stood with me during the rebellion. I keep them close because they were the finest northern stock, and their continued lineage is a reminder of Kairos' mercy. See, that's the key distinction as well. Even if they were common soldiers then, he considers only those who were descended directly from the legion that he fought with to be worthy of fighting alongside him now. That goes for you as well, child of the North. By your unwavering loyalty and respect for our heritage, you are beloved in my eyes. He nods at Barrack. Disgusting. I hope you don't expect me to listen to this sentimental drivel much longer. You sound jealous, Verse. Maybe you just don't know how it feels to be favored by an Archon. Nor would I want to. If the voices of Narat takes an interest in you, you're one step closer to having your skin flayed and sewn onto his tent. Tell me of your units. Most of the Legion is made up of stone shields. They are the bricks in our shield wall. The Iron Walkers are the trained and efficient killers who branch out from behind the phalanx to fight the enemy ranks. Crescent Runners are our light infantry, who bait the enemy into premature attack. And the Oathbound are our scouts and advanced infantry. Then, of course, there are my Iron Guard, tempered in the forge of war, armored to survive any blow, commanders of unsurpassed skill. The only other units are my Earthshakers, former mages of Cairn who commands the avalanches and harnesses nature's fury to our ends. You seem to regard the Southerners with a great deal of severity, General. Oh, do tell! Ebb's eyes alight with excitement. Do we smell bad? Is it the accent? The Legion takes hatred of the Tearsmen and elevates it to a damned art form. What exactly did we do to offer you such offense? The South has squatted in willful ignorance of Kairos' superiority for so long that they simply do not deserve my respect. As the rest of the Empire coalesced into a united, shared culture, the Tearsmen prided themselves as distinct. We look on them from afar with nothing but scorn. All that I see in the Tears has confirmed this. Lawlessness, neglect, corruption, infighting. Everything the vaunted North has disposed of through superior breeding and culture. We can gain average favor, we can gain average wrath. My lord, do you not see that as contradictory?
your beloved North once stood against Kairos as well, and was once quite different than how it is now. That happened centuries ago, during the earliest days of the conquest. If you think these periods of history can be easily compared, then you are far more short-sighted than I could have imagined. All I'm seeing is a difference in time scale, not a difference in the foundation upon which both were laid. I like what you did there. But one of these days you should sit down and discuss how you talk to an Archon. It begins and ends with this: don't piss off the Archon. Says the woman who's literally been needling him every time we meet. Methinks you should stop. Hello, Pot. My name's Kettle. How are you? I stood against the presumptive overlord to defend a way of life that no longer exists. The South can ill afford such illusions. Kairos has dominated every corner of Taratus, and claiming these lands by might is already accomplished in all but name. The realms of the South are willfully ignorant of their place in the world, and I will neither celebrate nor flatter it with terms like independence or rebellion. With full knowledge of the consequences, the former lords of the South endangered the lives of their people, and that cannot be tolerated. Of course, it's possible that these tiersmen may come to enjoy all of the best of Kairos' offerings, but it will take generations of trial and the long-term eradication of their culture as they know it. A worthy pursuit, by any standard. Oh, nice to hear the General confirm it. The tiersmen are naturally defiant, and you'd have to silence our ways for generations to shake the courage and tenacity out of our blood. Keep talking, Tidecaster, and you can join your friends in one of the many mass graves that litter the realm. Barrick, Ebb is a servant of mine as much as you are. She was stating her opinion, and I found that she is more useful when I allow her to speak. Vendrian's well was proof that such opinions are poison. I would not have them in this company or in this fortress. A pity that we weren't of a similar mind. I take it then the disfavored have their own laws. I hold the Legion to a particular set of standards. We don't have laws as you would know them under Tunon, but every soldier in the Legion is aware of my expectations. The first, honor the Legion in thought and deed. I cannot allow atrocity or heinous crime to drag my respectable Northmen to shame. I expect my soldiers to follow Kairos' mandate and conduct themselves respectfully. The second, honor all oaths with your lives. They respect the vows made to me as Archon and Kairos as Overlord. There can be no formal marriage for the disfavored ranks. This to prevent any obligations higher than their fellow military. My soldiers can pair up and sire offspring as they wish. The North will need more daughters and sons, and I would not force my countrymen to choose between family and loyalty. It's very similar to the Roman Legion, the Roman legionnaires often had quote-unquote wives that they weren't legally allowed to marry until after they'd finished their term of service. But that didn't stop them from having, again, partners that they had children with while they were serving in the frontier. So it's a very similar system. And last, honor your shield and weapon. The maintenance and care of arms and armor are critical to a soldier's success. Of course, there are rare exceptions. How do you fare under that shell of iron, son of Barakonin? The Archon regards Barrick with interest. Well enough, General. I know that I'm not in top form, but I'm able to execute my duties with distinction. As you say, as you say. Let us speak of something else. I would like to know more about this arcane connection you seem to have with your soldiers. Every member of the disfavored is as precious to me as family. Their bloodlines are known and respected, their performance in combat beyond every expectation, and I would go through any length in their service. They call me General or Archon, but I am a servant and guardian of these most excellent men and women. But I suspect that isn't what you intended to hear. There is a deeper connection, but to appreciate it you must understand our history, my rebellion, and my rise to power under Kairos. Yeah, we've seen this one. Then let's start at the beginning. Tell me more of your rebellion against Kairos. Nordic mulled wine, non-alcoholic? That sounds interesting. I've never had very good relationship with wine in general. To me, it always just tastes too strongly of alcohol. So a non-alcoholic wine would be interesting. You are right to be curious about our history, but it concerns me that you would speak of rebellion. The battles of the past are centuries old, the results as cold and hard as iron. The uprising of the past might inform our... Yeah, I'm willing to go with that. Tiered red wine recently. Red wine drunk hits different. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. Every attempt by me to drink red wine has always led to me having to nearly spit it out. I don't know why. I think I have a sensitivity to alcohol, at least as the taste. I know I've got a decent tolerance for it once I've actually drank it, but to me, wine just tastes like alcohol. and that's a horrible fucking sensation. Stained your poo black. Are you sure that you didn't have, like, that sounds like a bowel problem, my dude. You may want to get that looked at. The uprisings of the past might inform our present efforts. At the very least, I'm sure your disfavored put up a far greater fight than any of these tearsmen did. They might at that. None of the squalling tearsmen hold a candle to my men's efforts, but I'd rather you march forth understanding your enemy than not. You wish to hear of how I decimated the armies of Kairos, built my legion around the north, and achieved our measure of power. It's true that I accomplished much as a northern warlord, but my life began in earnest under the overlord's tutelage. Thankfully, now I'm told red wine does that at sufficient quality. Okay, that's good to know, because usually if your poop's an unusual color, that's not a good sign. Glog, I hope I'm saying that right, glog, when done right, is essentially just warm juice with specific spices. Alcoholic or not, it's nice, usually served with raisins and nuts in the cup. Ugh. On the one hand, the flavor profile sounds nice. On the other, as somebody who has a problem with texture, putting raisins and nuts in with the juice, to me, just sounds like I'd probably gag. Like, hard. Who did you defeat during your rebellion? I defeated Blood Echo, the Archon of War at the time. I led him into a trap. He must have been so consumed by the fury of the hunt that he overlooked a bit of hasty misdirection. Ash chuckles and shakes his head. Even the execution of that foe was nothing compared to the victory I would win later. I defeated the voices of Narat. The general beams with pride. It's a Christmas drink for a reason, served warm, really heats you up. Still, I'd like to try it if I could get a hold of it, but yeah, it would definitely be an option for me. I would not want that in my actual drink. Plus, I'm allergic to tree nuts, so the nuts are definitively out of the question. Strange to imagine that happening so many years ago, and here we are again. My legion nearly destroyed the Scarlet Chorus. We humiliated them, in fact. And I suspect the Archon of Pride was still licking his wounded pride these last century. I wonder if he'd remember the conflict differently, or at all for that matter. The voices have a long memory, but a very short attention span. His soldiers are as disposable and unloved as anything can be. The voices holds his pride and satisfaction in higher regard than anything else. He is crafty enough that nothing can wound him deeply, though I seem to have earned that distinction. What was it like to assume the mantle of the Archon of War? At first, I was unaware that I had assumed any power beyond my normal authority. It seems obvious now, but war at the time tended to confuse such things. I had no desire whatsoever to claim or to accept such a responsibility under Kairos. It took me years to come fully to terms with my own surrender and subjugation. If I was meant for any title in the Ionod hierarchy of the Archons, war seemed an appropriate one for me. In truth, I have ever thought of myself more as a general and a father. Tell me about fighting the other Archons. We won many battles against the old Archons, though we did the most damage against the voices of Narat. He was by no means the only Archon to assault our shield wall. When the Archon of Entropy tarnished our weapons, we fought with wood. When the Archon of Sorrow sapped our fervor, we rallied around the songs of the North. One by one, I dismantled their offensives, even though I lacked an Archon's education or experience. No doubt this is one of the reasons that Kairos singled me out to join the ranks. How did you rise to power? That tale is bound to the rebellion itself. I inspired loyalty and devotion in my soldiers, but as the years wore on, I grew to love them in turn. Every stone shield is as dear to me as a blood relation, and I would go to any lengths to see them succeed. See, this is the other side of the coin, though. You can talk about the disfavored being elitists and being almost, let's be honest, racist or eugenicist in their beliefs. But it's highly probable, based on the way Archon magic works, that if he didn't view them this way, and they in turn view him as a father figure, that the magic wouldn't work. So they have a very practical reason for why they don't recruit outside of a very narrow band of people who were already linked to Graven Ash. Doing so might actively weaken Ash's protection, and in time, weaken it to the point where it's largely useless. As we all know too well, General, Varric strikes a fierce salute. When we stood tall against Kairos, the women and men of my legion trained harder, marched further, endured more than even I had taught them. We were unstoppable. The soldiers credited me with this new advantage. I had given them total commitment, and they felt protected and strengthened by my presence. At first, I thought it merely their nature to look to their leader for courage, but nay, it was they who were the first to discover the truth. To return in short order, I must get pizza. Good on you, Lord Brown Bear. I'm definitely getting pizza once the stream is over, but we still got another 2.5 hours for that. Oh my god, I just realized I've been talking almost non-stop for 3.5 hours because we have not stopped talking to people. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I need to take a big sip of water. Ugh. Okay. You haven't killed a single enemy for so long. Look at it this way, Tenwin. If we get all the reading done now, we'll probably be having almost nothing but combat for the rest of the week. Ugh. Oh. You mean your Aegis? You have clearly paid attention during the conquest. Yes. My Aegis, as it came to be called, covers my loyal soldiers in a protective shroud. They also have 10 times the endurance and coordination of a standard army. They can shrug off lethal blows without incident. Yeah, we've read that one. At first, I attributed the performance of my legion to their training and breeding, but soon it became clear that something greater was afoot. I suspect this redoubled Kairos' interest in me. The power of the Archon is something to be nurtured or stamped out in accordance with Tunon's judgment. Once the forces of Kairos viewed my influence over the troops as a demonstrable threat, they resolved to put an end to my defiance once and for all. They sent every army they could spare after us, all but sacrificing the Scarlet Chorus in the process. Eventually, as all detractors do, even I fell. And what happened next? They dragged me before Tunon's court in chains. I killed a dozen guards on the journey. If I was to be shackled for the Overlord's delight, I would pay back the indignity in blood. When I knelt before the Adjudicator and felt the force of his judgment stare, my temper finally cooled, for the first time turning from anger to fear. That's about how I imagine Ari would cope had she been taken in chains. Ebb chuckles softly, showing only a moment's flash of sorrow. Tunon offered me the terms of my own sentence. If I walked the path of insubordination, then the lives of all my soldiers were forfeit. But if I bent the knee, an opportunity that would not be offered a second time, then I could continue to serve my legion as their Archon. It was a difficult choice, but not so trying that it paralyzed me. My soldiers had not earned such glory to see it all snuffed out before their time. And yeah, even in victory, if Kairos eliminated their sigil and changed their name, you can bet your ass that if he had not taken this offer, all of them would have been killed and all evidence of the disfavor would have been wiped from the annals of history. After I made the choice, Tunon invited me to the Council of Archons, where my loyalties were affirmed and my place amongst their numbers sealed in a compact to Kairos. No sooner had I become an Archon to my soldiers than I became the Overlord's Archon of War. That's a pretty decent promotion and earned through a display of strength. Odd that he holds the chorus in such contempt. You already know the rest. My vaunted legion became the disfavored. The Archons even forced me to cast off my northern surname. Graven was a joke at my expense, since I buried my pride in the past. I am a vassal of Kairos now, but the protection of my soldiers is secure. I have guided their family lines across generations, and the disfavored show no signs of slowing. That is enough about that. What can you tell me more of yourself? I am a family man, and I have always believed that culture is grown from a family legacy and respect for one's past. I have sired 4 children in my life. Ashelrin, Priam, Amelia, and Brennix. I am a general to my soldiers, but a father as well. They have my confidence, my love, my trust. There is nothing more of me to give. My days on Taradas have already spanned more than any human lifetime. And on this journey I have learned much. It must be said that I have also grown stubborn. I believe that matters must be handled in a particular way and see no reason to waver from my beliefs. They are the product of my experience. Ashelrin. I've not heard that name. The first and proudest of my accomplishments. What strength she had. During the conquest of the Northern Empire, she was slain by Blood Echo, a madman who once laid claim to the title of Archon of War. I would take his head from his shoulders with my daughter's broken sword. He continued to scream for minutes after the deed was done. I miss her to this day. Would that she had lived long enough to bring a family of her own into this world. Imagine me, a grandfather. Who was Priam? My first son, born to the life I enjoyed before I was an Archon. He fell to a wasting illness caused by Pox, the Archon of Ruin.
disease was but one of many weapons wielded during the conquest of the North. Were he still alive, he would have sat as my right hand, for he was wise in counsel and strategy beyond even his years, perhaps even beyond mine. Amelia? She has my stubborn persistence. An excellent fighter, more brazen and eager to test herself in battle. I had objected to this disposition in the past, but it seems as integral to her as being as the very breath she drew. She has been missing since the fighting escalated in Stalwart. Her advanced detachment made their way into the depths of enemy territory. We lost contact. I fear for her, Fatebinder. I fear for her daily, and not knowing has turned this war into a nightmare. I'm calling it now. I'm calling it now. I don't even know what's happened, but she's lost in Stalwart. I'm calling it now. She's fallen in with one of the regents, and she's having one of the regent's kids, which means the only way to end the edict would be to kill Graven Ash's grandson or granddaughter. I am calling that now. Do not confirm anything for me one way or the other. But I am calling that shit right now. That is a Chekhov's gun if I have ever seen one. He mentions wanting to be a grandfather, and he mentions that this might be the only child he still has left, and she's only missing rather than dead. I am calling that shit right now. I'd be willing to put money on that crap. I need more water. God, my voice. I'm glad I filled my 2-liter water bottle before this. Holy shit, I definitely need it. And Brennix, my youngest and most beloved. He was joyful, loving, a soldier like his father, fiercely devoted to his countrymen, and he told the most horrid of jokes. But he was taken captive at Vendrian's Well and died. I could feel his life at the moment it was extinguished. The circumstances were unusual. None of the quick violence brought about by blade or hammer. He died by some force I cannot understand, and I would not speak of this further. Ash sighs. Voices of Narat, calling that one. Let me ask you something else. Go on then. Speaking of family in the midst of war can feel wrong. I wish we were back in the north altogether. I must ask, my lord, do you ever regret ending up in the service of Kairos? What? What is that? Fatebinder, I hope I didn't just hear you utter those words. He narrows his eyes. You are walking a fine line asking the Archon these sorts of questions, Fatebinder. I would take care with how you address the general in the future. Ooh, gain major wrath. Gain average wrath for the disfavored and Graven Ash, but we don't lose any favor. We just gain wrath. Tempted. I really am tempted. His favor is already high, but I can't get it into tier 5 just yet without a major moment. I asked you a question, General. I ask as a Fatebinder of Tunon. I deserve an answer. You are far too much questioning the General like this. Don't say you weren't warned, sir. You deserve nothing. You think just because the Adjudicator gives you a measure of authority that I am obligated to disclose my thoughts to the likes of a legal clerk. I am not as giving as Tunon. My trust is earned, and your impertinence in thinking you've wanted anything sours any estimate I had of your worth. I have never second-guessed my decision. Had I remained defiant, my Northerners would have faced execution, and by my own hand I would have followed them to the grave. The North fell. I mourned for the old ways even as I served the Conqueror's will, but over time we rose to become greater than any short-sighted warlord could ever dream. The next time you question my loyalty, remember what I have done in the name of army and country. I am the Archon of War. If you seek an expert in backstabbing, perhaps you would be better served in the voices of Norat's company. I hope we understand each other. Well, to be fair, Archon, I would never accuse you of backstabbing. Something tells me that if you decide to betray Narat, if you decide to betray me or Kairos, you will be stabbing us directly in the face. I have no doubt about that whatsoever. Apologies, General, but we are in a civil war. Loyalties are compromised on both sides. And as a Fatebinder, it is my duty to investigate all. I You are right. I have responded a bit over harshly. The forces of Kairos already have blades at each other's throat, and you are no doubt more accustomed to rooting out treachery. Accept an old man's grudging admission that things are not as they were, and that even he has trouble keeping up. I want this war to end, if only so we may return to our lives of simple obedience. Our enemies do not make it easy for us, do they? He shakes his head and sighs. Funny, I'd have wagered my last ring betting that the Archon of War had a vested interest in endless conflict. Consider me surprised that deep down the old man craves peace. Perhaps he's choked on enough of the Overlord's vomit after all these years. Ebb, I want you to ride that line. You're starting to stray over it. Ride that line so that I don't literally have to make an example of you. Okay? We're currently surrounded by tens of thousands of these fuckers. You're at a 12. I'm asking you to bring it back down to like a 10, okay? Just ride that line, please. We have a realm to conquer in the Overlord's name. What is our next move, General? Glory to the Overlord, he shouts, and the breastplates of the surrounding disfavored rattle with salutes. With the voices of Narat's betrayal of our cause, our mission to control this forsaken peninsula has become all the more dire. We had thought the Vendrian Guard were the final death rattle of this region's defiance, but we were wrong. The Tears have begun to rise up against Kairos, emboldened by their countrymen. And while the disfavored labor to maintain order, the serpent that is the voices of Narat grows his army of lunatics and sellswords, preparing to lash out when we least suspect it. Oh, so our little exercise in defiance wasn't a total failure. I'll find some cold comfort in that knowledge. I can only imagine that the voice is driving his gangs mad with plots to storm this fortress. There can be no peace while the voices live, and no order while the chorus rampage the lands. The elimination of chaos is our first priority. Then we will have our time to govern the Tears as Kairos intended. Can I call upon you to support against this scourge? Speak more of this uprising. I was not aware that it had gone so bad since we had defeated the forces in Vendrian's well. I try not to bother myself with the details. These objectives will be dealt with and forgotten. I know of the Unbroken, a group of former stalwart miscreants that arose as the Blade Grave, arming themselves with a misguided sense of national pride. Beyond them, the dissident elements of the fallen realms are of little interest to me. What more would you have me do, then, Archon? Our position of authority in the Blade Grave is far from secure. We need to establish ourselves in the region in order to cultivate our strength for the battle to come. As soon as I am confident in our chances, we will depart this realm and wipe the chorus threat from the face of Taratus. The Unbroken, former daughters and sons of Stalwart, vex our efforts to secure the region. The Edict of Storms offers them cover, and they slip past our patrols in the light of day, hiding their movements behind clouds of dust and debris. Interesting, it sounds like Stalwart has made a very quick change from heavy infantry tactics much like the Disfavored to a much more light infantry guerrilla-style warfare. Kairos cast this blight upon this countryside as an example, not to plague those of us loyal to the north. You must travel to Sentinel Stand and seek out Sentinel Stand and seek out Stratus Herodin. He is the last of the old Stalwart bloodline who call themselves Regent. Put him to the sword and end this edict once and for all. Calling it now. Stratus Herodin has gotten with his daughter. Calling it now. Who is Stratus Herodin? The last of the elder bloodline that ruled Stalwart and maintained its dignity. He's also a filthy coward. During the last battle of Stalwart, he crouched behind the walls of Sentinel Stand Keep and refused to meet our forces on the field of battle. I mean, I'd also call that smart. If you know you're going to lose a field battle, you stay behind your fucking walls. Why is he so important to the edict? He would neither surrender nor impel his soldiers to do so. As such, Kairos decreed that storms would ravage the country until the regent was dead. Stratus Herodin was free to kill himself, of course, but he was either too proud or too gutless for the task. I'll bet you anything, he's already dead, but Graven Ash's daughter is already carrying his child. Bet you anything. Well, maybe that one might not be true. We might end up having to kill him and then find out later that Graven Ash's daughter is pregnant or has already borne him a child. That might also be possible. Why has no one managed to kill him yet? Because he persists in crouching behind the walls of his stand. With the Edict of Storms raging about his citadel, no one has been able to enter or exit since the last year of the conquest. No bird or missive has left the wind wall either. The Edict is all the proof we have that Herodin still lives. Ah, but the other side of that is that it says it will be dispelled when the last blade is broken or when the last blade is laid down. I can't remember the exact wording. Really want to pull that one up at some point. Tell me of the Edict of Storms. Kairos visited this plague upon the people of Stalwart to punish their leaders' cowards. We had thought the edict would have dispelled long ago, but to our dismay it endures. The rust and debris filling the air is a source of constant irritation, hampers our ability to conduct this war on our terms. You should consider the subjugation of Stalwart and the ending of this edict tasks of equal importance. Thankfully, your goals are well matched. The persistence of the edict is tied to Herodin's bloodline, and Kairos has decreed that the storms will continue until the last of the regents is slain. End the regents, end the edict. Return to me victorious. I understand then what must be done. When we make our way into the Blade Grave, we will make it a top priority. Oh, favor. Oh, he has more than 5 tiers of favor. Interesting. Find the last regent, kill him and end the storms. Staunch this seeping wound of rebellion. The downfall of the Unbroken and the old regent will send a clear message throughout the tiers. Our rule is absolute, and dissident will not be tolerated. Consider it done. There is one final matter to discuss. My daughter went missing in the 2nd year of the conquest, and I have reason to believe that she is held trapped in the fortress of Sentinel Stand. If you find Amelia, bring her home. How do you know that she's within the fortress? It is the one location in all of Stalwart we cannot reach. If her detachment of soldiers was taken captive, she would have been placed beyond my power. No doubt for the southern wretches to use for negotiation. His expression twists with distaste. Tell me of your daughter, of your youngest daughter. She has her father's stubborn persistence. An excellent fighter, more brazen and eager to test. Yeah, we've read that part. Never mind, that's the exact same one. There we go, this is new. Our relationship has endured its challenges. This last few years, I have been a better general to her than a father. And once the war is over and she is restored to the Legion, I hope we can find it in ourselves to know each other once more. What makes you think she's still alive? I have traveled together with this fallen, corrupted land. You are no doubt aware of the aegis I extend to my troops. It is the boon I grant my northerners for loyal service and devotion. As my army feels my guardianship, I am aware of them in turn. Their concern, their pain, it is my burden to carry as their leader. Amelia is alive. I have awoken at night in cold sweats, my bile rising with violence. What torment she suffers at the hands of those stalwart animals is a mystery, and I only want her restored to heal in the company of the Legion. I will do my best to find her, General, and if I do so, to ensure her safe return. That is all I ask. She is but one soldier, that if I had the forces to dispatch, I would make her retrieval my highest priority. She is the commander of highest renown, a paragon of our virtues. Fatebinder, I offer you my support in this mission. The Blade Grave is a place of, well, I felt many cohorts buried among the ruins, and no small part of myself as well. He feels their thoughts. Does that mean he feels, he might to a certain extent, but it's probably very dispersed. I have to imagine he feels it more generally. So, like, an individual soldier he protects just from injury, but a company of soldiers he might feel, anticipation or anger or something like that, and he's able to direct it more fully. It's probably a power that works better on large numbers of troops, hence his usage of it on the entire Legion. I imagine that for individual soldiers, he can only get the vaguest of emotional feels. Now, I mean, if the disfavor decided to organize an orgy or something and all of them got it down at the same time, I mean, he'd probably feel that, but you'd also probably hear that for miles. Could you elaborate, Barry? The matter is a sensitive one. I fear to speak it in the company of the General, though he doubtless knows already. Barrick attempts to stand tall before Ashen Grave. Speak on, son of Barraconan. Nothing I've seen you accomplish in the field has diminished you in my eyes. I know my soldiers as I know myself. Ash nods with approval. I lost countrymen by the hundreds in the last day of the Stalwart campaign, and for my troubles I was fused to this armor. The Blade Grave is the last place I ever felt human. That is all I will say of it. The last battle of Stalwart was a terrible time, perhaps most of all for you who survived. I mourn those we lost, and I have recited their names often during the morning drills. We cannot restore their broken bodies to the north, but we can remember them as they were. We're still in the disfavored camp. Yes, yes we are, Lord Brown Bear. My throat. I need more water. Ugh.
Is that all? Your manner has changed. Beric stands a little straighter, and for a moment you can't tell if he's going to lash out or crumple into himself. You're prepared for anything, but after a long pause, his shoulders sag the slightest bit. My cohort marched on Sentinel Stand to commit a mission. We failed. The walls of the keep defied us, and the last region of Stalwart refused to meet us in battle. The coming of the edict cut us off from our objectives. Because of this, the Blade Grave is also a place of regret. What did I miss? We got more clarification from Graven Ash, pretty much, and he also told us about his past, his family, and his rebellion against Kairos when he was originally against them. Apparently, his daughter's still alive, and I am totally calling it that the daughter is pregnant or has already born a child to the Regency line, which means that one of the only ways to end the edict will be to kill Graven Ash's grandchild. I am calling that now. Alternatively, we do know that the edict also contains a second way of ending it, which says that when the last sword is broken, which I'm assuming means that the forces of Stalwart have to formally surrender in totality. If we can somehow convince them to do that, we might have a chance. Because I'd rather not get on Graven Ash's bad side by killing his only grandchild. That seems like a very short track to never being able to work with him again. You have much invested in this mission. Of course you can accompany me, Beric. I appreciate that, Fatebinder. Graven Ash is attentive and understanding to each of his troops. It pleases me to see his example in you. What was the sunset clause on the Edict of Storm? It was a twofold sunset clause. It said either the last sword is broken or the line of regents is ended. Now, Graven Ash wants us to find the last regent and kill him. But given the fact that his daughter has been captured, hasn't been seen in 2 years, and supposedly was captured in the fortress that the last regent is there, I have my feeling that she is pregnant or has already born a child of the Regency line, by force or by choice, I don't know yet. I'm really hoping it's not by force, because dear God, that just makes everything here worse. But again, I'm hoping we might be able to circumvent the whole thing by convincing Stalwart to surrender in totality. But we will see. We have to actually get out of this camp. I've been talking for 4 hours now. 4 fucking hours now. I haven't stopped. Oh God, my throat is going to hurt tomorrow. I have a feeling. And in you, Armored One, never forget that I found you at the mere germination of your potential, and you have accomplished much in the ensuing years. Thank you, General. Though it's impossible to tell through his helmet, you assume that Beric is blushing. Your map is already marked with the position of Sentinel Stand. It would take me 100 lifetimes to forget those old walls, or the day that the edict shattered our advance. We are not done speaking yet. Wait, really? I thought I had more. Hold on. Fatebinder, you return. Through his congenial smile, you just barely detect that he is wincing. Something wrong, Archon? Nothing I cannot handle. The war takes a toll on everyone it touches, but in my case, that price is heavier than most. He rises to full height and dismisses your concerns with an authoritative shrug of his shoulders. Never mind that. You didn't come to hear about an old man's aching joints. We have a realm to subjugate and people to break under the banner of the disfavored. I could have sworn that there was more here for a second ago. Or maybe I was... Yeah, we've seen that. No. Okay, I guess not. Never mind. Beric, was there something else you wanted to add?
You have something which requires my attention? What can I do for you?
Oh, is there more to this if I ask them individually?
We are siblings. Half-siblings. Regrettable and repugnant as that fact might seem, it is true. Though the products of different nations and cultures, we have the distinction of sharing a father.
Wait, what?
I am disgusted by the thought that my father lay down with some low-born southern farmhand. But my horror does not spare me from the truth of it. So I accept the fact and try to move on.
From? Did I miss something? I asked him about... We need to talk about your connection with Verse. I assume because I thought, oh, by asking them individually rather than the part that was them talking together, we'd get more information. Where the fuck did this come from?
You should take it as a compliment to our father's skills. My mother's a tough woman to please. I rather think I took after him, don't you?
When the hell did you two become aware of this? Why was I not informed? What is going on here?
During the conquest, the Scarlet Chorus made sport of shooting down messenger birds on their way to the disfavored camp. Anything they could accomplish to hinder our efforts or embarrass us was fair game. My father sent a missive intended for my eyes alone. By incredible chance, Verse intercepted it and recognized the name and handwriting.
So this is partly why you two have been bitching at each other this whole time. Behind my back, and I should have asked about this sooner. This is still surprising.
She found me in camp that evening, and we discussed our unlikely situation. We've done everything in our power to keep the word quiet. Not many in the Legion know that I share blood with a Southerner, much less a chorus rat.
They both hate this fact. Yes, I am getting that feeling already.
Don't worry, Barrick. When my old gang boss caught wind of our discovery, I killed her and took the gang for myself. Our secret's safe with me. Well, it was, anyway.
You two hate each other, though.
Not particularly. She is unstable at the best of times, and a hardened killer at the worst. I don't know what her family did to her, but she lacks any pretense of human decency.
It takes one to know one. Don't act like we're so different, Barrick. You're the most repressed and intolerant soldier I've ever met. You hide it under duty and pride, but it's still there.
Are you okay, Barrick?
Well, Verse has a nasty habit of jabbering in my ear and making this war intolerable. I plan on parting ways and returning to the north at first convenience. My father will answer for his infidelity. Beyond that, I am happy to consider myself in every way unaffected. My superiors once accused me of having an impulsive streak, but I have worked to suppress it at every turn.
He is a sociopath, but I doubt they have a word for that. Most likely. They probably don't.
When you go back home, send Father my fondest greetings and thanks. If he hadn't gone to ground on my mother's dry dock, I might not be here today.
Gone to ground on my mother's dry dock. That's a new one. That is indeed a new one. I was not anticipating having to hear that.
My heritage was a point of pride and distinction before I met you, Verse. Not that you would care.
The end of a pissed-off armor-bound Barrick or Verse under most contexts? I mean, yes. God, could you imagine somebody insulting both of them at this instance about their heritage? They would set aside their differences for half a moment just to flay the poor bastard alive. Have you noticed any significant impact, Verse?
I've asked myself about that several times, but unfortunately I don't have what you'd call a definitive answer. The Northerners put a lot of meaning behind family and blood. Seems arbitrary to me, but I don't want to discredit it entirely. I told you about what happened to my Scarlet Fury sisters. The hesitation I experienced. Sometimes I wonder if that wasn't because of my connection to Barrick. He's stubborn, regimented, everything I'm not.
Grubs has started to whine about it. I'm not. Let's not bring up politics. I don't even pay attention to Grums. I've seen a few of his posts when they pop up, but I don't pay particular attention to him. Let's move on, Tenwin. We will judge the game on its own merits. There's 1,000 different things that could go wrong, and having choices of fucking pronouns is not one of them in a video game 99.9% of the time.
I suppose there's no telling for sure, but if I had to guess... yeah. Sometimes I get messed up in my head, and learning I had a brother has helped me understand that better.
That is some surprising introspection from you, Verse. So nothing else from there. So does she have something different to say if I go ask her about it?
What do you need?
Oh, no, it is actually the same because they removed it from there. Okay. Eb, do you have anything to say after everything we just saw?
What is it you need?
Interesting. The other two have modified intros for having high loyalty, whereas we have her at loyalty 4 and she didn't say anything. Ooh, very interesting, Eb. Very interesting there. All right, we are finally done with the disfavored camp. Oof. Now we could actually go do something. Oh, God. You got her loyalty up fast. I mean, it helps not being a total asshole. Okay, so... Sentinel. Yep, that's the only choice. I suppose... Ooh. Cato Village. Oh, okay, hold... Okay, Sunset Spire. That's the... Yeah, Lethian's Crossing. 2 days there. Sentinel Stand. I actually don't know if I'm supposed to do this place first, because this sounds like it's way... I don't know if it's higher level than me or not, is my problem. They like ebbed their first run. Just went straight for it and butchered her right there. It's up to you. Tenwin, no spoilers or anything. Is there actually an order you're supposed to do this so you don't run into high-level enemies at random? Like, that's my main concern. I don't want to go to an area and find out that I'm like 5 levels behind where I'm supposed to be that area. You don't remember it all? Okay, never mind then. Let's go for it then. Your journey is interrupted by the feral howls of a hunting pack of beastmen. Their leader is an impressive specimen, her mane black as night, her body scarred from battle. Okay, interesting. Oh. Before you towers a massive creature of fur and flesh, her short black snout sniffing at the air. Aye, we have a beastman companion potential. Okay, now we're getting interesting.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength. But is male.
The beast woman cocks her head to one side, eyes bright with curiosity and red as fresh blood. Those eyes rove up and down your body, darkening with a sudden heat, with a look that a predator makes upon its prey. They talk with, like, Skaven, but with a wider vocabulary. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that feeling.
Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fate Binder. For human who woke Horizon Rock called Mountain Spire.
It's even a little bit more than that. The Skaven will objectively refuse to use other races' words for things, whereas this is... She's able to call it both the Mountain Spire and the Horizon Rock. So she's very well educated by Beastman standards. She's able to understand these two are the same thing while being willing to use both forms of the word.
Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry. Traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last.
She tongues her blade-sharp, discolored fangs and exhales a pleased growl. Your markings. Shadow Hunter tribe, are you not?
Fate Binder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Male who smells of alpha and knows of Shadow Hunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills in shadow.
No, it's okay, Brown Bear. I know what that's referencing. I know what that's what... No, Tenwin. This one's fine. This one's fine, because I know what that's referencing. It's from the Boondocks, and it is surprisingly pertinent given how they're portraying the Beastmen right now. No. The person we need to spray with a water bottle is the fucking beast person, which we can do. Slap her in the face. Thick muscles rip and flex as the beast woman rises to her full height. She towers over you, 8+ feet of savage, rough-hewn strength. Her coat is matted and scarred. She spits a wad of blood and mucus at your feet. Given how we saw their first interaction, and the way they talk, the beastmen only respect strength. My character is just being appropriate to their culture.
We'll kill. We'll rip throat out. We'll lash, twist, tear, and mangle.
Oh, shit. Okay. I hope this doesn't actually kill her. Go ahead and do flesh to stone. Try to hit her with that. She's using her buffs. That's great. Go ahead and give me a breaking the wall on her. Verse, go ahead and give me skewer. Wait, this actually kills her? I thought this was just facing her down. Oh no. When was the last time we saved? Well, we're about to find out. We do have a save that I can load, so hopefully we'll see what happens. Okay, Verse, pop a potion. Give me a restoring touch on her as well. She's gonna need it. Give me a fireball centered on that one. Barrack. Burst fires several arrows into Barrack's arm. When the last arrow strikes, Barrack roars and the arrows burst out, striking nearby his enemy. We can't really do that. Iron tolling. Can we do that? Mocks a target. 1.9 seconds. Hold on. Yes. Go ahead and use that. There we go. There. Oh, wow. Yeah, I think that killed her. Shit, we're gonna have to reload then. Fuck. Well. Fireball. What is she casting? Mother's Embrace. Oh, okay.
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Can we please kill? Hold on. Verse, actually, go ahead and use your healing spell on Barrick real fast, because the other people aren't. Please heal. Please tell me he did not take a fucking... No, he did not. Okay. Come on. Oh, no, okay. Whew. Okay. There we go. Battered and bloody. The beast woman drops to all fours. She crouches low, belly rubbing the dirt as she ducks her head in a show of submission. You were saying? I believe you were attempting to mangle me, correct?
Yield, yield, yield! Kills in shadow yields to Fatebinder.
Why have you tracked me down? Why get in my way?
No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky, makes ground tremble, makes night cry, blood and fire.
What would a beast woman know of the Fatebinders?
Human is not first Fatebinder. Kills in shadow has hunted.
She chuffs darkly, amused.
Tribes of Kairos fear Fatebinder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fatebinder. Archons rolled over and whined, covetous.
And? What is your point?
Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans.
Kills in shadow spits a gob of tawny mucus upon the ground.
Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight Kirut, like Fatebinder who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. Nor killed is migration of life. But kills in shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe.
You would side with the enemy to survive.
Enemy? No enemy. Only competition. Only strong tribes and weak tribes. Only win or die. Adapt to survive.
This beastman is loquacious for a beast woman. I mean, we don't really know how far their education so much goes. I mean, I can't imagine it's very advanced, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not learned enough to understand the basics of the world. And let's be very honest, even if most people don't know how to work magic, most people do seem to at least understand the basics of why magic is. Archons are the source of them, sigils are taken from the Archons and then used in magic. Like, people at least seem to be aware of the basics. If you want to join me, you will be as a beta. You will be as lower than I, and you will serve.
Kills in shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast Woman will follow Fatebinder. Will not dominate. Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
She tongues one of her upper fangs, lips split in a feral grin. Fine, but you shall serve well, and keep your nose to yourself. The beast woman huffs and turns to address her pack.
Kills in shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper, run, flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft is leader now.
The pack hesitates, causing Kills in shadow to emit a low, menacing growl.
Will not like if Kills and Shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
Seen too many descriptions of weird Eero fiction to not cringe at the word beta. Oh, no doubt, Brown Bear. I was a bit weirded out just saying it as well. I've been on the internet too long to not know that that word has been used in a variety of horrible ways. But moving on. For right now, we'll actually drop Verse because Kills and Shadow seems to have a very similar role as far as melee damage dealer goes. But we'll keep her for right now. Plus, it's probably best not to have Verse around when we're dealing with disfavored stuff in the first place. She seems to like to cause all sorts of problems. Delay in consciousness for 10 seconds, for 120 seconds, reduce move speed but gain resolve. Beastman. Does she keep the same spot? No, it completely fucked up my formation by sending Verse home. God damn it. There we go. You there, you at the end. There we go. The great spikes of the Blade Grade provide cover for soldiers and beasts alike, making them perfect sites for ambushing unwary travelers. And that is Blood Moss. Okay. Oh boy, here we go. The Beast Woman squats on her haunches, back bowed and face tilted forward as she meticulously grooms between the long, calloused fingers of one paw. A mauve tongue laves blood from her glistening claws. She glances up, a jerky, startled motion as you approach, but there is no fear, only reaction, instinct, a readiness to strike. Also, she is naked. I mean, yes.
Fatebinder wants Beast Woman?
The reek of an unwashed feral animal, bloodied and battle-worn, swathes you like a blanket. You breathe through your mouth to keep from retching. Not like that. Goddamn, first Barrack, now her? Jesus Christ. If you're going to follow me, I wish to know more about you and your people. Kills and Shadow puffs out her hairy, naked teats.
Them best hunter.
She boasts, scratching at one idly.
Blessed of tribe. Tribe who killed king vipers, Alarion, and thorn stags extinct. Them alpha. Brood mother. Can smell earthblood like mystic.
Tribe who killed King Viper, Alarion, and Thornstags extinct. Huh.
What else does Alpha to Kills and Shadow long to know?
Kills in Shadow. Interesting name. How did you acquire it?
Best hunter is clever hunter. Stalks slow and soft. Pat, silent. Strikes fast. Kills without hesitation.
Remember conversations had on the Spire. Make sure you don't miss anything other party members may say about them. Ooh, you're right. Ah, fuck. You're right, Brown Bear. Damn.
Lead conversation. Beast Woman will follow.
Shit, he's right. Okay. You're saved from more conversation now. For now. Also, my throat needs like a 5-minute break. I swear to God, please. Just, can we go a few minutes without me having to constantly do voices? Please. Just a little bit. I can't imagine. Oh, dear God. Through the billowing dirt and dust kicked up by the Edict of Storms, you make out the shifting silhouettes of a small group ahead of you. Appearing lightly armed and armored, the group pulls 2 carts in their wake, and they haven't noticed you through the maelstrom. Allow them to pass by without making your presence known. They continue past without noticing you and fade into the wailing winds. Oh, yeah, we need to, that is true. We're just gonna dump points into might for her. Ooh, actually, hold on. No. We need to get her at the very least, we need to get her accuracy baseline. Then we'll put some points in might. There we go. Her skills are fairly low. She really needs to get her parry up. Does she count as doing unarmed combat? Edict of Storms, minus 20% rage damage and minus 10 accuracy. Natural Hide gives her +3 to all armors. Okay. Yeah, look at that self-portrait. Isn't that just a pearly white smile? She has Ravager and Titan. Strike forcibly with a weapon. Okay, we're going to turn her around just in case there's anything that the game might not like that. Yeah, she cannot equip items in any of those slots. So then why does she come with a bronze war mace? Oh, she had... Oh, I'm an idiot. She can wield weapons. Okay. Interesting. But would it be better to just allow her to fight with her... Why not try teaching her a sigil? We probably can't. Her lore skill is 18. Yeah, she can't even learn the basics. Well, I mean, she could technically learn a 15 for that. If that's the case, our best choice would probably be Flesh to Stone, because then she can petrify an enemy and then immediately use it against them. She can petrify somebody and then kill them, basically. Can we give him... No, not yet. 35 in order to learn that. Maybe I should actually... If that's the case, I should teach Barrick the same one. That way he can also petrify people and knock them over with it. Plus, that'll slowly get their lore skill up, and that'll eventually allow them to learn the healing spells. Bad boy style, always facing away. I guess since he has 2, the only other option would probably be... Yeah, actually, if he can learn that... Nope, can't learn intensity. Accuracy. Range is worthless. Duration he can actually learn. So yes, I think he can buff himself with that, which would be great. Being able to reduce his hit and graze rate would be awesome. But yeah, you go ahead and... I'll teach you those, Barrick. Yep, we've got her almost to there, but she needs a very major strength unlock, which is probably related to her quest. There's probably companion quests that help finalize this. Kills and shadows elated by your dominant, straightforward ways. Ah, yeah, so she's quite the opposite of, yeah, demanding, domineering ways is a fear point for Ebb, but for kills in shadow, that she likes it. Now, what do we have with her points here? So, Titan is for her if she's using weapons. Permanent health bonus reduction, all becoming crush damage, frost damage, and shock damage. Attack from stealth causes targets to bleed and grants a heal over time effect. That lasts until combat ends. That's actually cool. Oh, 1% health every 6. Never mind. That is way too slow. I know my... Oh, now? Are you now backing off, Lord Brown Bear? I'm sorry. Did we finally find a woman who's a bit too much for you? Foes are left hobbled. Grants a damage bonus while wounded. Grants a damage bonus on prone targets. Increase the number of enemies she can engage. Dealing crush damage, knocking all enemies in the immediate area prone. So yes. Okay. Grants frightened, which is will reduce by 30, or terrified and will randomly flee. Okay, I see, Lord Brown Bear. You're 10 wins. Stop trying to get Brown Bear killed. Allows attacks twice with her normal weapon attacks. We'll go ahead with that. Improves unarmed damage. Gains a bonus to subterfuge. Moderately improves unarmed damage. Swipe at all enemies in range. Add armor penetration. Gained in subterfuge, unarmed, and one-handed skills. We'll go with improved damage. And we'll give her the swipe. Good go. That'll be it.
Yes. Moving cautiously.
Also quite a bit bigger than everybody else.
This woman is fast, silent. Best hunter.
Slow and steady. Sentinels stand. I still remember when the edict struck this place.
Oh, there's something else. How the hell did we miss this? Water skin. Not that important. Still.
Best woman is fast, silent. Best hunter.
Okay, so we can't get over there. We've got to go through this way then. Still need to level? What? Wait, what? There's one more point in talent. How did I miss that? How the fuck did I miss that? Gains a bonus to subterfuge, which might be useful. Adds armor penetration to unarmed attacks. There we go. Okay, now we're good. Oh dear, gonna have to walk through the water. Sorry, Barrick. Maybe it'll help wash some of the stuff off your feet. It is hide, bronze ingot, and vagrant's chew. 50% healing, 4 vitality, and 20 athletics. That actually sounds like something she might want. We'll take the rest.
Time to lighten my step.
Oh, that's a disfavored soldier, isn't it? The moat that once encircled Sentinel Stand has long since succumbed to the harsh environment. Standing water and patches of moist dirt are all that remain. That is a heavy leather helm, which I don't think anybody really... No, that's going to increase our... Yeah, no, we're going to go ahead and put that in the inventory. Chaw. Oh, okay. Well, still. Who the fuck are you? The scout straightens as you approach, squinting through the harsh wind. Are you the support that Ash sent out? I am Tunon's Fatebinder. Glad to hear it. Never be too careful at... No, I've done enough Scottish accent. Hold on. Glad to hear it. No, that's still Scottish. God damn, I'm running out of voices. I didn't anticipate. Glad to hear it. You can hear to be too careful out here. I'm half blind from the storm, and you agents of the court always stand out. No offense. We've been patrolling the outer walls, but there's no sign of the enemy. Either they know not to come here, or they're better at hiding than I credited. Damn rebels shipped about like the winds they do. Have you run into any Unbroken recently? More than a fortnight ago. She dashed off right quick before we could knock arrows. Cautious lot, but they're cunning. Not even Kairos could have expected them to use the storm to their advantage. Is there a way to enter the fortress? In these winds? I wouldn't venture to try if I had 1,000 shields to guard me. Come take a look. You'll understand.
You see what I see?
Aha. That is a gem. Very nice. Sentinel Stand Keep was once a proud, imposing structure. Now it stands as a mere shadow of its former glory. But yeah, we can only get around the bottoms of it. Doesn't look like there's a way in through the top. At least not easily.
Sorry, I can't.
Anything over here?
Lighten my step.
Ooh, what the... Oh, this is just the outer wall we're looking at. The actual keep is down there.
Nothing has changed. This is the very storm that shattered the Unbroken and disfavored alike. Thank you for bringing me here, Fatebinder.
Varric regards the wind wall and the massive tornado around the inner keep, which is but a distant outline.
Stratus Harridan, last of the stalwarts regents, cowers behind the walls of his castle, and we won't be able to reach him through this storm. Ah, this place brings back unpleasant memories.
You were actually here when this edict was passed, were you not?
Regrettably, the general's daughter and the members of her forward cohort were captured in the second year of the war. By the third, we had tracked her to Sentinel Stand. We knew that the edict was coming, but thought it worth the risk. The battle dragged on longer than it should have, and we were caught in the initial storm. He sighs, and a cascade of sand escapes from his shoulder joints. That was the day I woke up encased in this bedamned rust bucket, and why this place brings to mind unfinished business. What do you know of the regents? They were bureaucrats and diplomats, drunk on their own self-importance. Stratus Harridan never impressed us. The people of Stalwart revered the man. Cowardice must run in their bloodline. When the edict struck, he stayed hidden in his castle and watched his country fall to pieces. An honorable man would have died for his people.
The storm has not left much behind.
A year of brutal weather will do that. The Edict of Storms devastated the once mighty realm, all but wiping it from the map. There isn't much left of the old country save for the Unbroken and their stubborn pride.
Where is it? The terms of the edict specified that the storms would gust without mercy until the last member of the regent's bloodline, the rulers of Stalwart, met his or her death. Huh. I guess there was only one clause to it. I must have been completely wrong. I'm only interested in one thing now, Varric. How do we get inside?
I couldn't say. The powers fighting over this realm must have some notion, otherwise they wouldn't squabble for control over this blasted wasteland. We should track down someone with answers.
Alpha would let wind slice body to pieces.
She snarls as if threatened by the storm itself.
Is dangerous. Paw on path with greater care for pack.
We need to find a way through it. Shut the fuck up. You catch an odd sound upon the wind, a low moan hidden within a cacophony of swirling dirt and metal debris. The cloud of dust seems to close in on you, and within them, you see patches of glowing red. Oh, these must be the Bane. What are they doing here? Well, they're probably drawn to the magic of the edict, aren't they?
Battle!
Oh, shit. Okay, I was expecting some kind of cutscene, but I was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong. All right. Hopefully he can handle that, but I don't want him to die either. Let me see here. False pit probably isn't going to work. Let's do an electric jolt. On you. Ow. Come on, cast a spell. There we go. He's actually not having a very good time with that. Let's see if we can help him. Barrick, break that one down, please. I'll just let her keep casting. Her AI seems to be handling it just fine. Let's go ahead and flesh to stone him. What actually are her abilities? Stampede. Instantly dash to a target attack. The Fate Power attack stuns the target and enemies nearby while kills the child inflicts a powerful bleed effect. Leaping Death, knocking them prone. Claw Swipe, damaging and interrupting. Go ahead and do that.
Damn my eyes!
There we go. Petrified him. Let's go ahead and give us a flash fire on that poor bastard.
Hey! Nobody saw that, right?
Immune to mage fire. Interesting. Alright, we're taking a lot of damage here. We're having to spread our attention really fucking thin. Okay, will prone work?
Will do.
Immune to prone. That's aggravating. Come on, finish him off. Oh my... He healed! He fucking healed! God damn it. There we go, okay.
Strikes with sharpest claws.
Oh good, the AI is actually doing really well. It notices when one of its comrades is about to take a hit that would kill them and starts casting the healing magic without me having to tell them. That's great. That's actually really nice. Alright, let's... that thing looks like it's immune to lightning, so we're gonna go with fire instead. There we go. Oh, that was good. Okay, the AI is certainly smarter in this one than it was in Pillars of Eternity. But that's probably helped by the fact that we don't have such limited spell casting. The Bane are dispelled, their unnatural cries silenced, leaving only the tornado's violence in your ears. The enemy AI? No, the companion AI. Like, Ebb got hit down to critical health, and without me even having to tell him, because he was standing right next to her, Barrick immediately began casting his healing spell on her. I didn't even have to do anything, he just did it. The allied AI seems to be very competent in using its spells when they need to be. As the dust clouds recede, you spot a crouched figure on the wall above.
I see a figure atop those walls. Tread with caution.
I'm ready to go. Hunt, stalk, prowl.
It looks like bronze armor, which means, yeah, he's probably a member of the locals. That is a stalwart bronze sword. Not really what anybody needs from this. A soldier kneels behind the ruined parapets. You can tell by his raiment, old stalwart gear, that he's a member of the Unbroken. He peers at you with a mixture of caution and curiosity. You handle the Bane well enough. What brings you to this forsaken place? He pauses as recognition dawns in his eyes. You're not the typical rank and file of the army, and you're no son of Stalwart either. He squints at your raiment and takes your measure. No, you're the Fatebinder who broke past the Vendrian Guard. I think you'd find yonder wind wall a tougher nut to crack than the Apex Citadel. He chuckles. To a degree where it actually gets a bit annoying, because if you set it up properly, you can just play the game without actually controlling your characters. I mean, I'm not going to go that far, but I do appreciate it when the game is capable of actually remembering that in a non-turn-based situation, trying to control 5 or 6 different characters can be a pain in the ass. I meant in Deadfire? I know, but still, in general. I'm talking about CRPGs in general. Especially, again, if you're going to have a non-turn-based system, it's nice to not have to constantly micromanage everything. One way or the other, I am here to end the Edict of Storms. Is that how it works? Kairos casts an edict and sends lackeys as a cleanup crew. In that case, I'm glad we're still independent of you Imperial dogs. I suggest you make a storm and blow it, because you're not getting inside the fortress. When you report back to your master, tell him the first scout Janos sent you off with your tail tucked between your cheeks. I am getting the distinct feeling that you Unbroken don't exactly feel very positively towards your ruler. He's a spineless old man who hides behind his soldiers and doesn't possess any of the values he hammers into the others. Sorry, I was talking about Graven Ash. Janos flashes you a crude sign with his fingers. Would that I had the strength to tear down this wall and kill that man myself. Harridan is a relic of the past. Those of us left look to the future. We don't have any hope of squirming out from under Kairos' thumb while the old regent enjoys his twilight years sipping dusty wine and hiding from our war. Speak then. What can you tell me of the regents? You should look into the AI system in Deadfire. Allows you to customize the AI significantly. Oh, well, we'll see when we get there. The regents were the loyal family. They governed Old Stalwart, protected our borders, rallied our armies when we needed it. Kairos' butchers left only a single regent standing, and he's as useless as a mustache on a mallet. Do you know anything about Graven Ash's daughter, Amelia? Sorry, I didn't catch that. Not too good with names, and your voice isn't carrying over the winds. Flashes you a wide, knowing grin. Impertinent scum! Climb over that wall and let me beat the truth out of him. What do you know of the edict? The storm will continue as long as Stratus Harridan lives. I wager we're both keen on stopping the old coward's heart, though I'll do everything in my power to make sure that you never get any closer to Sentinel Stand than this. Ah, but it's not. It says when the last regent falls. Again, they're stressing that we know what the edict says. Everyone else just kind of has the vague notion of, yeah, the regent has to die for that. But it specifically says when the last regent dies. But that's related to the bloodline, not the title. And what are Bane doing here? Don't you know anything? The Bane are drawn to magic, and Kairos' magic is like them going to flies around a corpse. This whole region is polluted with the Overlord's reek, none more so than the wind wall right before us. Mind yourself at their claws, Fatebinder. It said that once the Bane have you in their clutches, they never let go. So how can I get inside Sentinel Stand? Throwing yourself into the wind wall comes to mind. Go ahead, take a few steps inside, see how long it takes for the wind to strip you down to a skeleton. I'd love to stay and chat, but it's high time that I reported on your presence to my superiors. Be seeing you, Fatebinder, though you might not see me. He ducks behind the parapet and vanishes into the obscurity of the storm. Damn that vain southern wretch, Radovic spits. The Unbroken know the territory better than us, and they've taken every opportunity to flaunt it. What was that scout even doing here? I think there's a corpse on the wall. We might want to take a closer look. I think it's in disfavored colors. Alright, we open that up. Let's go ahead and see what's up on the wall.
On the lookout.
I want to stealth through here because it would be their nature to leave a trap as we tried to come up here to investigate where he went. Okay. No trap. Amelia's battle standard. This appears to be a scrap of the battle standard carried by Amelia, the daughter of the Archon of War. It was found at Sentinel Stand, confirming that she was within the castle when the Edicts of Storm descended. Stone shield boots. Light armor. Really? I mean, I don't think it's of any use to anybody. Yeah, that increases... she can't wear that, so I guess we're just going to put that in there. This body has been here a long time. The storm has eroded skin from bone, but tucked away in one of the gauntlets you find the scrap of a distinctive battle standard. That's the General's family crest! Amelia and her unit must have passed through here. Oh, it was a lifetime ago we marched on Sentinel Stand, but this at least proves we were on the right trail. So close. The girl might still be alive out there. He looks at the wind wall with regret. Beric, did you serve under Amelia? Yeah. What can you tell me about her? She was always headstrong, took after her father in that regard. She also demanded that the Legion treat her like an ordinary soldier whenever possible, though in truth she was far from ordinary. She may not be an Archon like Ash, but she's vicious with a sword and popular with the troops. I sparred with her outside the Bastard City at the beginning of the war. Almost lost an ear for my troubles. And what makes you think she's still alive? Ash's protection would keep her standing long after anyone else had fallen. I don't like to think that she endured in her imprisonment, but we can help put it behind her. The disfavored are a hardy folk, sir. Hammer to the skull, sword to the gut, arrow to the spine. We don't go down easy. We can march for days without cracking a yawn or little else. I guarantee. But I know this much. The daughter of Graven Ash can outlast any prison. Then what's the next step? Ash bade us to bring order to the region. We need to learn as much about his daughter as possible. I heard tell of an unbroken fort known as the Duskwatch. One of our soldiers has been imprisoned there since around the time Amelia's unit went missing. I'll wager anything that if we shatter the unbroken defense, we'll learn more about her whereabouts. Beric is right. They took Callias captive, supposedly one of the stone shields who traveled with Amelia. You can make contact with Osmios, the commander in charge of taking Duskwatch. I'm sure he'd appreciate the aid of a Fatebinder. You go on ahead. I'll double back and relay this information to Ash. That should raise the old man's spirits a bit.
Moving cautious.
And a potion of healing. I have a feeling Barrick might be instrumental to getting past the wind wall. His armor being attached to his body and having almost no way in or out might actually allow him to survive it. The wind whips violently past, throwing bits of rock and metal past you along the dust. I think that might have something to do with it, and it might explain why he's not allowed to remove it. Or why he was trapped in it, and it certainly wouldn't be pleasant. No, of course it wouldn't. But between his armor being basically attached to him and Graven Ash's protection, he certainly has the best chance out of anyone. Damn, is that all? We can't actually get over there? Hold on. We need to go back down to that area where we entered, because there's... Why would you have all that and not allow me to get up to it? No, we can't go anywhere further on there. We can't walk there. There's got to be a way up there, right? Ooh, zoomed out a little too far. Let me go back over here. Let me take a look real fast. No, we'd have to find a way past this.
Can't do that.
It won't let us. Damn. Wait, what? Wait, did I leave loot up there? Shit. Fuck. God damn it. Yeah, I did. I bet I did. Fuck. I walk all the way up there again. Come on, everybody. Get a move on. I didn't see any loot on the ground. Oh, it was those. I completely missed that. Ooh, they're made up of Bane Essence, plus 6 armor arcane stone for 120 seconds, and gems. Interesting. Why are they made up of gems? Is it maybe that the magic coalesces in some kind of arcane formation on the jewel itself, and that forms like the heart of the Bane or something? I'm sure we'll find out more. Okay, we can head to Duskwatch, deeper into the region. Pick them up as they float about. That's also true. Given how the wind is whipping everything around here, it might have picked up a gemstone and tossed it into them. As you can see, Duskwatch is closed off for the likes of us, else I would be taking shelter from the storm. A disfavored scout struggles to recall your features, then his eyes open in dawning comprehension. Ah, the Fatebinder. Commander Osmios told me that I should keep a lookout for your company, but I didn't expect anyone from that high up the food chain. He beckons for you to follow. Due east of here, our unit is gathering in strength to take the Duskwatch. Follow me. He glances up at Barrick in sudden bewilderment. You're the biggest stone shield I've ever seen. How do you run an armor like that? With great effort, but I must keep moving to stave off the rust. My calves have bulged to the size of piglets. Damn, that is true. He can't take the armor off. He's been having to wear it. His body has essentially modified itself to be able to carry like an additional 120 pounds. He is fucking ripped under there. He's doing squats. He doesn't even have to do squats. He just has to move. He's working every muscle in his body. It's a full body workout 24/7. I can only imagine how much he has to eat. The sentry shakes his head to dispel the thoughts and focuses back on you. Tell me about Osmios. He's been part of the Stalwart campaign since it began, so he knows this country like the bad side of his helmet, which is damn impressive when you consider how the edict shook everything up. I'd follow him everywhere, including the Eye of the Storm, it seems. And what was your mission here? We do what Kairos' Iron Legion does best. Claim the fort, and anyone who doesn't cooperate gets put to the sword. Our commander likes to keep the orders simple. Osmios mentioned something about a northern prisoner behind the walls of Duskwatch, but I couldn't tell you anything else. I was assigned to scout duty, not rescue. And what's the story with this place? Through the war, the Unbroken kept this fort locked up against Kairos' forces. It doesn't look like much, but the folks behind those walls are a spirited bunch. Not even the storm has broken them. I know what the commander would say, that a southerner is too ignorant to wipe the grit from their eyes, but quite frankly, the Unbroken have been using the storm against us this whole time, and frankly, I respect them for it. Let's go. I do have a feeling we're going to get ambushed. Oh, no, there he is. It's a fairly small force, unfortunately. The disfavored commander wears his armor over broad shoulders and stands as if he knows it all too well. Raven Ash protects. Osmios, 32nd Legion. Pleasure to have you join us. Even as this close to Iron Hearth, we need all the help we can get. He frowns at Barrick. Still trapped, I see. How are you faring under there, soldier? It is challenging enough to fit food through this stubborn iron bucket. I've gained several 100 pounds of iron and muscle over the last year, and I smell like a mass grave left open in the sun. But I am, for the moment, upright. He nods to Osmios. As you might seem to recall, this fort is a tough nut to crack. Unbroken aren't too keen on surrendering. Our preliminary attacks have yet to break through. One of our soldiers is chained inside, Callias, and will do anything to get him out. He glances at the fort with longing. What's your business here, sir? I expect you've come to aid the war effort, but when it comes to Tunon's agents, well, it pays not to make assumptions. Ah, I like that. I also like, again, we're trying to pair the neutral level. We're not favoring one side or the one side or the other over in the Archons. We're actively trying to resolve these issues. I am the arbiter of Kairos' will by the power of the court. I deem the Edict of Storms has served its intended purpose. It should be resolved, one way or the other. I wouldn't dare to speak for arcane matters, sir, but I've seen enough of this storm to know that we're going to have a hard time reclaiming these lands with this grit in our eyes, and the unbroken scouts navigating the obscurity. He squints off into the distance and frowns. Day and night, my forces have battered themselves against these walls, but even the tireless disfavored have their limits, sir. I'm afraid we're out of commission until Ash's Aegis takes the edge off and knits our wounds close. You do look lively enough. What say you help us get Callias out and soften up the Unbroken for their execution? I need answers, not bodies. Killing them may not help me, but I will assist you as best I can. It's not often I see restraint, sir, but there you have it. In that case, I think you can spill some blood without losing sleep. Before you get too excited, your job is to infiltrate the base under cover of night and extract the prisoner. Don't let anyone spot you. You alert them while you're inside, you'll be on your own. Oh god, it's a stealth segment. Oh. Callias is a good soldier. He's been in broken hands longer than anyone should have to endure. You might think him just another stone shield, but Ash holds the lives of all of his troops in high regard. We should consider the recovery effort as important as taking the fortress itself. There aren't any structural weaknesses along the perimeter that we've seen. It'd help you sneak in. After releasing Callias, open the front gate. Flashes you a toothy grin. We'll flood the keep, make short work of Agathon's soldiers. Are you ready? What do you know of the Unbroken? Gang at Tearsman was delusions of honor. I'm sure they wish their ranks were as renowned and as elite as the disfavored. Unfortunately for them, the best they'll ever do is die by our hands or surrender and face hard labor. They're rallied around someone named Matthias, low-born stalwart captain of moderate success. He smiles bemusedly. Strangely enough, there's no love lost between the Unbroken and their old establishment, hereditary bloodline known as the Regents. With that much division in their ranks, I don't know how they hope to succeed. How has Dustwatch withstood you for so long? He glances to his left and right with a frown. Far be it from me to question the great general or his command, but quite frankly, the Legion in this area is overworked and undermanned. There won't be any additional supplies coming our way until the fort's in our hands, and the Unbroken set up a defense with a long siege in mind. During the conquest, we managed to push the defenders like they were old hedgerows, but these Unbroken are a breed apart from the rest of their countrymen. In losing the war, all of a sudden they have something to rally fully behind. I don't want to say that we underestimated them, but... He shrugs and trails off. We have recovered evidence that Ash's daughter passed by Sentinel's stand. Would Callias know more about her disappearance? Amelia! Osmios draws himself up. By the North, I never even considered that anyone in her unit could survive capture. If his sanity is still intact after all this time, then I suppose it's possible that Callias could tell us something. It's been some time since I allowed myself such optimism. If Callias traveled with Ash's daughter, then we have a chance of taking her back from the southern wretches. How exactly was Amelia lost during the war? I wish I could tell you, sir. If what you're suggesting is true, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, then Callias should be able to tell us more about what's happened to her, and where she ended up. We dispatched cohorts of soldiers to recover her unit, but we had to pull back our efforts when the edict hit. Navigating the region became less organized and more a matter of chance after that. I'm sure that General Ash has worried himself sick wondering about his daughter's safety. I have worried as well, and the question plagued me even as we marched to recover her. It plagues me still. Kairos proclaimed an edict even with so many of our forces, including the General's own daughter, in the way. With all due respect, sir, Ash's daughter means less than a dented goblet to the Overlord. Kairos is above such matters, and wouldn't pause to take this girl's safety into consideration, much less yours or mine. Besides, the great general knew the risks of sending his daughter into battle. He wouldn't let his feelings compromise the war effort. See, that's where I think you're wrong, good sir. I just don't think he anticipated that the edict would cause this quickly. I need a moment to prepare and scout the area. Don't take too long, sir. The Unbroken already have enough advantage in the region without doling out the luxury of time. No. We're going to explore this area firmly first.
Quiet down.
What are you? That is shoes. Heavy cloth sandals. Okay. Well, they can go in the inventory then.
Interesting.
Seep into
That is camping supplies, lesser healing potion, greater healing potion, and the Path of Roses. Limbs of this bow originate from a thorny bramble wielded only by the brave. Path of Roses was conceived by an alchemist who wanted to explore the effectiveness of the local flora on wartime applications. The deadly products of her strange experiments and forays into smithing can be found anywhere that has been graced by conflict. Armor penetration of 5, range 12 meters, on weapon crit, bow target versus endurance poisoned for 9 seconds. Interesting. I don't really have anybody who specializes in a bow, so... They don't think highly of Unbroken hospitality. Yeah. It does seem that some of the Unbroken are starting to respect their opponent in this fight, but...
Can't do that.
Quite frankly, that is one problem with the Disfavored, is they can't even conceive of an enemy giving them too much trouble, which means when an enemy does give them trouble, they don't really know how to fucking deal with it.
On the lookout.
That's a pretty big hole in the wall. I'm going to just imagine that that's closed. Interesting.
Sorry, I can't.
They must have cleared out the
Sorry,
last
I
of
can't.
the trees right as the storm hit
silent.
in order to maintain this position. Also, I was honestly expecting a stone fort, not a wooden palisade, given the amount of trouble they've said they've had with this, but I suppose the infantry tactics of the Disfavored really do not work very well in this region after what happened with the Edict of Storms. Because it seems to have broken not just the sky and with the whipping of the sand and all that, but it also seems to have destroyed much of the land, which makes things very, very hard to maneuver large numbers of heavy infantry. Material is less of a factor than, like, height or structure. I mean, I suppose it depends. Can we... Hold on. Gonna make a manual save here. Hello? Can we talk to you? If I pushed on the gate, is it just going to immediately... Hello? No? Okay, hold on. Okay, attack gate. They're definitely not gonna like that if we do that. But I don't see... It's weird because there are definitely areas where I could get in.
Can't do that.
Okay, hold on. Go back to these guys. Ugh. Need more water. You know the pertinent details already, sir. Sneak into the fort, rescue Callias, open the gate from inside. The only missing piece is you. I'm ready. Duskwatch will be ours. Eager, are we? Good. Osmond pats you on the shoulder. Make your move as soon as night falls. Remember, stay out of sight, and go for Callias. We'll wait for you to open the gates from the inside. But we can't help you until that happens. Good hunting. Okay, it's going to automatically pass time until nightfall. Sneak
Cut
inside.
the banter and stay low.
Oh, and they're already counted as hostile, which means we need to be careful. Ugh. Stealth. Why? Okay, hold on. How close can I get? Is he gonna... So they're non-interactable, and they don't care that I'm out here right now. Okay. So we're gonna double back.
Cut the banter and stay low.
So we have a choice here. Knock down the wall with 40 athletics. Use brute force to push it open. What other options do we have? We need to take a look around here. This part is open like this. Short fence, climb over with 31 athletics. That certainly sounds quieter than breaking the fucking wall down. What else do we have? Crawl under the fort with a 45 in subterfuge. So not only is that the first subterfuge option we have, that's the first one that's the highest skill check so far. So that might actually be our best bet then. Let's keep circling and see what else we've got. Okay, no way in on this side, and this leads right back up to the main gate. Okay, so we have 3 choices, 2 of which are slightly lower athletics checks, one of which is a much higher subterfuge check. I'm thinking we do the subterfuge check. Also, why is spell creation still... there's probably stuff that I could do with it. Interesting. Haven't managed to get her there. What even is that ability? Combo attack. Friendly target untargetable. Okay, okay. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna hard save here again. Come on, save.
Slow and steady.
Enter the fort.
Send them at me and
Okay, that didn't work. Alright, hold on. I want to see what the others are. I know. We try to avoid saves coming, but this seems like a very... For one thing, that dropped me literally right in front of the enemy, which, you know, fuck that. Let's see if we can maybe jump over here, if that'll be a better result.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
Alright, over the top.
It's a battle!
Okay, and... Oh, God. Okay, I don't think we have a choice in this matter. Why did it put Barrick in the back and me in the front? We can't even get Shadows out of there because she's too fucking big. Oh, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? She's useless now. Fucking hell. I mean, it wouldn't even matter if we brought Verse. She still wouldn't be able to attack, but Verse would at least have a bow. God damn it. Let's pit, restoring touch. Give me flash fire. At least she has at least we have decent AoEs. We just gotta punch through their line. Go ahead and attack that one. I did not tell you to disengage. You didn't disengage. He's standing right next to you. And somehow he's already almost dead. That's just great. Please heal him.
Tell if I'm
Give me fireball. Center it on him. Please heal him. Please heal him. Please heal him. Please? I'm gonna go with lightning bolt. God damn. Okay, heal yourself, Barrick, please. Thank you. God, we're taking so much fucking damage. Give me an electric jolt. I said electric jolt? Why am I already active? Oh. Please cast it. Thank you. What are you doing? No, just cast your spells. He's right there. Cast your spell. Charged fist, right there. Barrick is fucking dying. God damn it.
Right. Good feeling, sir.
Ow. Taking way too much damage. We're not dealing enough to actually kill these fuckers.
Right.
Why are you not casting it? I told you to cast it. Why are you not casting it? Thank you. Cast it, please. She can't even reach that, so she can't even help. Her spells are still on cooldown. Barrick, please heal yourself. Please heal yourself. Love of God. All of my spells are on cooldown. Try to cast False Pit, at least. Why did you cast... Okay, fine. Cast it on the other one.
Someone staunch my bleeding.
We're trying, Barrick. I told you to use your healing, and apparently that wasn't enough. My spells are all on cooldown. Her spells, not quite on cooldown. Fulmination, hit everybody in that range, please. Please. Okay, go ahead and use the healing potion, Barrick. Thank you. Go ahead and hit the prone one.
Something's not right.
No, he's not disengaging. Why does he keep getting free disengagement attacks when they're all surrounding him and he's not moving anywhere?
Sense it in my blood.
That is bullshit. Okay, we can heal Barrick again.
On it.
That's fine. Come on, keep it up. Keep it up. Barrick, did you even use your ability? Yes, you did. Okay, fine. And they're healing themselves. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, they're healing themselves. Oh my fucking God. Please fall back. Get out of there. Do not get hit. Heal yourself.
As you wish.
This was a horrible decision. Moving into this area was a horrible fucking decision. Fireball the whole group. Jesus goddamn Christ. Flash fire. Hit the whole group. And Barracks is about to go down. We have not killed a single one of these fucker. Okay, we're loading back up outside of the fort. Jesus goddamn Christ.
Follow quietly.
We're gonna try this one again because fuck me, apparently. We couldn't fucking get Shadow out there. We were basically fighting with 25% of our fucking combat ability completely rendered irrelevant because the game wouldn't let me fucking move. There's only 2 of them over here. This is gonna be far fucking easier. Electric Jolt. Hit him hard. Barrick, I want you to immediately use that. I want you to immediately use this. Kill him. Brutally murder this man. Sometimes it really feels like we're doing no damage 90% of the time. Keep attacking. Keep attacking. He's stunned. Come on, kill him, please. Kill him, please. There we go. All right, now move this way. Move this way. We do not want to aggro those guys over there yet. Beric, why are you using your... What the fuck? Where's his fucking... Why? What? Yes, aversion. I told you to use that before. Just use the two-handed weapon, you dipshit. Alright, move a bit closer. Now use this. I want you to use Charged Fist. There we go. No, move that way. Do not aggro the enemy. Well, that moved him out of the way of that spell, but that's fine. Hit him with everything. There we go.
Moving cautiously.
Okay, now drop into stealth. Why is the game slow again? Okay. No, nothing there.
On it.
We're going to try and sneak into here. This looks like a back gate. The bound soldier looks to have endured a recent and vicious beating. Though most of his bruises have progressed to the later stages, he looks up at you with tired resignation. You're here to kill me. Get it over with. On your feet, soldier. I am a servant of Kairos. I am with the disfavored. No sooner do you untie him than he grabs your wrist hard enough to cut off circulation. I'll not fall for some unbroken trick. You won't get me to talk with this mockery of a rescue. She snarls viciously and snaps her teeth. But what is with her? Gaining random shit. I don't... Callias. Barrick shakes his head. The poor man is mad from imprisonment and torture. I've seen it happen, though never to a good Northman. Gain minor wrath for the disfavored. Gain minor loyalty from Shadow if we take your arm and punch him. Raven Ash protects. We gain minor favor from the disfavored. We gain minor fear from kills in Shadow. I mean, he's an enemy combatant who's been imprisoned for at least possibly 2 or 3 years at this point. Like, I'm not... Honestly, we should probably be very grateful he wasn't strung up and flayed alive. Soldier, Graven Ash protects. His eyes widen, and he releases you immediately, nodding with gratitude. Graven Ash protects. I had lost all hope that this day would ever come. He rubs his wrists and regards you with respect. This fort is still controlled by the Unbroken, and I'm in no shape to fight my way out. I take it there are other soldiers outside the walls. If you open the gates from the inside, then letting in reinforcements will give us the opportunity we need. I need to question you first. We can compare war stories once they're dead. He ushers you out of the stable. Get going before they get wise to the plan. All right, fine. To be fair, if we play our cards right, we should be able to dramatically weaken them by picking off the individual members one by one. It looks like this guy's completely isolated. Let's go ahead and finish him. Back off. Back off, I said. Back off. Fucking hell.
will slaughter. Weapon with...
Oh, crap. I'm
Come
seeing
on,
double.
take him down. There we go.
Humans did not see Beast Woman.
Yep, no reason to waste spells or anything on that. Drop back into stealth.
Fast, fast.
That is another heavy leather helm.
Best hunter.
Can't do that.
What we got here? Come on, pick it up, please. Cheese. That's what I'm actually thinking. Heavy bronze crested helm, largely useless. You. Who has the highest subterfuge? I do, somehow. I have a 59 in subterfuge. Holy shit. I've actually got the best chance of moving around. Okay, so one's over there. We know there's another one over here, but I wonder if we can peel this guy off on his own. We know there's a small group up there, and we know there's a large group back here where we could have broken in.
Yes.
Alright, we're gonna try something.
Tears in Shadow understands.
Yeah. Set up here. Pause for a second. We do have better range on the fireball. Let's see if we can cast that.
It's a battle!
Nope. We've only got the one. Hills and Shadow. Block him off, please. There we go. You've got that. We're gonna go ahead and give me the false pit on that guy. Barrick, just hold that guy there. Or kill him, one or the other. There we go. Knock him to the ground. Then we're going to electric jolt on him. Come on, Barrick, finish him off. There we go. No. Focus down, focus down. Whole point of this game is we gotta focus our attacks to kill these guys. He's got her Phantom Bolt. That's fine. These guys are close enough. Go ahead and give me Flash Fire. Hit them both. Cast magic, please. Thank you. Shit, I didn't realize how fucking low she was on health. We already used that healing spell. Spectral Blur, he's already used. Fuck. Magic. Come on, cast it. There we go. How is he not dead? Fucking fireball him, for the love of God. Barrick, knock this asshole on his fucking back, please. Oh, he's casting spells, that's why. How is he not dead?
I got
Fuck's
it.
sake, kill him. And she fucking God damn it. Why? He had like 1 pip of health left, and then he had 2, and then he just kept not taking any fucking damage. Asshole.
Oh, everything hurts.
Shut up, Barrick. Petrify this fucker and kill him.
Will do.
See, did that even deal 17 shock damage? It's not enough. It's not a fucking enough. How do I have a fucking 19 in wits, a 45% increase in damage to my spells, and I'm doing jack shit half the time? Fireball this asshole.
I will aid you. Damn my eyes.
See, 2 frost, misses. For fuck's sake.
It's a hit.
Oh. Well, it doesn't look like she took any wounds. That's actually kind of shocking, but I guess maybe the beastmen are just built different. Broken helmet, broken armor, scavenged leather boots? Are those better? No, they are not. Unbroken shield, that'll all go in the inventory. At least we'll actually make some money off of this trip.
I'll stay downwind of our enemies.
No, we're gonna deal with this ourselves. Maybe it's a level thing, not sure, but you're doing all right. I mean, yeah, it's not that we're doing bad. It just sometimes feels like I look at the combat log and it's all it is miss, graze, miss, graze. And it's like, at that point, you just have to wonder, am I doing something fucking wrong? That's worthless.
You want me to be subtle?
Okay. Shut up, Ebb. I'm not in the mood for your sass right now. We're trying to kill these people, and I know they're your countrymen, but you should have thought of that before you swore fealty. You obviously are willing to value your own life more than theirs because you're willing to serve me, so shove it, quite frankly. It's not Deerford levels of headache. I mean, no, but that's because we purposely wandered into an area that we absolutely were not prepared for. Okay, so hopefully drawing them into a narrow area will make things easier. Right, game? Surely you won't make it so that I have to deal with them as a pain in the ass, right? Nope. Attack. Attack. Block them off. Ed, move closer. We're going to flash fire their front line. And I want you to fulmination their front line at the same time. Go ahead and hit them. Barrack, go ahead and attack them. It seems they can only get one dude in to really attack us. Why am I on the other side? The one time I don't want to move past somebody and they start making me want to go past somebody. Fuck that. Please kill him. Please kill him. Please kill him. There we go. Okay, focus down the next melee guy. We will go ahead and heal. Come on, heal her up. There we go. Next, we're going to false pit, force him to the prone. There we go. Everybody hit him. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay. Go for the next one. Who the fuck keeps knocking Barrack on his ass? That's like the third time this has happened. Fireball. There we go. Heal him up. What else have we got? We got flash fire. Hit them both. There we go. All right. One dude left.
I got
That's
it.
another 4 down. Okay, we know there's one over there. Drop into stealth, please. Got bronze ingots and scrolls. Nice, nice. That's crafting stuff for the fortress. That looks to be... Yep, that's their commander. Okay, we're going to sneak down this way. I'm going to grab that. Okay, hold on, hold on. Yes, I have the highest subterfuge score, so hold on. We're going to... So that's why. This literally popped us right in front of their fucking boss. Well, the boots are useless. Oh, yeah, I'll bet you anything. So that was the easiest way in because it's got the lowest number of units. If you come in through here, it probably draws both this group and this group to fight you. The only advantage you have here is that the front is relatively narrow, so you can kind of funnel them in. And if you jump in through here, you land directly in the middle of their best troops, and it leaves you in such a way that you can't even get your people through the fucking area. So that one's a total trap. Fuck that. But we don't have much of a choice. We have to go this way. Okay, okay. Oh, hold on. Gonna increase her spell strength. Actually, no. We're gonna increase her accuracy because I'm getting sick and tired of seeing misses all the time. Then we're going to go ahead and... Clear Mind might be good. Purifying Waters, removing a random hostile effect. That's also decent. Increases damage with staves. We're going to do this since it improves a lot of her recovery and whatnot. As long as she's not taking damage, which means as long as we can keep enemies focused on other people. Okay, go ahead and save.
Let's be off.
Barrack, back up a little. Yeah, so, okay, so that kind of confirmed it for me. They will be able to shoot us through those sides. Means if we want to hold them... I'm thinking this side would be better. If we can hold them from this side, this doesn't give them much of an angle to shoot at us, but it forces them to funnel themselves into a narrower area. So we're going to move over to this side if we can. Send Barrack. He's got the lowest skill first, so if we can get him in position, that's a good sign. Okay, good.
Keep eyes and ears open.
That's going to be the problem, probably. Yeah, he's got decent defenses. Barrack, I want you right there. Ebb,
Will do.
get over here. Followed by
do.
me. You.
As you wish.
Okay, put her behind the rest of the group. We're definitely going to want that.
Let's be off.
Barrick, I want you right about there. I want you there. Is he going to spot us from there? Wait a second. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. So he loses sight of it by the time he comes back around. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Another demonstration.
Sweet. Okay, hold on. No. Ebb, fall back. Me, fall back. Drop out of that. Pull her back. Why am I moving? Why am I moving? Turn back around, you stupid piece of shit. There we go. Okay. I want you to immediately put that guy into petrification. She's got the electric bolt. That's good. Go ahead and immediately start trying to break that guy's defense. And she's already taking a lot of damage. And we're already taking a lot of damage. Okay, this is not good. This is not good. This is not good. Lightning strike. No, I need you move up a bit. Fulmination, hit the whole group.
No.
There we go. Then I want you to heal her. Come on, let's move. Barrick. You don't need to do anything. You don't really have any skills that I can use. Striking Iron. See if we can finish him off. What else spells do I have? Give me Flash Fire on the whole group as well. What are you...
Bad.
Please cast it. Please cast it. Thank you. Good. Nope, he's still fighting. Son of a bitch. Knock him prone. Can someone... I really need to give her healing potions. I keep forgetting about that. Okay, cast that. Use the healing spell on her. Come on. There we go. Okay, we're keeping people up. We're keeping people up. What does she have? What does she have? Go ahead and Phantom Bolt on him. Go ahead and Petrify on him. Thank you. That buys us some time. Give me a Fireball. Come on, die! Die! Thank you. Alright, what do we still have? Lightgrave. Party members will transfer health from enemies. Yes, go ahead and cast that. Go ahead and cast that fast, please. Barrick, I want you to try and knock this guy over. Come on, before she drops. Come on. We have a healing spell. Come on, cast it. Cast it. There we go. Perfect. That keeps her alive. Petrify this dude again. Come on. Either he dies or I petrify him. Come on. There we go. Then I'll keep Kills in Shadow alive. There we go. And we've got one left.
Felt nothing.
Give me a Fireball.
On it.
Humans did not see Beast Woman's.
There we go. Give me... What else do we have? False Pit. Knock him prone.
Nope.
I think we got them all. Oh, we already have that. And Captain Agathon dropped no loot. Oh, there is one more. Hold on. Wait for everybody to heal up.
Time to lighten my step.
This poor bastard must be wondering where the rest of his friends went. Sucks to be you, buddy. Sucks to be you.
Yep.
Can she make it away from him before he... No? Maybe?
Send them at
Alright, that didn't work. Give me Fireball.
me
got it.
away.
Felt nothing.
I got it.
Now we can pick up the rest of this stuff. Gems. Very nice. Small piles of rusted built on the top of the barrels and crates. We've got some beer.
Time to
And that's it.
lighten my step.
Yep, that's it. So wait, it occurs to me. Hold on, if I click on this, that pulls us out of the fort, right? See, you guys have full confidence. I'll stay right here. But if we then go this way, this checks our athletics, which should give us athletics experience points. Which I think it did? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. Oh, we can only break that from the outside. Okay, we'll do that from the outside. 1 second. I will min-max my fucking skills if I have to. Going to farm athletic. I mean, I'm not going to do it multiple times. I just wanted to see if it'll do it. And then we'll also do the one over here where we break the wall down. Yeah, see, that did give us experience. So yeah, doing it the first... Wow, that got her 10 points of athletic skill. That got us leveled up. Very nice. Okay, boost the accuracy. Boost the accuracy. And then what do we have here? We need to get down to those spell slots. Removes a harmful effect from you and each ally every few seconds. It's a defensive bonus when you use thrust ability, which we're really not using. Boosting the damage of you and your party for a short time. That is cooldown of 1 minute. 15% damage bonus for 30 seconds. For a 5-meter radius. We'll go with Refuse Pain. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Yeah, removes a random hostile effect, pulses. I feel like passive abilities so far have proven to be really effective in this, and it's something that we didn't see as much in Pillars of Eternity. But passive abilities are going off a lot. Seems to be really useful here. Engagement attack increases the attack for engagement to occur, plus 50% chance to attack foes when engaged. Once per combat, when his health is critical, he gains a boost to might resolve until end of combat. Interesting. For each enemy engaging him, Barrack receives a bonus to any damage he deals. That also sounds good. We're going to go with that. He doesn't have anything. She doesn't have anything. All right. Is that everything? That looks to be everything. All right. Let's go open the gates. Not that there's going to be much to deal with, because we dealt with everything, which is fine by me. I got the experience points. They're mine. You can't take any of my experience points. They're mine. Open the gate. Yep, don't worry, your buddy's fine. Callias. Osmius greets the former prisoner with open arms. Raven Ash told us to seek you out. He shows you great favor. Barrack. Callias squints up at your companion. I hardly recognized you under there. I'd say you're a sight for sore eyes, but you look terrible. Seeing you drenched in blood from top to toe. I mean, scorched blood. There's ice shards everywhere. There's signs of lightning bolts having hit the wall. I can only imagine they were standing outside watching as like gouts of flame burst up from inside the fortress and going, well, glad we're not in there right now. Glad to see you in one piece, Callias. The soldier winces as he tries to stand. I'm relieved to see my countrymen again, but give me a moment. I'm still weak from my wounds. Ash's protection has kept me alive, but these Unbroken are relentless when they want something. Suspiciously clean with blood around her mouth. Yeah, she's already licked everything else. Glad to see you alive, soldier. I don't think I got your name earlier. I am Sovani, Fatebinder of the Court of Tunon. Raven Ash protects. Ha! Something in the soldier's mannerism changed. He turns to look at you with respect. Indeed it does, sir. Were it not for Ash, I would not be alive today. What can I do for you? I'm afraid you'll find me in poorer condition than I would normally present myself. Who are you exactly, soldier? I am just a stone shield, but I was bound to serve in the cohort under the command of Graven Ash's daughter, Amelia. His voice falters. It was my pride to fight at her side, and my great shame when Stratus Harridan's forces overwhelmed us and captured our unit. The old regent may be 10 times as stubborn as his people, but he lacks none of their might. Ash's daughter survived the storm then. Amelia didn't die on the field that day. We were both taken prisoner, but I was moved here and made to suffer. The edict hit almost immediately afterwards, and I assume stymied any effort to recover anyone. If Stratus isn't a fool, and he's keeping her alive as a hostage for some future negotiation play. By Kairos, this confirms everything we fought for. She not just survived capture, that means there's a chance. I have it from Ash personally that he felt a connection to his daughter still being alive. He frowns. In fact, it's grown stronger for some reason. You have your orders, Fatebinder. The general demands that we take Sentinel stand, recover Amelia, and put an end to these storms. Yep, she's pregnant. I'm calling it now. The connection grew stronger for some reason. She's pregnant. I'm calling it now. How do the Unbroken intend to get inside Sentinel's stand? Did you overhear them?
I overheard a lot from here, sir. Even saw the Unbroken leader, Matthias, a few weeks past. Matthias had the others convinced that some old artifact would help him resist Kairos' storms. He planned on using it to let the Unbroken pass the wind wall and enter Sentinel's stand. Artifacts like that are strange business, he frowns, but the Unbroken dedicated enough resources to the task of finding one that I'd take any warning about it to heart. Tell me about what you know. The artifacts are items of great power. They could be anything, a cloak pin, a pair of shoes, a fancy comb. Many of them resemble ordinary objects you might carry or wear, but they can do remarkable things. I've heard tell of artifacts that could open doors, melt flesh, or set whole camps ablaze with nothing more than a simple gesture.
Well, don't say anything, Tenwin. It's not... Or are you referring to the fact that we hold one in our possession? Because I'm pretty sure this is what the thing Bled and Mark gave us is. I'm just still crazy paranoid about equipping the damn thing after what he was talking about. It's not beyond reason that an artifact would shield someone from the worst of these storms. Tell me what Matthias told his forces and we'll be on our way. Don't you know what the concept of an art... They might know the concept, but they might not know the specifics. Oh, sorry. 1 second. My ear's bothering me. Ugh. There we go. He dispatched a large number of soldiers into the Rust Canyons. He wouldn't have depleted the Duskwatch of its defenders unless he believed in what he was doing. Well, that's bad news for him. I've heard in some... yeah, that's the best news I've heard in some time. There are plenty of disfavored operating in the area around the Rust Canyon. It's only a matter of time before they overwhelm them. Report to Graven Ash and Iron Hearth, sir, and tell them the situation. They'll need to know what's happening here. Both sides will make for Sentinel Stand, but one of our commanders is in the area already. He can hold the line while you speak with Ash. Hold on, is there nothing else I can get from them? Nope. There was nothing back there, so I do believe that's it for here. Right? Where'd the rest of his soldiers go? Oh, there they are. Yeah, so no worries. We managed to solve the problem ourselves without having to deal with the commander. Artifacts from CDDA, they look perfectly mundane, but holding or activating one can have any number of results. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that seems to be the implication. Basically, an artifact is a thing of immense magical capability, but one that doesn't look like it has immense magical capability. Yeah, those were both camping supplies over there, so we don't have to worry about that. He did say to... Hold on. Travel to Cato Village. Favorite have cornered him in a village near Lethian's Crossing. Travel there and subdue before he breaks through the defensive line and escapes. Okay, so that counts as to Lethian's Crossing. Stirring Visions is investigate the spires, way to the Aegis. Forbound, report back to Graven Ash. Ugh. Alright, let's keep moving. Strangely, no missives yet. I was expecting to get more of those. I guess not. I suppose we could rest first as well. Yes, please. Considering we suffered some injuries. Oh, we lost our +5 to all skills, unfortunately. Shame. General Ash. Ash stares into space and worries his beard with both hands. The reflexive action seems to bring him some comfort, though the ferocity of his gesture strikes you as unhealthy. Archon. He blinks and turns to you with a look of recognition. Ash clears his throat and sets his stance in a composed and confident manner. You might need to do some throat and voice exercise before you stream at this point, at least for the 6-hour ones. I was not expecting to literally spend about 4 hours of it talking. I mean... not with the amount of voices and all that I've been having to do, at least. Ugh. Fatebinder, I hope you come with good tidings. Iron Hearth may be our home in the tiers, but my heart belongs for the north. He puts on a broad smile. There's definitely a lining of concern about it. Apologies, you look distracted for a moment there. The war leaves me preoccupied. I cannot worry enough about the safety of my soldiers, every outpost, every detachment. It is a cohort of daughters and sons who I would bring home once. He sighs. Your tea helps. I forget which kind, though. I mean, you're probably right. I'm not the biggest fan of tea, but wouldn't be the worst idea. You look like you were in pain, General. He opens his mouth to retort, but he closes it, considers you with an appraising stare. And why shouldn't I be in pain? I am father and general.
This army is my family, and those who occupied these lands would do us great harm. Worry not for me. Think instead of my legion, and protect them where you can. You can accomplish that much. You will serve me well indeed. Well, you'll be happy to know that we took that fort with 0 casualties among your men. My search for Amelia takes me to the Rust Canyons. I am pleased to hear of your progress. Rust Canyon was once a verdant pass for travelers, one of many choke points on the way to Sentinel's Stand. Now it is merely a garbage heap infested by the rebellion. We can also confirm that Amelia's unit was taken by Stratus Herodin's troops. Damn that corrupt inbred of a regent. If his death were not required to end the Edict of Storms, I would take pleasure in breaking him on the rack myself. I am devastated. I was devastated when Amelia's cohort vanished. A father's dread is not so different from a general, and in my case it is twice cursed to suffer the pain of her absence. I can feel her presence, and it has grown stronger even, so I know that she lives, but I fear for her safety all the same. At this point, this is the look of an old man not long before he starts forgetting his neighbor's name. He's hinting at his age catching up with him, not just physically, but mentally. I also imagine that even if that's not the case, given the fact that Archons don't seem to age in the same way that normal humans do, his mind is constantly distracted by having to maintain the aegis over the rest of his troops. Quite frankly, the death of his children might be the thing that unravels the Legion. He needs lieutenants who can keep up with him strategically and tactically. And aside from his children, none of his Iron Marshals seem to have possessed that capability. His Iron Marshals also seem too infatuated with him. They're too convinced that Ash can do no wrong. I have a feeling that Ash's children were the only people who could talk to him as an equal. And without that valuable insight, the Legion is becoming slower and harder to shift over time, as its remaining leadership becomes ever more reliant on Ash's protection and his strategic insight. Maybe he's not so far removed from the Archon of Secrets as he'd like to think. In a different way, but yes, Lord Brownbear. It's not just that the Legion is rigid, it's that Ash having to be distracted, keeping track, and keeping a mind on everybody is actively limiting its strategic capabilities. And once that happens, well, firstly, once it happens, it's bound to result in battlefield casualties that could have otherwise been avoidable. But worse, if Kairos learns that Ash's ability is actively being a detriment to his ability to function as a soldier, that's not good. Kairos is not going to be very happy with that. We also know that the Unbroken are seeking artifacts. That does make sense. With no means to kill Stratus Herodin from outside of Sentinel's Stand, the only chance of breaching the wind wall would be through an artifact's power. The trouble is, the number of artifacts scattered about the realm is anyone's guess. I couldn't tell you which of them would get the job done. These rebels are committed to the task. They may know more than we. I believe it was the custom of each of the regents to travel with some artifact in their possession. All but one of the polluted bloodline killed during the conquest, the Unbroken are likely seeking a corpse amongst many thousand. A fool's errand, but not an ignoble one. Their leader is a man named Matthias. Matthias. I have not come across his name, but yours is the most recent intelligence we've dredged. We well believe that that is true. Whoever he calls himself, this upstart should be killed to set an example for his army. Should you come across him, I expect his head to topple from his shoulders in good order. I received word that my disfavored have cleared a path to the Rust Canyons that to prevent any rebels from entering or leaving. You should make contact with Theodore, the lieutenant in charge of the attack. He will guide you. Farewell. Already rested. We can't do anything else in this area.
Can't do that.
Let's keep moving.
Can't do that.
Shut up. I know that's my own character talking. I don't care. Rust Canyons are here. Oh, we've got a little bit longer. I don't know if we'll get through this whole area.
Bronze scrap is all that's left of the Unbroken caught in the storm. Where you see iron, disfavored that died with them.
I mean, it's hard to tell because everything's rusted to all hell. But yeah, it looks like a lot of soldiers were caught out by this. Wedged into these rocks are the iron trappings of soldiers killed by the edict. Magical winds shear away all flesh, leaving behind only rusting armor and weaponry.
Follow quietly. Paw, soft, soft, soft.
Oh. What the? An unbroken soldier struggles to rise to his feet. One arrow lodged in his shoulder, the other in his thigh. He attempts to stand, but his muscles are too weak for the task.
Are you injured, soldier? He turns to you in bafflement, squinting across the dust-strewn expanse, recognition barely evident in his gaze. You ironclads don't usually ask questions before you shove a spear in a gut. He hacks up a wad of bloody phlegm. Surprised you can even string words together. Before he can continue, you catch the sound of iron boots trudging closer. A disfavored soldier calmly approaches from the west. He regards the vulnerable southerner with a curled lip and a disapproving shake of his head. Weak and broken. Prisoners make for poor sport. Your escape was spirited, but damn foolish. He raises his sword and points it at the unbroken man's heart, poised to let it plunge and impale him on the filth-strewn ground. Is such an action necessary, Commander? His sword wavers as he notices you. Fatebinder, I hope you've come to tidy up the mess these vermin caused for us. But to answer your question, Ash has deemed it so. So yes, it is. In one swift motion, he plunges his sword into the man's heart, pinning the fallen soldier to the rusted earth. The disfavored turns back to the unbroken camp, frustration evident in his tone. Then his gaze shifts over to you and back to the walls. Well, we have reinforcements now. Elia, you open the gates. I can make this easy on your remaining men. He passes you a knowing glance that suggests he's lying and proud of it. Ugh, doesn't look like this battle's gone very well. You see a woman stride purposely into view atop a platform along the wall's edge. She lifts a spear and hurls it towards Theodore, cursing under her breath when it breaks against the rocks. Interesting, they're using all the rusted equipment to literally create barricades. That's actually a nice touch. Though it looks like there was some kind of fence here before and they've just reinforced it. I am so fucking tired of listening to you. Go shriek at someone else's fortress for a change and stop trying to impress me by hunting down unarmed prisoners. May the ladies of the north get shivery over your bravado, but all it tells me is that your codpiece is emptier than your skull. I do not believe we've been introduced. No shit. One ironclad or two makes no difference. These walls can stand against Kairos' fury and your pig countryman's saber rattling. Make no mistake, Elia, you'd be better served as a camp slave for me than as an enemy. Such a waste of good potential. He taps his head to the west. Fatebinder, let's consult when you have a moment. Oh boy, I can already tell I'm gonna really enjoy these people. Light leather gauntlets, are those better? Nope. Short bow, neither of those. What else have we got around
nothing
here?
says welcome like dead bodies rotting outside your front gate.
Can we... Hold on. Hard save here real fast for a moment. Hello, are you willing to talk? The unbroken captain looks down from the elevated platform, resting a heavy boot on top of an axe head buried in the wooden slats. She grips its handle as you approach. Well, what are we here? Her expression twists with sudden recognition. Aren't you the one who fucked over Agathon at Duskwatch? We've nothing to say to one another. Either you're Graven Ash's favorite comfort soldier, or you just like to see honest folk die. Either way, you're a pile of beast shit to me. No matter what happens, the Unbroken will take back Sentinel Stand and banish all you northern piss troughs from the tiers. I'd rather die than see Stalwart under the sigil of Kairos. You can't imagine what I'd do to avoid it. Yeah, they don't really care either way how I say it. The Unbroken stand in defiance of Kairos' rule. My presence here should come as no surprise. Clueless lapdog, Elias spits. Of course I expected Kairos to dispatch someone eventually. The Overlord is in the habit of making appearances himself. You aren't smart enough to realize that the Overlord's wrath kills servant and foe alike. Why you aren't smart enough to do anything about it is a mystery to us. Do you truly believe you can win? I may die, and Stalwart might be a wasteland for generations, but our people will remember. The memory will awaken a thirst only quenched by your Overlord's blood. That hope is enough to keep me standing in defiance. Can I win? Probably not. Can Stalwart? Absolutely. I hear you're looking for artifacts. Have you found anything? Yeah, your mother's pizzle cane. Elias slaps her knee and peers down at you with a grin. You're on the wrong side of this war to be asking me anything. I mean, if they're not going to give me any way to earn favor, I may as well try. If you can help me breach Sentinel Stand, I may show the Unbroken mercy. You'll pardon the fuck out of me if I go ahead and ignore your northern rhetoric. Your type see us as nothing but future slaves made only to serve the Empire's needs. I already know that the disfavored are looking for the artifacts of Stalwart. I already know that they're searching blind. I'll take my knowledge to the grave. It keeps you out of Sentinel Stand. You can count on that. Professional shit talkers, these ones. Yeah, just a bit. Insufferable. These stalwart wretches are too stubborn for even Kairos to break. We are to return with Theodore and his men. We'll show them how the North handles firebrands like her. You've made your choice, Commander. We will return. Don't leave me to wonder, you simpering three-ring upright. Elliot makes a vulgar hand motion and turns away. Well, let's see what we can pull from here. Broken skull mass, its stone tower shield. Y'all don't seem to care that I'm patrolling near your walls, so I'll just take my opportunity to move around here. Who the fuck are you? Oh, is this the back door? No, the scavenger nods as you make eye contact. Interesting. Ooh. No, you're still counted as the Unbroken. Furl your sails, stranger. This bridge marks the beginning of Unbroken territory. He scrapes his blade on the planks in front of him, drawing a line. Kairos' force has already tried to best us. They got exactly this far. I know what you are, Northerner. Never met a woman or man from Kairos' domain who doesn't try to invite my countrymen into the fold. I'll give you this chance to leave. Otherwise, I'm prepared to defend my life. I'm prepared to give my life defending this bridge, meager though it may seem. What do you want with us? How long have you been fighting against our forces? He pauses to count on his fingers. Long enough to have sons twice, at least. After the storm, I thought Kairos would be satisfied with our pain, but the Overlord still finds reason to kick us while we're down. You're very smug for someone within firebolt range. I mean, yes, but I'd also rather not fight from when they're behind a wall that they can just rain shit down on us. We know these canyons like the back of our shields. We're not going to allow a bunch of pig-headed, ironcladded jackanapes chase us away. He huffs with pride. It takes a special sort to outlast a siege or a long campaign, and the stalwart-boned folk like myself have it by the wagon load. So what's past this bridge? The sentry scratches his chin and sizes you up. Nothing the likes of you would be interested in. If you're about to ask, why are you defending it? Then don't bother. We have provisions, equipment, and soldiers. Reason enough. The Unbroken rarely buckle or give quarter. We should not underestimate the ferocity of these scavengers. Very well. Farewell. Well, I take it that will be one of our options to get by things, because from the looks of it, if these are the scavengers, they're the people who are actually looking for the artifact. In other words, this whole thing up here is a distraction. Whatever's going on down here is either a way into the fortress from behind, or that's where they're actually searching for that shit. He's also got quite a few guards here, so we need to avoid that for right now. What's up here? Can we... No, we can't get to that.
You see what I see?
A ragged stalwart flag sways gently in the wind, marking the site where its original owner died during the casting of the edict. That is iron ingot. It's more resources. Good, 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 good. This just loops back around. Seems they have a small encampment here. There was nothing else over here. Nope, so that's where that guy... Wait, was there anything over here?
On the lookout.
Nope. All right. Double back. What have we got here? We have some heavy leather armor. Not quite as good as my stuff that I got from Tunon's fellow Fatebinders. The lieutenant holds up his sword and squints through the obscurity of the high winds. Who goes there? Oh, pardon, Fatebinder, it's you. I wish we didn't have to witness that crude exchange before. Ellie and her lot have caused me no lack of trouble. His manner softens. But you are most welcome. Even if your loyalties fall with the court or with the Legion, we need all the help we can get. Ash sent word to expect you. We dispatched an outsider to assist us in the field that says something about the urgency to see these Unbroken conquered. I think we can both appreciate that his interest in seeing this matter resolved is of a, personal nature. He catches himself. Apologies for the outsider remark. Some of us aren't accustomed to working with anyone but the Legion proper. Focus on the task at hand, Commander. Aye, I'll be happy to leave this place in my tracks. Something about the wind seems to carry all the worst of the stink and refuse to this corner of Stalwart. Ash says the Unbroken are scavenging the blade grave for an old Stalwart heirloom. I can think of nothing that would help us breach the Sentinel Stand, sort of the region's timely death. They're not making it easy by holding themselves up behind the walls. The conquest is any evidence. Stalwart folks are less inclined towards facing their enemies in open battle. The Tiersmen are like rats, squeezing themselves behind the narrowest of walls to avoid the inevitable. Then I have known some crafty vermin in my day. What makes you think, and what does that make you, my ironclad friend? Behind the obscurity of his helm, you can hear Barrett grinding his teeth. No matter what they find here, the Unbroken are trapped. North of the camp, we have soldiers led by my Lieutenant Jacomus. To the south, we've got reinforcements marching in as we speak. He taps his chin in thought. Still, I'd appreciate any help you can offer, Fatebinder. The sooner we claim that Unbroken artifact, the sooner we reach Sentinel Stand. What, have we heard any word from there? There seems to be more of a scout presence outside the wind wall. Unbroken, disfavored, everyone's on edge, waiting for something to happen. We have to hold our breath a little longer before we can uncork the old keep. Once we track down the Stalwart artifact, it'll be a mad scramble as everyone races to reclaim the stand first. Any new information? Not that I've heard. We have every reason to assume that Stratus Harridan hasn't committed suicide yet. We're hopeful that Ash's daughter's in fair condition. I only hope that her father's protection is keeping her spirits high. This hardly looks like territory worth taking or defending. The search for artifacts somehow changed how we view this garbage pit. In truth, Rust Canyon presents some strategic advantages. Our location brushes shoulders with Iron Hearth and Duskwatch. If we could claim this spot for the disfavored, it'd be as good as controlling the whole region. Kind of. Sentinel Stand is still the real prize of the Blade Grade. What do you know about the artifacts in general? Aside from wishing I had a few to my name, he shakes his head in bewilderment. They're weapons and items powerful enough to challenge the tide of a battle. I couldn't speak to their nature or how they're responsible for such storied deeds, but I have no reason to doubt what they can do. The word comes down the line that an artifact can breach Sentinel Stand. You'll hear no complaints from me. The fortress has stood unchallenged for too long. With your help, I've little doubt it'll wear the disfavored banners before long. Tell me of the Unbroken presence here. They've built a fortified camp just due east of here. Another group holds a choke point to the southeast. He huffs, though calling it a camp gives them too much credit. It's a scavenger's warren. Garbage fortifications that our enemies have managed to defend through dumb luck. No longer. Today it falls. I don't know. The amount of your dead men outside the front of it and the fact that their walls are still intact does not lead me to believe that it's dumb luck, Sergeant. Or Commander. Tell me how I can assist. My men are eager for battle. We wouldn't mind taking the Unbroken camp in advance of our reinforcements. He glances to his countrymen with a smile. That'd show the old 15th cohort, eh, boys? You may want to clear out a group of the Unbroken by the bridge to the southeast. They guard another entrance into the camp. Some of our men are being held captive there, too. We need the extra numbers on our side to hold these canyons. Strictly speaking, my orders are to wait for reinforcements, so I can't directly assist you. But once we secure the camp, you get first pick of the spoils and a chance to interrogate their leader, Elia. Deal? Very well. You have my assistance and the assistance of the Fatebinder of the court. Good to hear it. I'll go after the Unbroken station at the Eastern Bridge first. That's the plan.
See that pen over there? The prisoners within are
that is
dressed in
Bronze
Unbroken colors.
Who are you? You need cast-off iron. Maybe a few teeth for a necklace for special someone. The merchant drops one of her many satchels to the ground and pulls from it numerous tools and trinkets. The scavengers do the gathering, and I take it from them. Profitable work if you can stand to manage it. Pillaged iron, scavenged bones. There are numerous laws of Kairos governing mercantile wares, conveniently ignoring all of them. Something flashes in her eye and her voice lowers. If the disfavored are so well off that they can ignore my wares, they are of course free to do so. As it is, Kairos' army needs all the help they can get. And a friend of means is a friend indeed. If some misplaced morals stand in your way, well, feel free to buy elsewhere. Nope, that would be just as corrupt. So, show me what you have first. That's the spirit. Come take a look. Heartfinder. +10 accuracy. Dark red blood of arterial blood. Leave no mark. This word earned his name. Multiple accounts of royal assassination describe such a blade, though their validity is suspect. A blood chanter staff. That would actually be useful because I would much rather be dealing fire damage, but God, is it expensive. Let me see what we can do here. We don't need the one-handed sword. Path of Roses might be good as a backup for bursts. We don't need the shield. Yeah, that's a dodge stat anyways. The regular short bow. Much faster. Actually deals more damage. Hold on. Accuracy +6. Armor. Okay, so longbows get armor penetration. Short bows get accuracy. Quite frankly, we've always been having more problems with fucking accuracy than we have with anything else. I'm going to need to take a look at those. These, though, I haven't seen anything that we'd be needing to give anybody here. So we're just going to go ahead and sell that. Does it have debuffs to accuracy, if I remember correctly? Yes, it does. And we're going to sell off all of these. Now we can grab that Blood Chanter staff. There we go. That still gets us a profit of 30 rings. Very nice. Gonna go ahead and... Where'd it go? There we go. Blood Chanter staff. Pop that in. Oh, yeah, that looks good. Gonna use that for the fire damage. Yeah, the Storm Edict is not helping here. It's definitely not helping here.
On it.
Can we talk to them? No, we cannot. Interesting. Alright, we're gonna head down to the southeast, because obviously going across that bridge is probably gonna be the better choice than trying to bust through the fucking front door. I don't suppose you have anything else to... Nope, nope, you don't even want to talk to us right now. Fine, fine. Let's go ahead and give us a hard save here. So what do we have here? That's probably a throwing spear that he's got there. The bridge sentry offers a non-committal nod. You're back. The bridge is still off limits. Change comes slow. Most die for their family, but others I see will die for a bridge. Do not judge me no more. No, not do it. Another fool come to test us. He shouts to his men. Once we catch the northerner, stake him up at the wind wall.
Trouble.
Barrack, please block that guy if you would, please. Shadow, give me a hand here. Give me a electric jolt. Where's it at? No, not that. No, not that. Electric jolt on him. I said on him. We're going to go ahead and fireball him as well. Barrack, just go ahead and block that guy off, if you would, please.
I will aid you.
Nope. Decent damage, decent damage. Let's go ahead and give that another electric jolt. There we go. She can join in there. Where's our... Okay, move a bit closer if you would, please. That way we can use our flash fire to hit everybody. And we're going to also have you use fulmination to hit everybody. There we go. Sucks to be you guys. Sorry. Alright, focus down. That is scavenger leather gloves. Are those better? Nope. And the unbroken shield.
Right.
We'll seep into shadow.
What have we got? Oh, hello. There's our guys who've been captured. We need to get them out. What's over here? Got an iron sword. Interesting. That is a very strange design. Why would you do that? Why would you put a serrated end on your sword? That doesn't make any sense. Edgy. Quite literally.
You see what I see?
What's that? Battered helm. The helmet has been destroyed by the constant batter of dust and sand, but beneath the grime and dents, you can see it is of exceedingly high quality. A master blacksmith at Aspire Forge upgrade may have more information about this item. Interesting. Can we even get... We can't get any upgrades is the problem. We really need to get... Because apparently there's a forge upgrade that I would really like to have. Speaking of which, we do have some spare money again now, but most of these guys are really expensive. One-handed, two-handed dodge and athletics. Go ahead and hire him. He's only 5. Not on this one?
Hear that?
Yeah.
Cries for help from that pit over there. Prisoners, I'd guess.
Smell of men soaking in their own waste rises up from the spear-lined pit meant to keep prisoner. How do we... Okay, there we go. You there! A voice cries out from within the pit. Dead soldiers skewered on spears litter the pit while the few survivors clamor for air. The unbroken dogs left us here to bleed and rot. Give us a hand, please. Cornered, frightened. No matter where Graven Ash is right now, I'm certain he can sense the terror these soldiers are experiencing. We have information.
Valuable information known only to the disfavored. Give us our freedom, we'll tell you all we know.
Athletics or lore? I mean, lore is obviously our preferred choice. The Unbroken and the Disfavored are racing to commit more war crimes than the other. Yeah, pretty much. That does appear to be the thing that what they're trying to do. Because, well, to be fair, the soldiers might not have been alive when they threw them onto those spikes. It could have been an intimidation thing, but something tells me it wasn't. Here, one of those spears looks loose. Uproot it, and we can use it to help pull you out. The soldiers fall to their knees when they're finally taken out of the pit, and sigh with relief.
I thought we'd never see the outside of that pit. Here, this key. We acquired it from the scavenger. There's some kind of stash north of here. When we tortured him, he said something about a pile of rocks near a banner. The healthiest of the prisoners help the weaker men to their feet, and the group begins to march back to camp. Oh, was that banner we saw? So hold on. Before we do this, we're going to double back again. Well, actually, hold on. We might not have a choice in the matter, because something tells me if I try to pass by the front gate again, we're going to get attacked by the people that are there. Oh, they just pulled everybody back inside. Interesting. Still, we can deal with that. It should be... Huh? Oh, it's probably the one on the other side, isn't it? Think?
Moving cautiously.
Maybe? Or maybe it's not this one. Different banner? Oh. Game. Alright, let's get back over here. We'll punch in through the back door of the place. Obviously, her main troops are set up there. Oh, we have hit the 6-hour mark, so we're going to be finishing up here shortly. Let's get inside first. Damage the gate and attempt to break through. Attacking the gate will be viewed as a hostile action by the Unbroken. Well, I mean, no shit. I was half expecting someone to come running up to attack us. Ah, no, see, they're all prepared to engage us as we come from this way, so now we've got a chance to ambush them. We've got a meleeer, we've got either a melee spearman or a thrower, and another one back there. They're probably going to be ranged then. So, Barrack, let's see, pull you closer there.
Quick.
Barrack, I want you to distract that one on the left, while the rest of us will pin down the big guy.
I'll do it.
Or the rest of us will attack the rest of them. Go ahead and give me a lightning bolt. Where is it? There we go. Lightning bolt on him. Go ahead and give me a fireball on him. Actually, yeah, go for that one.
This one.
Oh, nice going, Barrack. You let him get by you. There we go. All right, see if you can knock him over. Nope, just focus on them. Let her AI just do its thing. Gonna go with Electric Jolt next. We move a bit closer. We should have him in range for the flash fire. Yep, we can use that on both of them. Fine. If you don't like your two-handed weapon, Barrack, fine. I'll let your AI just use the sword and shield then. It's aggravating, but at least it'll shut you up. I don't have any other spells. We'll go ahead and use Thrust. There we go.
Yeah.
Still no sign of spells. False Pit to knock him over.
Wrong weapon for the job.
Come on, he's petrified. Finish him off. Damn it, still didn't get hit. Ow. Go ahead and petrify him if you would, please. Come on, get up. Fireball.
Right.
There we go. He's petrified. Got good damage on him. Give me another lightning bolt. And we've broken through. Good. What can we find on him? Scavenger leather armor. Is that better? It does have higher slash and crush damage, but otherwise it's useless. Fine by me. What else have we got in here? Some basic supplies. More basic supplies.
Quiet down.
Hello. We can climb up here. What have we got up here?
I'm ready to go. Hunt, stalk, prowl.
Nothing up here. Ooh,
Quiet
there is
down.
some more. Ah, they must have been the ones protecting the stash.
Let's be off.
Looks like there's only 2 of them? That's doable. Let him move in closer. Go ahead and give me an electric jolt on them. Go ahead and give me a fireball on him.
Another demonstration of our power seems in order.
Get moving. Attack from stealth. There we go.
I got it.
There we go. Good damage. Good damage. All right. Last one for this area. Yeah, giving everyone access to that petrification spell was a really good choice because it really seems to be helping. Perfect.
Will do.
Nothing on them. That is an iron great axe. That might actually be useful for Barrick.
On the lookout.
And that is a topaz. Oh, so that wasn't the special stash. That was just some random bullshit. Let me see. You're two-handed. Slightly higher DPS, slightly lower recovery speed, way more armor penetration, way less accuracy. No. We're going to keep the sword then.
On it.
No. Sword is going to be much better here right now. There's something
I'll
over
stay
here.
downwind of our enemies.
That is a water skin, and you already know this sigil. Ah, I was hoping... Even if we know it, it would be nice to get, like, lore experience for going over it again. That would have been kind of cool. Okay, so this will at least give us a more favorable position because it'll force these two to attack us along this way. And if they have another melee person, he's probably not going to be able to get in here very easily. But we are well past the 6-hour mark. Well, not well past. We're a couple minutes past the 6-hour mark, but we're going to finish up here. Let's go ahead and boost her accuracy again because God knows she fucking needs it. And then we're going to go ahead and grab improved unarmed damage. Natural weaponry 3. That gets her up to... Okay, that didn't change anything there. Plus 12 unarmed damage. Oh, that's nice. I'll tell you how it goes with kills and chat. Well, hold up. Oh, for a second I thought you were talking about her story. I'm like, oh, don't spoil things, bro. But then I realized what you were actually saying. Kills and Shadow needs to save game program. Quick. Oh, no. Her damage is good. 12 to 18 at a minimum. And then she adds 12 to whatever she gets. So that's 24 to 30 damage minimum on that. And she attacks faster than a lot of other people. He might be solid. Might actually have somebody who's slightly better at fighting than Verse is. But Verse does have a slightly better job of being a dodge tank, essentially. She's a walking brick shithouse, pretty much. All right, we're going to save here. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid real fast, shall we? Let me see who we can find to raid. See if anybody's on. Yeah, why not? We'll go ahead and raid the Black Pants Legion. They're always fun. Looks like they've got their resident VTuber doing some gaming right now in a game called Starstruck Vagabond. So, thank you all for joining me. Thank you all for joining in today. Thank you so much to everybody who showed up. I saw our viewer count, I think, crept up towards 9 or 10 at some point in the first half of the stream, so that went really well. So I hope you all have a glorious rest of your Sunday, a glorious rest of your weekend, and I will see you all tomorrow for more Tyranny, where hopefully I will not talk for 3 hours straight, or at least not from character dialogue. I'm going to go drink some water and get something to eat. Hope you all have a great day.